Hello, everyone. I'm back. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Memorial Day. Happy Memorial Day to my fellow Americans, okay? Let's rest in peace for all our service members who have served, right? I hope everybody is safe or they had a safe holiday weekend, right? A lot of cookouts is going on. The weather is nice. Please enjoy it. Please be safe, okay? And shout out to all my early comers to the show, everyone who stopped by. Let's see. Brucey was the number one today. Shout out to you, sir. Shout out to you. We had Young Riaz. Thank you so much for showing up, little bro. I appreciate you. We even had the guest appearance of Omni. Shout out to you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you stopping by. And we have the lovely Miss Joanne. How are you, sis? How are you? Where are you? There you go. Oh, how are you, sis? Thank you for stopping by. I truly appreciate you. Truly appreciate you. So, guys, I am happy to be back. Like this weekend been very, very busy for me, right? If you don't know, in New York for Memorial Day, we have Fleet Week. So the whole week was Fleet Week. So there's been a lot of ceremonies, a lot of saluting, a lot of brass around and all that stuff, right? So it was a big, crazy week. I was also happy that I was able to get my special package, you know what I'm saying? My son. So he's here for the summer. I'm happy. I'm so ecstatic to have good times with my love bucket, of course. And I just, like I said, I have 4 cases for you today, right? That's only if we can get through it. I'm going to definitely get through 3, but I do have an extra bonus case for you, depending on how things go and how I'm feeling, right? But I do hope that you enjoy it. So please make sure you're just hitting the like button for me while you're coming in, even if you're just coming in to say hi. I understand it's a holiday. Most people are out about with their family enjoying it. So I truly understand. And I just truly appreciate if you just do come by to say hi, right? The first case that I have is an interesting one. It's a very interesting one. So this is about this guy named Morgan, right? He doesn't realize that his victim is not dead, or his victim was able to tell their story to the detectives or cops who was on the case prior to him having this interrogation. And I wanted to look at it. It seemed very interesting. So let me go ahead and pull in my screen. And like I said, share this out to anyone if you think that they're interested in these type of cases and reviewing them, okay? Let me pull my screen up. All right, and here we go.
Morgan Prager. Back in early 2020, Morgan had been arguing with his sister's ex-boyfriend over text messages for weeks. It all came to a head when Morgan decided to drive to the ex-boyfriend's home and confront him. The two men began fighting on the porch, and Morgan pulled out a knife and stabbed the other man and then ran away. The police were able to find and arrest Morgan and put him into an interrogation room. Morgan believes he is there on an assault charge, but what he doesn't know is that his victim died later in the hospital.
We've been investigating this incident for several hours now or whatever, okay? First thing I want to do, we do this with everybody that we bring in here, is we just get personal history. And we've been investigating a crime here in Wichita. I've been told that you had called 911 in Pittsburgh and had police contact. As of right now, you're considered under arrest, okay? They brought you here in handcuffs, and as of right now, you're not free to leave. Before I talk to you or ask you any questions about this case, I'm going to make sure that you know what your rights are. So you said that today is the first day that you've been to Wichita. What's the purpose of your trip to Wichita today?
So before we get into this whole interrogation and I'm asking them, the reason why, and this is what I believe, I could be wrong, but sometimes it plays out this way. The reason why they don't inform the potential suspect if a victim is alive or if they're not alive is because they want them to get their honest, as much as possible, their honest answers for the questions that they're going to ask them, right? When people realize that they now might be facing a homicide charge or I'll say a murder charge versus a attempted murder charge or a manslaughter, right? They tend to try to do things to cover it up, or they start planning in their heads that, hey, maybe if I say it worded this way, it will work out for me, right? It gets very, very, very different once they realize that they might have a stronger charge that they're going to have to deal with in court. So they don't necessarily tell them until they feel like they need to tell them, right? And it can go two different ways, right? A person can be like, oh, I'm going to tell you everything. I'm going to tell you who all was involved because I'm not going to take this rap by myself. And then it can go another way, like, oh, no, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I want to get a lawyer. So this is why they wait. They wait to tell them the actual news about a particular person losing their life when an altercation or something happens. But let's go on.
I don't know if you guys have my phone, if that is here, but the reason I came to Wichita is on my phone. We've been going through, my family and me have been going through a lot. And I mean, I can't, man, I can't even think of the things that he said. But I mean, I'll open book them. I mean, I've asked him to stop bugging us. I've asked him to stop bugging me. And I went to talk. I knocked on the door. I asked him. I was like, "Man, I'm not here to fight you. I'm not here to try any of that." But I don't know what the fuck his problem is. But he wants to be some big fucking tough guy. I'm not. I just want. I mean, I don't know. There's some.
All right. Remember I said that not every suspect acts the same. So even though to me personally, he seems like he's playing that he's remorseful, right? That he feels guilty about the situation and that he didn't really want anything. But the detectives asked him, this is your first time in Wichita, right? So that means he doesn't live there. So again, why did you go someplace, go to someone's house, and to have this conversation or whatever conversation that you were supposed to be having with this individual that now led into an altercation, right? Something that was not able to be done on a phone, right? And they're just going to ask these questions. And mind you, it's not illegal to just be like, hey, I want to go speak to you face to face because I don't want to speak to you on the phone. That doesn't mean that you wanted to actually do something. But with the further along, when they ask some questions, they'll realize what was his true intent for actually going to someone's house, that you probably had arguments with or you was in a confrontation with. They're going to ask them those type of questions. Let's see. Hi, Marcus. How are you doing? I hope everything is well with you, sir. Let's see. Bruce says, yes, and the majority of the guys who complain about the women they don't want. Oh, y'all having that other. Oh my God, y'all having that other conversation. Oh God. Bruce said he's wanting sympathy. Yeah, he do. He do. Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's see. I appreciate your compliment, Marcus. Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much. Let's go on.
Honestly, I want you to see my phone.
Hey, Dr. Darnell, welcome back.
Yeah,
It's good to see you. I'm glad that you enjoy this channel, sir. Shout out to you.
I didn't want what happened to happen.
Hey, Michelle, how are you? Happy Memorial Day. I hope everything's going well for you this Monday.
I didn't go over there to fight him, but I'm not in a physical shape to fight him. My knees are fucked, and if you could get my phone, you'll see why I went over there. You'll see him. I tell him to stop. You'll see. He told me to go over there. You'll see. I went over there to talk.
Explain to me what happened whenever you are showing up over there.
I knocked on the door and asked for Vinny. And he came down. I said, well, I'm here now. And I mean, not loud. I was not being aggressive. I did not want to see him. And I'm not trying to fight. I said I'm not here trying to fight.
Thank you, dear. Thank you.
And he takes some steps towards me. And I told him not to. I told him stop. That's not what it just happened. I don't know how. I didn't think he would try to be so big and bad and think he's I don't know what he thinks he is.
Okay, so my guy Morgan is not really making any sense. You come to this guy's home, right? You said that you wanted to have a conversation with him. Obviously, whatever y'all spoke about led him to believe that you was there for something more. You said that, oh, you even admitted to the cop that you said, yo, well, you told me to come, I'm here. So to make it seem like he was just trying to have this one-on-one like talk, like I guess men to men, it's truly not believable to me, right? You don't go to someone's spot or place just wanting to have that type of conversation. Most of the time people are ready or prepared for that person to come to their door and be in defense about whatever is about to happen. They don't even know why you're there, right? And you're not there to have a party or have a couple of drinks with them, right? So I know he's trying to paint it as that wasn't what it was. And I get it. It's a possibility that he probably didn't want to do that. But this is what the detectives is trying to find out. Now they have to find out the intent or his motive for even going to this guy's house. Was it actually just to have a conversation about whatever was bothering you between you and this other individual? Or did you actually go with the motive to actually harm him or to lure him out of his house so you can harm him, right? That is going to fall back on whether or not if they have his phone or they have messages that was sent between him and the other guy who happened to lose his life. Does it have anything to do with his girlfriend? Was she dealing with this guy? Was this guy a ex-boyfriend? Like, they're gonna do their due diligence and do all this research to kind of understand where this motive came from, why you approached this man's home, and why this man is no longer here. My question is, we're gonna find out, obviously, but my question is why did you come to this guy's home with a knife, right? Because apparently the guy got stabbed to death. So you came with a weapon, but then you saying that you had no business, like, you had no business of trying to fight him or anything of that sort. That's fine. People carry weapons all the time, right? But why you didn't leave the weapon in the car? It was a knife. Why you didn't just leave it in the car, right? And then at what point, then him getting in your face, did you feel that you had to pull out the weapon? He's probably going to explain that now, but I am also taking a look at his body language. His body language is showing that he's not being forthcoming. He has his arms crossed and he's not even looking at the detectives while he explains his side of the story about why everything took place. He's actually looking down at the table. So it's like he can't really even look in their face and explain this story that he wants them to believe, and to also feel like, he really regrets that it even came down to this point. But let's go on.
But my sister's about to kill herself over him. He touches these points where I don't know where the fuck he gets his. It's all I'm telling you, and I can't explain the messages. I can't explain it as well as he did with the message. I don't know if you have my phone, but I'm telling you, that's why I went over there.
Okay. Well, we'll look at your phone.
You can only push me so much until I would say that's anybody. I don't know what you do after a situation like that. So I just try to go home.
The detectives sit quietly and allow Morgan to vent how he is feeling. After giving a brief recap of what had happened, the detectives ask Morgan to tell them the story again, and this time with more details.
As detailed as you can be. If you gotta close your eyes and think about it. I mean, what's he saying? What are you saying?
He came to the door, and if you're where he's at, he came to the door, and I'm like, well, come out here, come talk to me. Because, you know what I'm saying? I'm not being aggressive if I'm fucking turning my back to you, man. I'm trying to talk, but he wants to approach me like I'm trying. I don't know. I mean, I guess he was offended I showed up at his house like he fucking told me to. But I wasn't on no shit like that. And then, I don't know, I said I'm not here to fight. I'm not here to... I just want you to stop. And he was trying to get in my face about it. I mean, just leave me the fuck alone. That's what I didn't say that, but that's what it's all about.
Put yourself back on that porch after this argument starts. He's in your face, and at some point you said that pocket knife comes out. I want to know what occurs at that point. I mean, explain to me what you're feeling, what you're seeing, what you're hearing.
I don't know what his problem is. I have 7 siblings, and we gotta have parents, and I'm the fucking oldest of 8 kids, and I don't know what makes someone think that it's just cool to make some. You gotta see my phone, man. I don't know what the fuck his problem was. I've never had anybody in my life attack me the way he's attacking me over my mom. Like, he didn't even know shit. He just attacked my sisters, attacked everything about us.
So, from as much as I can pull from what he's saying, because he's doing a lot of I don't know and having a hard time, quote unquote, explaining himself. But it seems like the guy who lost his life was probably, it seemed like he was harassing his family members, saying horrible things about his mom, his sister. There were probably text messages about that. And I understand, I would understand how he would be upset, or whatever not. But there was at one point that you had a conversation with this guy. And where is the point where you got the police involved, right? Just even at least notify them. Like, hey, listen, we got this person that's stalking my mom, he's stalking my sisters, they're posting fake things or doxing my family members online, having other people attack me, at least get a paper trail. That's why I'll always say, just get a paper trail. Now, we know that doesn't really stop people for doing that bad behavior unless they actually get a consequence, right? We understand that, but you do want to have a paper trail that all these things is, going on. I haven't heard him do that. What I'm hearing him saying is, hey, I got in an argument with this guy. I told this guy to leave me and my family alone. This guy said, F you, come see me. You know where I live. And you pulled up to this guy's house and you was like, well, I'm here, right? So, one thing led to another. You came and you showed up. The guy did call for you. If I believe your story, the guy called for you to come to the house. You came to the house. You showed up. You said, I'm here. And then everything else went out of the way. My thing is, I will want to know at what point did you feel that your life was threatened for you to take out your pocket knife to stab this man? Because I have not heard that yet. He said that the guy pretty much got down his step of his porch and kind of got in his face, or he was upset that you showed up to his house, right? But he haven't said that this guy actually put his hands on him. Have anybody heard that? Because I haven't heard that yet. Put a one in the chat. Have you heard him explain that the guy put his hands on him? The guy put him in a neck hole. There was a scruffle. Like, have you heard that yet? Because I haven't heard it yet. So I'm still trying to figure out, at what point did you feel that your life was threatened, or what situation occurred that your life was threatened that you feel that you had to pull out the knife? Let's see. Hi, Moa. How are you? Happy Memorial Day to you, too. I hope everything's going well. Let's go on.
And I go there and ask him to stop, and all I can think about is my mom.
What's your ties with him? Like,
He's my sister's baby's father. I've not liked him. But if I would get along with him if he was decent to get along with, but I can't get along with somebody that's fucking trash, and I can't fucking get along with him if he wants to do nothing but slam my family. And it's not just me, it's not just his baby mom and my sister, it's my whole family.
It's true, that must be
it's not
pretty difficult. It's pretty tough, and
that's not justifiable. I understand that. My sister moved away from him because he was abusive, drunk, fucking hitting her, double stuff, and she's got a baby, and I fucking let her move in with me. I live in a 2-bedroom apartment. I mean, and I don't know.
Morgan is about to ask if the victim is all right. At this point, the detectives are not aware that the victim died in the hospital, but they will find out soon enough.
Take it down, okay?
He's not dead, right? He's not.
As of right now, what I know is that he's not dead.
Okay.
Okay. He is injured. Pretty bad, pretty severe. What's his problem?
I don't know. I don't fucking know. I have no fucking idea. And since day one, he's been trying to get something out of me. Like, since day one, I feel like he's just wanted me to threaten him or do some shit so he can take it to you guys. And
did they break up?
Yeah.
Is that part of his?
It's been a breakup. There's been a protection from abuse.
That doesn't really make any sense, because if he's saying from day one he's been trying to get you to threaten him so he can call the cops on him or get him in trouble. But if that was the case, if he's your nephew's father, and at that time him and your sister were together, most people would try to get along with the family members, right? Now, we understand when people break up, families usually are biased and they're going to go with their family members, right? It is what it is. But it just seems weird to me how it just seemed like he was so involved in what was going on between his sister and this guy. But the way how the conversation is playing out, it doesn't really seem like it's about the sister at all. It seemed like whatever beef or argument that they had, or something that was they were going on, like their own personal relationship, is what started this. It doesn't seem like it has anything to do with the mother of the guy's child or his sister. His sister seems like, is like pretty much just the reason why that y'all know each other, but not the extent as to why y'all had such a combative relationship. Because the messages don't have nothing to do with your sister being in the middle of it. You was having one-on-one conversations and messages with this man. You was messaging him back and forth. That didn't have anything to do with the sister at this time. So I'm not really understanding why he's throwing out all these things about, the dynamics of his sister's failed relationship with this guy, and what she was going through, the history about that, the reason why your sister moved in with you and you live in a 2-bedroom apartment and she has her child. Like, you're throwing in so much other things and you're not really getting to what happened that night to the point where this guy lost his life. You know what I'm saying? Like, I still don't really understand what happened to the point where you was having a conversation. I guess he got upset, like, what are you doing here at my house? Get the hell off my property. To the point where you took out a pocket knife and you stabbed him. I still don't understand how that happened. And he's doing a very good job wasting the detective's time with all this bluffering stories and stuff like that, to get away from why you took out the pocket knife and what did the guy do to make you take out the pocket knife. Where at any point did you feel threatened that you had to take out the pocket knife and use it on him? I don't know. It's just weird to me. It's definitely weird to me. But let's go on.
There's been the custody has been filed for. I just wanted him to stop. I went to his house and I told him, I'm not here to fight you. I just need you to stop. I just need you to stop messaging me and my sisters.
How does he respond to that?
He's like, well, when he starts getting closer to me and we're this far away from each other, and I pushed him, and I don't know if that's when I hurt my knee. I don't know if coming off the porch is when I hurt my knee.
You remember taking your knife out?
No.
Did you have it in your hand on the way up to the house?
No.
Where was it?
I mean, it had to have been in one of my pockets.
So I get that this is a pretty traumatic thing, and you didn't mean to do this, and I can tell that you're pretty torn up about it. But I'm really trying to figure out why today, why it turned from
exactly, Bruce,
you telling him to stop to what it turned into.
Because I know he wasn't going to stop. I thought he would stop if I came and talked to him about it.
See, that's the biggest thing about me, about it. He hasn't explained what this guy said. He have not said anything that this guy said. He's leaving it up to the imagination, as into what did this guy say that put you in the mindset that your life was in danger, that you had to pull out the knife. He never explains that. He just keeps on saying that I thought this guy would stop. I didn't really want to come over there to fight or anything. I just came over there to tell him, can you please stop with the messages and all the damaging things that you're saying and stuff. But you're never explaining, what did he say to you? Did he say, F off, I'm going to kill you? Did he say, if you don't get off my porch, I'm going to get my gun and shoot you shoot you in your head? Did he say anything like that? You never explain if he said anything like that to you. It's just all about him. Well, he won't stop. So if you wanted him to stop, and this is what the detectives keep on asking him, can you please give us a little bit more detail? Because just him saying it the way that he's saying it, it makes it seem like the motive was that you just wanted to get rid of him because you were sick and tired of him sending those damaging messages to you, your sister, or whoever else who was willing to look at it. And you just felt that it would just be good for him to get out of the picture since he's being a nuisance to your family. Not that you was actually threatened and he tried to take your life when you was on his porch. That's why you need to give a little bit more detail if you're going to give detail. Now, on this channel, I promote keep your mouth closed and go get a lawyer, right? Because even if you do have all like the best intentions, or if you are innocent, you can say something that can be damaging to your case, right? You don't know how to explain it in a way where they understand what you mean, or they can't use it against you, right? And this is where you get legal counsel. So even if you want to explain yourself, they will explain it in a way where it will not criminalize you any further. Because remember, these guys are not your friends. No matter how much they try to play like they are your friends, or that they do understand whatever tactic they're going to use for that day, right? They're here to get the information, as much information as possible. They're here to get all the evidence. While they have you sit in their room, they're over there searching your home. They're questioning your neighbors. They're questioning your other immediate family members, right? They're doing all this digging and research while they have you sitting in his room, only speaking with 2 detectives, because they're all about finding the evidence. And so whatever you say, and even the things that you don't say, because these detectives are really good about reading the things that you're not saying by just the statements that you do put out, right? They can understand the hidden things that you're saying without actually saying the words. This is what they're trained to do. I don't know. I really don't know. He's really not helping his case. He's really not helping him. Helping himself. It's really sad. We'll see. Chris says versus Miss Jenkins, he's not saying anything because they're not asking him the right questions. Well, they're asking him at this particular time to give as much detail as possible for under his understanding about what take place. This is about them getting as much honesty as possible out of him. And then when all the evidence starts kicking in and they start asking him the same questions again, and if he changed a little bit in it because he feels like this time me saying it this way sounds better than how I said it initially, then they could start to see that if he's going to have a pattern of actually lying, right, or not being forthcoming to them. So it's all of this is strategic, really. But shout out to you. I appreciate that. Let's see. Aurora says police are the fact is. Police are masked. The fact is, what? Master Galaxy. The police are the master. What? Gaslight? Oh, okay. So you mean they're gaslighters and stuff like that? Okay, I understand what you're saying. It says, "Hey, Southern, how are you? Happy Memorial Day to you. I hope everything is well." Let's see. Police are masterful at twisting your words around to make you look guilty. Yeah, I mean, they I wouldn't say twisting your words around. They just make you. How can I put it? They can make you question yourself, right? So if you feel like what you're saying is not believable or it sounds dumb, if after you think about it in your head, you might try to, correct yourself. And even then that makes you seem like, okay, you're guilty, because now you're more concerned about if you're coming off believable than actually just telling the truth and just telling what it is. But I understand what you're talking about. I really do. Let's see. Hey, girl, dad, how are you? Happy Memorial Day. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, let's go on.
What was his reaction to you being there?
He had the same person, the same attitude as the messages. He didn't care. He wasn't caught off guard. He wanted me to go there. And I thought, if he's just talking shit, if I show up, then maybe he'll stop.
What set you off on the porch?
I guess a multitude of things. I wish he could have just reasoned with me. I wish I didn't plan for things to go like that.
Did you drive to Wichita to kill him today?
No. I told him I was not there to fight. I'm not here to cause problems. I just need you to stop messaging me and my sister.
And I've never had anybody that's fucked with me like that before, where it's caused me to drive such a long distance with such anger. I can tell that you're angry about this. Not that this whole thing happened, but just the fact that he continuously fucks with you and your family. That makes you angry. And I can tell.
It makes me angry.
And it's making you angry having to tell me about it. And so much so that you want us to go through all the messages about how he continues to do it. And I can see that. I looked at all those messages. I didn't read all of them, but I can see that there is a large amount. Enough so that it's kind of making me upset that you're having to deal with that. But what I'm trying to figure out is what leads you from just saying, hey, quit f***ing with me, to pulling a knife out and almost killing somebody. I mean, at what point does your head say, I'm not talking to this guy anymore?
There's no point of talking. There's no point, because he's not going to listen. If he would have listened, this would have happened. Not this, but this would have been over months ago. And I've never actually been with him one-on-one. I've never. I've been with him with my sister to eat. But even then, I didn't speak words to him. I couldn't, because he ain't got no job. He's not trying to take care of his kid. He's not trying to. I can't be friends with that, because I bust my ass. They send me out of state to work 90 hours a week, and I can't show sympathy for it. I can't show, if you're not working, I can't help you.
Morgan gets off track again, talking about how his victim was a terrible father and a boyfriend. Since Morgan is claiming he doesn't remember how or why the knife was used, they move on to the next question. Was Morgan's girlfriend with him when the altercation took place? This is the first time the detectives will catch Morgan in a lie.
I didn't bring her with me because I know how guys get in front of females, and I didn't want problems. I didn't want that show of fucking dominance with the female around. It's not.
I'm gonna stop you right there, okay? I know that she was with you. So tell me what happens whenever you get back in the car.
I went and picked her up at her cousin Alexis's.
I've been investigating this since about 6 o'clock, and I know that that's not accurate. Did she help you out in this? Did she plan on bringing you to Wichita for you to do this?
No. She had no idea. I mean, it's family. It was family drama.
There's absolutely no reason for you to lie to me about her being there. You've been pretty honest with me about everything else, okay? I'm just trying to establish what happened afterwards.
At this point, Morgan, it's easier if you just tell us what happened instead of jumping through the hoops for it. We know she's there. Okay, there's no point in telling us that she's not.
I'll start you off here. Okay, you get back to the car and you guys make a U-turn and you go south on Spruce Street. What's the conversation like with, is it Stormy? Is that her name? What's that conversation like as you guys are leaving? That's a long drive back to Pittsburgh.
Morgan sits quietly for 10 minutes, knowing he has been caught in a lie. His girlfriend has already been interviewed, and she claimed that not only was Morgan excited after the stabbing, he was proud of what he has done.
With what little I know about the law, I just feel like it is a better idea that I left her at the house. I know you don't believe that. At this point, I don't.
Where do you throw the knife out at?
On the highway?
Do you remember where?
No. It's some fucking, I don't know, like a 3-inch.
Yeah, he should have had just stay quiet, right? Because now it doesn't look like, it was a manslaughter it was unintentional murder, like somewhat of self-defense. It doesn't look like that at all. You drove hours away to show up at this guy's house to apparently tell him to leave you and his sister alone. You also brought your girlfriend, so she was well aware that you was going over there to confront him. You had the weapon. You still have not told the police that he threatened you, that he said that he was going to kill you, that he put his hands on you or tried to put you in a headlock while you was on his porch. It seems that you actually went over there to unalive him. And just now, to hear the detective say that your own girlfriend told him that you was gleeful, you were gleeful after the stabbing, and you were so proud of what you did. It seemed like you had a personal problem with this guy. And I definitely feel like it was more than just what was going on with your sister and in the other messages. It seemed like you had another personal reason why you didn't like this guy and why you wanted to teach him a lesson. But again, he has not built any defense on self-defense. I do not see self-defense here whatsoever. You drove to his house. You live hours away. You came with a weapon. You still haven't even said that this man put his hands on you or threatened you. That would have been the first, if someone really felt like their life was being threatened and they didn't mean for this to actually happen, they just wanted to have a conversation with you, they would have been like, this guy said he was going to kill me. This guy said if he went back in his house, he was going to go get his gun, right? He was threatening me off his porch. He put his hands on me. He tried to strangle me. I had no choice. That would be like the quickest thing or the first thing that you say out your mouth, right? But he didn't say anything. He haven't said any of that at all. Yeah, he should have just he should have stayed quiet on this one and gotten a lawyer. That's what he should have done.
Fucking
3-inch what?
Flip out blade. I use it for wire.
Is it just like a regular pocket knife, or is it a utility knife, or Swiss Army knife, or what?
Black Kershaw.
Black Kershaw that opens up, folds right back in.
Yeah. It's no bigger than that.
What kind of blade was it?
Straight serrated.
Try to run us through as much detail as you can. I know you said you knock on the door and you ask for him, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Who
That is
answers the
true.
door?
Usually
So
victims
he
do not
answers
go
the door, and you
searching
said he
for the
comes
threat.
outside. Is he standing in the
Right.
doorway, or is he on the porch at that point?
He's on the porch.
On the porch.
Yeah,
Okay.
Derek, it seems
How
like
far apart
it.
were you guys?
6
Yes,
inches.
it is, Moa.
6
Absolutely.
inches.
Yeah.
So pretty close.
Yeah. He came straight up to me. Like,
Okay.
I wasn't ready for that.
Okay. But you were ready for that, but you said you turned your back and faced the road.
Yeah.
Did you feel comfortable enough to do that?
Yeah.
Not knowing him and everything that's been going on?
I didn't think he would keep it up. I thought that now that we were in front of each other, that maybe that attitude, the stink would change and
Might back down a little bit.
try.
Okay. And you said he's closing the distance between you. How does that make you feel?
I was worried. I wasn't trying to fight. I wasn't trying to make a scene. But I can see it in his eyes that that's not what he wanted.
Okay. So you guys are 6 inches apart. He's closing the distance from you. I know you had said before to Detective Moore that you pushed him back. Did you push him?
I can't think of. I don't know how we got off the porch.
Well, that's my question, because I'm trying to figure out here how you two start getting physical with each other. I understand that, I've been in fights before.
As of right now,
I
he does not
understand.
know.
Okay,
But the
sometimes you
victim
lose
is-
control, sometimes you don't.
The victim
Sometimes
is
you're kind of paying
alive
attention
right
to what
now,
you do.
but eventually he
I want to
succumbs to his
know
injuries. And
where
he's
the
not.
first physical contact comes from, how you guys start fighting, and what goes from there. I know you said that you fall off the porch and you hurt your knee, but what are you doing to fall off the porch? Are you guys tangled up with each other? Does he push you? What?
It's as I'm turning my back towards the house and facing the road. And then he's like, and so it's somewhere in this point we have touched each other.
Okay.
Somewhere in me turning back, because I really didn't think this shit was gonna happen.
Did you both go off the porch or just you?
We both went off the porch.
Okay. And when you're off the porch, did either one of you go to the ground? Was either one of you holding on to each
Yeah,
other?
we were both on the ground. I had my knife and my hand was bloody. My knee hurt. I couldn't run back to the car. I couldn't.
Okay. Let me ask you this, because I carry a knife usually on a daily basis, and from doing some of the work that you said that you do, I've done that before. Okay, I used to carry my knife in the same spot on a daily basis.
Yeah, I would have it right there.
Okay, so daily, that's usually where you carry it?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have it out when you walked up to the house?
No.
Okay. When do you think that you
I had my hands in my coat pocket.
Because at some point you would have had to pull it out and extend it, right? If it's a flip,
Yeah.
if it's a folding?
Yeah.
Do you remember when?
He doesn't even understand that he's literally killing his whole self-defense case if he thought he was going to have one. He should have really just be quiet. The simple fact that they even asked you what type of knife was it, and it was one of those flip open knives, you have to actually manually flip over up the knife. And he said it was like a rigid blade. He said he carries it on the side of his pants, but then he said he had a hoodie on and he had his hands in his pocket. To act like you got amnesia, that you don't know when you flipped open that knife and you hit him with it, not even explaining really how did y'all fall off the porch either, right? Because if you said that you turned your back and you're walking down the stairs, then the only one who would have fell would have been you if the guy just pushed you from the back, right? Because you said that he was closing in distance. but you said y'all both fell. So why are we not hearing that there was some type of back and forth of pushing or scrappling? You know what I'm saying? Like kind of like rustling, and then y'all both tripped and fell off the porch. He didn't explain that either. Then he remembered him hurting his knee. Everything hurt. He couldn't run back to he said he couldn't get away and run back to his car quick enough and all that. But you don't remember when you actually literally took out the knife and flipped it, and when you actually, stabbed the guy. You don't remember none of that. But you remember that your knee hurt. You remember that you fell off the porch. You remember that you turned around and you was backing away, like, listen, just leave my family alone. And you turned around and you was going away off the porch. Like like even in that, it's quite telling that the people, the detectives know that you did intend to stab this man. You intended to harm him. Did you intend for him to lose his life? To actually really, die from the stab wound? I don't think so. But then again, hearing what your girlfriend told the detective, saying that you was gleeful after the stabbing, that you was so proud about it. Maybe you did. Maybe you really just wanted to, let this guy go. It's really sad if you really think about it, because he really thinks that he's explaining himself well, and he's putting on all these emotions and stuff like that. And I would imagine if I was in the room with one of these detectives, knowing that I already had a conversation with his girlfriend, and his girlfriend literally she threw you under the bus and told them about how gleeful and excited and happy and energized you was after harming this man. And then for you to sit in my face and give fake pouts and guilty and all this stuff and feeling bad, and I never wanted to do this, and if he only would have just left us alone, this would never would have happened. He could have left us alone a month ago. You're putting on all this show, but your girlfriend, who knows you better than these detectives do, said no, he was happy about it. He was stoked. Like, this is sad. This is really, really sad. Hi, Tammy. How are you? Thank you so much. Happy Memorial Day if you're in the USA. Shout out to you. I hope you're having a great Monday. Let's see. Derek says, no remorse makes it worse, especially with the witness to it. Yeah, exactly. And then the other guy didn't even have a weapon. And that's the bad thing too, right? He's at his house. He didn't even pull out a weapon to defend himself. He had every right to pull out a weapon and defend himself. You came to his house. You live miles away. You don't even live in Wichita. You came up there purposely to go face to face, one-on-one with this guy. And then you also, you brung a weapon. But we'll put that to the side, because he says that he carries a weapon all the time. And I do know people who carry knives and weapons, especially the flip ones, all the time, especially in my career field. Everybody has one, right? Even I have one. But let's go on. Oh, you in Texas? Oh, shout out to you, Tammy. Shout out to you.
When that happens, were you guys on the porch? Were you on the ground? Were you guys already fighting?
I can only remember having the knife in my hand when I was on the side of the house. We were on the ground.
Okay. Tell me about that, you on the ground. How were you guys on the ground? Can you describe that to me? What's going on, what you're hearing, what you're feeling?
I don't remember hearing anything. And it happened so fast. We kind of rolled. I feel like once he got within that 6 inches of me, we didn't get further apart until it was over.
Okay. So that entire time from the porch to the ground, when you guys are rolling on the ground, you guys are pretty close to each other.
Yeah,
Probably not even separating.
No, I don't think we did.
Okay.
That's
Are
definitely
both
what
of you swinging? Are you swinging? Or what's going on during the fight? Like I said, I've been in fights before. It's either one of two things. You're both swinging or you're wrestling with each other on the ground. Which one is it? Do you ever
I don't
remember being hold of him or anything?
No. I mean, no.
Okay. And I know you told Detective Moore that you had the knife at the one point when he asked you about his cutting his throat. Well, what is that happening? I mean, how is that happening?
I'm confused.
What I'm asking is, do you have him? Is he holding you? I mean, you said that's the closest thing you could see, or the closest thing to you.
Yeah, because he was right here.
Okay.
I mean,
I guess my question is he's got other body parts. I know that you're wrestling and you're so close to each other, you couldn't think of anything else. Is that the only time that you hit him with the knife, or were there other times?
The detective makes a good point. Of all the places on the human body a knife could be used, why did Morgan choose the neck? His choice of the neck makes it appear as if he wanted to take his victim's life, instead of just trying to protect his own.
Can you remember anything else about him being on?
Oh, he really should have stopped talking. If you was tussling and wrestling on the ground, and I guess at that time, this is when the victim got stabbed or slit in the neck. At what point, like, I'm still wondering, was he grabbing you? So when y'all was wrestling, was he like choking you or something like that? And then you was just like, oh, let me go to my knife in the pocket and just like, But even if that, like if he was on top of you, if the victim was on top of you, choking you while you was down on the floor wrestling, you could have literally stabbed him in his side. You could have stabbed him in his arm. You know what I'm saying? Like, usually people in that type of position, they're not literally going like this and going, like that. They're not going across the neck, right? So it's like, which one is it? And it's funny how he leaves out that important detail. Like he's still not saying that this guy was actually really aggressive with him to the point where he feared his life. I have not heard it yet. I haven't heard that he was trying to strangle you. I haven't heard that you was almost, like he was about to pull out a weapon or you saw him pull out a weapon. Like you still haven't really explained outside of y'all, like I guess wrestling on the floor, where did to the point where did you feel that your life was in threatened that much that you had to pull out a knife that you had to manually open up, which takes what 2 seconds to do? 2 seconds to 3 seconds, you had enough time to open up your weapon. You was conscious enough and focused enough to open up your weapon to actually use it on this person. I'm not really understanding where actually was the self-defense, and he's not really explaining it well. Like if I was self-defense and I know that this person is choking me, this person not only are they choking me, they're sitting up here, they got glass in their hand, they got a bat in their hand, they got something, they hitting me with it, and I was like, listen, I was almost going unconscious. They hit me like 3 times with a bat in my head, and then I had to go do this, right? But you're not even explaining any of that. You just, for one moment, you just said that y'all was just tussling. Y'all both fell off the porch. Apparently, y'all was literally holding each other, wrestling on the ground. And then for some particular reason, the guy got stabbed in his neck. Now, another thing that I'm glad that the video essay is pointed out, or the detective asked, how many times did you stab him? Right? So let's say you was in a situation, the first thing you thought was just to stab him in his neck. Okay, all right, fine. Right? Did you stab him more than once? Because I'm sure if you stabbed him one good time in the neck, that should have been enough to get the guy off you if he was even on you in the first place, right? That would have gave you enough time to run away, right? Call the cops. Or even at the whole entire time, your girlfriend's with you. I don't know if she's still in the car or she's right there telling y'all to stop fighting, but you should have been having her call the police at the time. Did you say, hey, babe, call 911? This guy's crazy. He really just He really didn't. He did really have not explained himself very well. And like I said, he's showing all the signs of someone lying or withholding information with his body language, let alone his, I don't know, selective amnesia, just like some people in the chat said, tactics. Like, he's not explaining himself good enough. It's not going to cut it. It's not going to cut it. But let's go on.
On the ground, was he punching you, or were you guys wrestling? Do you remember if you did anything else with the knife other than the cutting him on the throat? Were you swinging at him with the knife? Were you punching him with your other hand? Do you remember?
It was, I was trying to get my distance.
Mm-hmm. Did you look back to see what he was doing when you took off?
When I looked back, he was walking. He was like going in the house. Okay. And I mean, that was kind of relief that, I mean, I didn't.
And I know Detective Moore asked you several times, but just so I can verify, because I kind of listened and got some of it here, your intent coming here to Wichita was to what?
Talk to him.
Just talk to him?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have any intent of fighting him or harming him? And
no, I was.
Well, you see where I
see, but man, he comes out and like, I turned my fucking. I thought turning my back towards the house, letting, he comes out, I turn my back, I face the road. I thought that was enough to show that I'm not trying to, I told him I'm not trying to fight. I'm not trying to cause a scene. I just need you to stop with these messages to both me and my sister.
Okay. And I know that you had said that you have never been in a fight before. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I was a wrestler for a while, but I've never been in a fight.
Do you know why you would have pulled the knife that quickly?
I don't know. Not had that altercation. I hope he's okay.
The interrogation would end here, and Morgan would be taken to the processing area, where he would officially be charged with attempted first-degree murder. Before his processing was finished, Morgan was made aware that his victim died, and he would be charged with second-degree murder instead. Morgan was found guilty and sentenced to 20 years in prison. What are your thoughts on this case? Do you believe Morgan intended on taking a life, or was it all in self-defense? Please share your
So Morgan was dumb. I don't think he really intended for the guy to die. I do believe that he did intend to hurt this guy, right? He has admitted it without admitting anything, pretty much. He was trying to get the detectives to run around with the whole I don't know, but it wasn't really cutting it. You drove miles away from your home with your girlfriend to go on another guy's porch. You already had a weapon. You haven't said that this guy threatened you or threatened your life. You didn't say that this guy tried to stab you. He went to go get a weapon. He put you in a chokehold. You haven't said any of that. You still haven't explained any of that. We have not heard any reason for you to for it to get to that type of level. You try to play around with it with the whole wrestling on the ground situation, but even within that, it still doesn't give me the idea why did you pull out the weapon, and then on top of that, why did you pull out the weapon and hit him in his throat? And then what was so damaging was the girlfriend's interview, the girlfriend who ratted you out about how happy you were about what you did, that you were so stoked and so excited. I just think he made a poor decision, and now he had to pay for the consequences for it. It's a shame that the guy lost his life. Not trying to say the guy wasn't a douchebag. Not trying to say that the guy wasn't doing what Morgan said that he was doing. He probably was doing it. Absolutely. Absolutely. But, you know, it's hard to say, it's hard to go with the self-defense situation when you brung yourself there and made the situation. Even if you don't believe that you were trying to make a situation, you were, right? Because it's at one point, if he's sending these messages, why don't you just block him? Right? Block him, block his number, right? If he's calling the house phone, get the police involved, right? There's other steps that you can do to create a paper trail. And now if this raggedy ass dude keeps on coming to your house, if he physically comes to your house like you did him to attack you or your sister, then now you are in your right to do whatever you have to do to protect you and your family, right? But you went looking for it. You went there, you showed up, and it's sad. It's really sad. He just didn't think this through. He didn't think it all the way through. All right. So that was the first case for you guys. I hope you enjoyed it. It was very difficult, very difficult. To, you know, the way how he was explaining things or not explaining it. Make sure you're hitting the like button. I appreciate everybody's commentary in the chat. I really do. Bruce said he didn't watch Superman 2 where the trucker whooped Superman's tail. What? Oh Lord. Let's see. Derek said, hell no, it wasn't self-defense. He's exactly where he belongs. He's a former wrestler acting like a tough guy, and he should have shut his mouth and let the cops investigate instead of handing them his own indictment. I agree with you, sir. Definitely. File a complaint for electronic harassment. Yes. Cyber stalking. Yes. File complaints. You can do that. Cyber harassment, cyber stalking. I have done it, right? You can do that. Create paper trails, right? And then eventually they will be answered, right? But you have to do what you have to do. Take the proper steps. When you start taking matters in your own hand and knowing that we have a system, then when the system decides to be fair, right? Because that is what it's supposed to do. Anybody who's involved in doing any criminal activity, whether if you was initially the instigator that turned into the victim, or if you are the victim who now turns into the instigator, you're going to have to deal with the consequences when you're dealing with a system, right? That's just how it goes. All right. Oh, hi, Rosie. How are you? Happy Memorial Day. I hope you are having a lovely day if you're in the U.S. Shout out to you. Okay, guys. So the next case that I have, so please make sure you're liking the stream for me. I truly appreciate it, and share it out to anyone that's interested. So another one is about a boyfriend too. This one is going to be a little bit longer, but it's another boyfriend. He unalived, I think, his mate, and he thought he was going to get away with it, but apparently the cops found out what his deep secret is, okay? And I wanted to take a look at this because it does involve other people was being nice to him, and they found something horrible, I think, in their house because he didn't tell them. So let's go on. Let me share my screen for you. Okay. And here we go.
Arturo Novoa was a loser. He was a mooch. He was an ex-con. He was a wannabe rapper. He relied on others to get him out of trouble, to cover for him when he ran short. And he grew a large group of friends who were so used to helping him out that when it came to something really big, they were there for him. And then, one night, it all came crashing down for him, and everything he had done and everything he had been started pulling people under right alongside him. Join us as we look into the sordid story of Arturo Anthony Novoa, a petty crook, ne'er-do-well who turned himself into a murderer.
Call 911, what is your emergency?
Yeah, my name is Ted Escobar.
Okay.
Me and my wife were just on a dead body in our freezer.
Dead body
A freezer,
in the freezer?
a freezer. My friend called last week. He said my electricity is off. Can I put my freezer in your basement? And I said, yeah.
All right, it's okay, sir. What's your name again?
My name's Ken Essenbaugh. I'm standing right in front of my house.
Is it a male? Is it a female?
I think it's a female because...
Before we begin, we would like to extend our deepest sympathies to the family and loved ones of Shannon Graves DePaul. It was Saturday night, July the 29th, 2017, when Kevin Eschenbaum made a call to the Carmel, Ohio 911 operator. He and his wife had made a terrible discovery in their basement. A freezer they had been keeping for a friend turned out to contain some remains of a human body, a young Caucasian woman. Cops would quickly swarm the area, securing the evidence and trying to learn whatever they could from the family. Both the husband, Kenny, and his...
Listen, just to, before we even get into the story, I just want to say, what kind of cruel son of a gun, first of all, you're a cruel son of a gun to be unaliving, it seems that he unalived his girlfriend. But on top of that, you put her body in a freezer, and then on the audacity to set your quote unquote friend or associate up. Like you're just a person who only care about yourself. You don't care about nobody else whatsoever. Like that's just crazy. Like someone do you a favor and they really just think they're just being like a nice person. And here you are trying to set them up that they're going to have to deal with a murder charge, because first they're going to do all the questioning is, why is this person's victim's body in your house? And then and even if you say, hey, yeah, that's my freezer, but that's not my items that's in the freezer because I let somebody use it. Well, then now they're going to have to really kind of prove that, right? Right. So it's going to be a whole big investigation that's got to go through. This guy got to go through with his family first before they even get to your ass. It's like that's just really sad when you really think about it. And it makes people don't want to be good neighbors or be friends with anybody anymore, because you really have people that will really set you up and destroy your whole life. Will really destroy your whole life. It's terrible. It's truly terrible. Let's see. Bruce said, I helped the dude out and there's a dead body in the freezer he brought over. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Lockheed Martin, how you doing? I love the name. Love the name. Who is Shannon Graves? Shannon Graves is the victim. Let's see. Looks like they were prepping. Yeah. Oh, man. It's terrible. It's terrible. Okay, let's see. Rosie said, I couldn't even imagine literally cutting up a body, seeing all the ligaments, layers of fat veins. And yeah, I mean, you're going to have to definitely have a strong channel for that. A strong, not strong channel, but a strong stomach for that. And see, Bomber Boys, I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Bomber Boy. Thank you. Thank you, guys. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. And happy Memorial Day to you guys. Let's go on.
Wife Jill Eschenbaugh were taken down to the station and asked what they knew about the freezer and how it came to be there, who was responsible for it, and whose remains those could have been. Much of the video you will see in this case has not been released nor ever seen before.
Can you tell me what happened today?
Today, my husband went over to his friend's house, and I was thinking about what to make for dinner. And I didn't have any hamburger in our freezer, so I thought maybe there might be some in there. So I went down, and I knew that the padlock was on that freezer, and so I took a little screwdriver down with me, and I just unscrewed it. And when I opened it up, I saw the black trash bag and got a 5-gallon bucket with the orange lid, and I saw that. My stomach flipped and I just shut it, and I put the screws and stuff back in, and my husband came home like maybe 10 minutes later, and he knew something was wrong. So he sat down on the couch and he said, what's wrong, and I told him what I saw, and he said, well, he goes, you stay up here, and I'm gonna go down and take, see what it is. So he went down, and he took the screws and stuff out of it again, and he opened it up, I guess, and he was down there just for a couple minutes, and I stuck my head down, and I went down the steps, and I just sat down on the steps, and he was taking that bag, that black bag, out of the backpack. There's a red backpack, and he tried to open up that, and I think I wanted to get scissors because it was tied real tight, and I gave him a thing of scissors, and he cut that open, and then there was another bag of that inside of that bag, and he cut that one open, and when he tried to open it up, it smelled horrible.
Yeah.
And I thought it was spoiled meat at first. I was hoping that it was just spoiled meat. And I said, it just stinks too bad. I said, just
go to the corner.
Put it back.
Go to the corner
Just
with that
put it
one.
back. And he went to go open the other one, and it was the same thing. It was tied, and then he cut that one, and then he opened, there was another bag inside of that. And when he cut that open, that's when he saw the foot in the back.
Okay.
And he said, it's a foot. I said, no, it can't be. And I even went over to where he was at, and I was like, oh my God, it is. And then we both went upstairs, and he went out I went upstairs to check on our son, and he went out and called the police.
Let's talk about
get money for free.
let's talk about what happened today then, because we ended up at your house today for a reason.
Right.
And that reason was
Right. I went across the street. I diagonal. My buddy Mark lives there. I've known him for years. We got bands and stuff together. Our parents said it was a new Lincoln, not new, but new to us. So I took it over and showed him the car. We were talking about what to have for dinner, I said, well, I can make some spaghetti sauce or whatever. Blah, blah, blah. And I was over there for maybe a half hour or so, 40 minutes. I came back, I sat down on the couch, smoking a cigarette. My wife's sitting next to me. And she's just sitting there, and I just look on her face. I've been together 30 years. And I said, what's the matter? She said, open that freezer up downstairs. And I said, and? She said, there's a 5-gallon bucket and a big black garbage bag.
Hey,
So
Lake
she
Dog.
looked in,
Shout out
she
to
said, no.
Portland. How
And
are
she was
you?
like, thanks. I said, you want me to go down and see? You want me to go down and see? She said, yeah. I said, did you put the screws back in? She said, yeah. I'm like, why'd you put the screws back in? And stuff like that.
because she went down and unscrewed the hasp.
She took the...
Why?
Because she said, because she wanted to see if there was any hamburger in there, she didn't make spaghetti sauce. I think it was gnawing
It
at
just
her,
got to her.
and she wanted to see, but that
Well,
was her
listen.
way. It's okay. I mean,
Listen, it's your house.
right, I'm
You
saying,
got a freezer in your basement,
right,
and
and
there's
it
a
has a padlock on it,
and
and
You're paying for this guy
right.
to run a freezer at your house.
Well, that's another thing. He said, I'll give you $100 a week to keep it. I
$100.
said, Anthony, I don't know. I said, your rent's $450 a month. I said, just throw me like $20 a month, or whatever for the electric bill or whatever.
He offered $100
He said, I'll
a
give
week.
you $100 a week.
Well, the light had to go off when he said that.
It did. I'm like, well, first I thought maybe he just misspoke, or maybe, he said, I'll give you $100 a week, or whatever. That's how you followed up, or whatever. I said, Anthony, because I thought we were friends.
So he
like,
brought a
"No,
locked freezer to your house and
I didn't-
offered to give you $100 a week.
Yeah, well, I didn't know it was locked. I didn't know it was locked.
Well, I
the
mean,
next day. Right.
yeah.
My wife told me. But I just figured, well, you don't want us to eat the meat.
So after a couple of days, you had to be suspect of this.
I was. And then
But then you didn't know what to do.
So,
I laid on the couch one night, and I'm thinking, well, Story's missing. He
so
has
this,
her car.
this is bugging you and your wife.
Right.
Gotta be.
Eating on this. Right.
So she decides
She can't take it anymore.
she can't take it
Open
any
So
longer.
she's going to look for some hamburger.
Okay.
And then I went down, and I undid it, and I opened it. As soon as I opened it, my stomach just flipped. Then I was like, what? That's how you store your meat? So I picked up the bag that was pretty heavy, the big one. And I picked up the 5-gallon bucket, and I set it down, and I open it, and there's a backpack. I'm like, take the backpack out, open up, there's a green garbage bag in it. Open up the green garbage bag, another green garbage bag. But it's frozen frozen
Big
together.
solid block.
Right, so I got these scissors, and it smells really
So I don't think that they're involved. These two individuals, the couple, I don't think they're involved in it, but it does seem kind of weird to me. Why would a neighbor of yours that you thought that was a friend, why would they bring a refrigerator to your home for you to freeze it and then act and say, hey, I'll give you $100 a week if you store my refrigerator here and hold it? That would have been quite odd to me, because if they're living in the same neighborhood, whether if it's like one of those housings, communities, right, or even a gated community, right, they pretty much have the same kind of setup that you do. That's how usually communities are, right? If the community have like mostly have basement, depending on where you live in the location, pretty much most homes will have a basement. Or if you see a community that has a lot of two door garage and stuff like that, then you'll see a couple of that's on the street. So a lot of the homes seems very similar, right? Because they want to keep the market value of the places leveled pretty much. So why would he come to you and ask you to hold his freezer? Why would you even have a freezer that you can't even fit in your house, or you don't have any room to store it in your basement or store it in your garage? Like, that would just be weird. I would have asked that question. I don't know. That's me. Maybe that's me being a little bit more skeptical, really, but I don't really believe that they were involved in it at all. And yes, if someone's telling you they will, pay you $100, you're not going to think, okay, the reason why he's offering to pay me 60 extra bucks is because he's trying to hide something. Some people will try to sweeten the deal, right, by giving you a little bit more because you actually doing them a favor, right? And this is how most people would think about it. Like, hey, listen, I mean, I have to have the deal look, favorable for you, that you're even doing me this favor, right? So I wouldn't think that that was necessarily something like you really dropped the ball on it. I don't think that with him. I really don't. I don't think that with him at all. Let's see. Bama Boy said gruesome. Yeah. Bruce said this guy here is not at fault. I agree. I don't think he's at fault at all. Mark says a guy was offered $100 a week, I would go for it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, especially if you're already paying 45, right? And someone's asking you for an extra 60, and they just saying that, you're doing me a favor, so I'm willing to pay you a little bit more because you're doing me this favor. People going to look at it like, yeah, that's decent, right? That's the right thing to do, right? Let's see. And Mark said, as long as I don't know anything. Oh my God. All right. And let's see. I would want to know what was in it. Yeah, exactly. Because they said it was locked. And I was under the impression that I thought that that was their freezer. So I thought that the guy was coming over and he was just dropping things like inside the freezer. I didn't know that that was his actual freezer, and it actually came to their house locked, right? So I don't know. Maybe the wife was just a little bit more inquisitive, right? And her spider senses started tingling, and she was like, I really need to know what's in this locked freezer that this person is paying $100 a week, for us to hold. Is it deer meat? Did he go hunting and he has deer meat that he's that he's saving up or something? Like, what's going on? I would want to know. And say, hey, what's in it? That would have been my first question too. Rosie said, I actually seen this video. Crazy how, yeah. I'm glad that you're seeing it. Hi, Kim. How are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you for stopping by as a first timer. I hope you appreciate it and hope you enjoy. Let's see. Yeah, that is suspicious. Yes, that's definitely suspicious, Bama. I agree. Let's see. Nathan, how are you? I hope everything is well. Happy Memorial Day. No, I am not a criminalist. However, I do enjoy looking at criminal, or studying criminal law, understanding the psychology behind it, and I have many, many years within law enforcement as well as military. So there you go, Bama. Let's see. Electric bills. Yeah, definitely. As soon as I saw the lock, that would bug me. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It must be a New York thing because we, I mean, I know other people do it too, but in New York, we always like, what's that? What you want for? We start asking like 500 different questions because we want to know where's the angle, right? Where are you getting at? So I don't know. Yay! Hey, hi, Candy. It's good to see you. It's good to see you. I hope you're having a lovely day, dear. I hope you're having a lovely day, and happy Memorial Day to you. I appreciate you. Let's go on.
Bad. I'm like, why would it? That's when I knew. I was like, why would you wouldn't put rotten meat in the freezer and freeze it and then rot in the freezer because it would be frozen. And like, and Joel and my wife's looking, and it just looks so weird to me. I've seen lots of rotten meat and thing working in restaurants and thing. And my wife said, nah, she said, just put it back in the thing. I said, no, Joe, I'm looking. I said, I've never seen nothing like this. No kind of meat or nothing like this. So I took had the other bag sitting on the floor. I couldn't get the knot out. It was like frozen. I just couldn't do it, I didn't have the strength to get it out. She said, you want me to get you some scissors? I said, yeah. She brought me down a pair of scissors.
Well, hell yeah, you got to get in there
right.
Now.
I said, I got to see what's in here, And then and then I'm like, it's not covered. The meat's not covered. And then I recognized the foot and the thing, and I just like, my wife grabbed her head and I grabbed mine.
You knew it was a body.
And I said, I turned around, I said, call the police. But she didn't, she was right down, so I just took the phone and I didn't call nobody, nothing.
So how did this freezer get down into the basement of the Eschenbaugh's house?
Monday, July 17th, he brings his freezer over. Now, you tell him where to put it?
Yeah. I told him, I said, as soon as you walk in the basement door, there's a little thing, just put it in there, I said, there's a plug right there you can plug it into.
Did you notice at the time there was a padlock on it?
I didn't even look at the freezer. When he brought it out of the thing, he was on top. He got the top, Mike got the bottom of it, and Nancy got the top, of it, and he carried it. And I didn't look at it or anything, and then you come down and you say, your outlet doesn't work.
The police, even before forensics could make their own determination, had a very, very good idea of whose body was in the freezer.
I just want to say, shout out to Candy. I appreciate you for your $5 Cash App. Thank you so much. That is so lovely of you. I really do appreciate any support that anybody gives, just even viewing, financially, everything. I truly appreciate you all. Thank you so much, dear. Thank you. I want to definitely spot you out because I just received a notification. I truly appreciate it. Thank you. Let's see. Hi, Chompers. How are you? Hope everything is well. Happy Memorial Day. Let's go on.
Just over a month before, on June 22nd of 2017, the family of Shannon Graves DePaul had filed a missing persons report. The 28-year-old woman had not been seen since February 23rd of that year. A strong-willed and feisty young woman, it was not unusual for Shannon, known as Star to her friends, to be out of contact with her family for a few weeks at a time. She was a free spirit and busy, often working in nearby Akron, Ohio, about 50 miles away. Small in stature, she was also known to have a fighter spirit, often taking up for others and rarely backing down from anyone who would attempt to intimidate her. She also had an on-again, off-again relationship with Arturo Novoa. Up until now, not even a hint of what had happened to Shannon had been found. Now they had a line between her disappearance and the freezer in the basement of the home in Camel, and that line would eventually be drawn straight through Arturo Novoa's life. Detective Sergeant Matt Lambert dug deeper into the relationship the Eschenbaughs had with Arturo, as well as the man's relationship with Shannon.
I don't know how you feel about it, but legally, there's nothing wrong with you looking in the freezer. So, it's not a big deal if you were like, man, I need to know what's in this freezer, and you open up this freezer, but, is that what happened?
I really was just looking for stuff for dinner tonight. I really was. He was at his friend's house, and I was just like, I didn't have any hamburger in the freezer, so I was like, I'll see if you kind of thing. And he told me, I was like, I figured I'd just, replace it on Paytails, go get them, and, and everything, and put it back in there. And that's really all that it was.
want y'all to just think about it. Just can you imagine that you had a missing woman body parts in bags that was also in book bags that was stuffed in a freezer that was locked, and you allow someone that you thought was a good neighbor, a good friend, to bring their freezer down, and this was sitting in your house for days, and this person has been missing for days. Like, it literally, like, it's like really, it really, to me, it feels like you wanted to set this couple up, but then it really, once they found out, or if anybody found out, right? Because eventually, you know, what if the refrigerator breaks down, right? Because it seemed like it was an old freezer anyway, right? If it's a hot day and you don't have no energy coming in, no electricity coming in, that place or wherever you had it, I think it was in the basement, is going to be reeking of some real nastiness, right? It's just like, just imagine, like, that is crazy. It's just really, really crazy. It's just like, oh my God. Like, when I really think about it, it's like, are you serious? I had somebody that's in my house for 4 days. I'm walking back and forth, pulling things, from my basement. I'm, going to get my lawnmower. I'm going to go get my detergent and stuff to go clean my clothes or bring clothes down there. And I have human body parts. Like, what if this wasn't a old family, because they seem like they're like an older married couple, right? They've been married for quite some time. What if they weren't? What if they had children, right? What if they had children, and you know how children are very nosy, right? Especially when they're younger. They want to always get into stuff, and they always want to touch things. What if a kid would have went down there and saw things like that? And that guy has no concern. He did not care at all. And in fact, it seemed like right after the killing, he went over there and asked them, can he put that freezer in their house? So it was like he was literally trying to set them up. And look at them. They have to sit and have interrogations for hours to ask, well, why you didn't think about it 2 days ago to go see that was in there? Why you didn't ask him when he initially asked you guys, can you hold his freezer? Why you didn't ask him initially, well, what's in it? I need to know, why is it locked? Why you can't hold it at your house? Why are you giving me $100? Like, they're asking them all these questions, and it's just like, it's really sad when you put people like that in a bad situation, right? Because of course the detectives is gonna have to ask these questions, and they have to keep in mind that it could be a possibility that whoever did this or whoever owns this freezer, which they know is this Mark guy, but they have to also question whether or not, if y'all actually knew. They have to question whether or not, did you actually knew? Did you participate in this? Or was it just like a freak accident? You just randomly went down there and you wanted to open up the freezer and this is when you saw it. They're going to have to ask these questions. It's really sad. It's really, yeah, ranking smell and everything. No, I'm not a lawyer, but shout out to you, mixable fluid. Maggots and all. Ew! Let's see. Moa said, feel bad for them. He did them dirty. Yeah, he really did. He really did them dirty. Rank, has anyone ever smelled the decomposing body? I haven't. Just have heard there's no other smell like it. Rotten potatoes is bad. So I don't know. I smelled the decomposing body before many of times. It's not a smell that you will ever forget. I would just say that. Let's go on.
Because what I'm trying to tell you is there's nothing wrong with you saying, hey, this is weird. I need to look at it.
Right. I mean, at the time when I saw the padlock, did I think that was weird? Yeah, I even told my husband that. I said, why would you put a padlock on
you said
the
you guys kind of
freezer?
jumped around and said, well, maybe Shannon's in there.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Okay.
But I didn't really think that was that. No. I wouldn't even.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're kidding around, but
Right.
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's weird.
Right. I just would never.
Okay.
I still can't believe it.
Kenneth Eschenbaugh gave a more complete picture of the man and how his relationships worked, both with Shannon and Katrina Layton, who also had a history of on-again, off-again relationships with the man.
Just, he was always with this Katrina girl on and off, right? Like, she'd get her income tax return, he'd be with her. And then that would run out, and then he'd be off with some other girl, and then income tax would come. He does like 3 years in a row. He goes back with her because she gets like $6,000-7,000 or something. And then I don't know where else where do you want me to go next? Like,
Well, so you've known him for 4 years. You've known his girlfriend Trina.
about the same. Amount.
He's lived with her on and off. Do you know her mother?
Yeah, I don't know her. Like, I don't know her name, but I know her face. I know where she lives.
She lives like right around the corner
Right.
from you. Yeah.
Right around the corner.
Like,
Yeah.
okay. Do you know this girl named Star?
I knew her from when Anthony brought her to the house.
And when was that?
First time I brought her was last summer. About the middle of last summer, probably.
That was like his girlfriend at the time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Just when they had just kind of got together, you know.
They get along?
When the first couple of times they came over, yeah, they got along. But then after that, it was a lot of fighting and stuff. I even asked him, with the same problem with his other girlfriend, Trina, I asked him not to bring her around no more. And I asked him not to bring Star around no more because they fight. They fight outside the house, you know, yelling back and forth at each other, happening this and that. I said, come on, my lunch right there, you know.
Yeah.
I just asked him not to bring her over anymore.
Star.
Yes,
But-
it definitely
but
is, Cam.
Did you ask her not to bring Katrina around too?
Yes,
Yeah.
Candy.
So you had the same problem.
Yeah, because they're always fighting.
So whenever he's with either one of them, he's fighting one of them. But it didn't start out that way.
No.
Hi, Donna.
When's
Yes,
the last time
it
you saw
is.
Star?
Oh boy, let's see.
Hey, Zero. How are you?
Oh boy, it's been a while. It was the end of last summer. Like I said, it was around the end of last summer. Actually, it was starting to get cold because the pool water was getting too cold to swim. In fact, they came and they went to swim and it was too cold to swim. So it got to be like the very end of the summer. I remember we got some mics, hard lemonade, you know, sat outside underneath the umbrella and thing. We drank a couple beers and then he had a little bit of weed. We smoked some weed. And he went home and that's the last time I saw her.
Detective Lambert also brought in Michael Gordon and his mother the next day to help establish how Arturo came to be in possession of the freezer and how it ended up in the basement of the Eschenbaugh's home. Gordon was a co-worker of Arturo's at Outback Steakhouse and had known the man for about a year.
Okay, the reason I'm bugging you guys is I need to know about things you might have moved for a guy named Anthony. And this guy you would know as Anthony. That's not his name, but it's what you know him as, Anthony. Do you know that's not his real name?
I know his name, no. I know he says Tony.
Right.
It's a derivative of Anthony, so
Yeah.
neither one of them are right.
Right. His real name is Arturo Novoa. Most people who are very close to him don't even know that, but it's something.
We do know, because he prides himself on saying that he's Puerto Rican.
Okay. He's happy about that, I guess. Okay, so I'm interested in things you may have moved for him.
Okay.
And I'm specifically interested in the freezer. So what can you guys tell me about a freezer?
I was with him when they bought it.
Who bought it?
Anthony bought it. He was on the phone with Trina. Trina gave him the money. They were together earlier that day.
Anthony
Trina gave him the money.
bought it. Trina's money.
They were on the phone all the time. He was in the store.
Which was where?
Walmart.
So you were with him when he bought this. Is this you and him?
Yeah.
Okay.
She was on the phone constantly.
So.
Constantly.
He
And
buys
even
it.
after he bought it, I went to the bathroom. She got mad because I took my time going to go get my car for it to come in. For him to put it in the car. For them to put it in the car. She's like that. She's really like that.
So, if you had to guess, when do you think this was?
Around the first week of July. I don't think it was before the 4th.
Okay.
So hold up. Wait a minute. You mean to tell me that Arturo sit up there had a job at Outback Steakhouse with a alias, because his name is Arturo and not even Anthony or Tony, even though that is what he would tell his fellow coworker here. He had them accompany him to even buy the freezer. So I'm wondering why. I guess because maybe this guy, his name is Michael Gordon. This guy probably had a truck with a bed that was able to carry it, and he probably didn't have a vehicle for it. But it's just crazy to me how now it just seems so many people, this guy involved in it, and then honestly, he's been lying to every person that he had a relationship or acquaintance with so far, right? He lied to the old elderly couple about why he wanted to put the freezer down there or what was in it. And then now this couple, he had them involved with buying the freezer at Walmart, and I think he probably did it just to as more of a cover up, right? Because he had other people around him, and it didn't look like it wouldn't look suspicious as into why he needed the freezer. That's my real where I'm going at, why he involved this couple right here. But it's just crazy. Like, he does not care. This is really like on some high level sociopath, almost. He's almost there, but it's almost that serial killer level, right? Because he's just like, he's involving everyone. He doesn't care whatsoever. Everybody had a role to play in him in this action of doing what he did to his ex-girlfriend. And these people are sitting up here like, why am I being called in? They like, what is going on? And they like, it was just a freezer. Like, it's like this poor families, right? These poor families. They like, it's just a freezer. I didn't know what was in the freezer. Shoot, he's saying we were just with them when they bought the freezer. And then now they're getting all this questions, and then eventually, the detective is gonna have to tell them that freezer was used, for a particular reason. And then I'm sure they're gonna ask Gordon and his wife whether or not, did y'all know why he wanted a freezer? You helped him move it down in the other man's house. They're gonna have to ask him these questions. It's just sad that so many people are being involved into somebody else's sick, twisted, demented, disgusting plan of executing a girlfriend that's supposedly supposed to be your loved one. It's just crazy. It's just insane to me. I'm like, and poor Michael Gordon, he's sitting there, he's laying down, he got his head on his arm, and he's like, why you got me in this hot ass room? What do you want to talk to me about, bro? I just helped a fellow coworker buy a freezer and store it down in a basement. That is it. What did this guy get me into? And I think it was a shocker to him to realize that Anthony or Tony wasn't even his real name. It's crazy. That's just really sad. It's really, really sad. Let's see. Hold on. I gotta keep on going back up. Oh, it says, you talking to Candy. Oh, let me find. Okay, so here we go. The opening title said it right. He's a loser, a thug, a liar, and he threw all the people under the bus. Yes, he did. They didn't smell that stank freezer. Apparently, they didn't. He had the body parts sealed up really tight in plastic bags, and then he also put them in book bags, like a red and black book bag. and then it's an actual freezer. So he was literally muffing the smell. It was just being continued muffled. Let's see. Using them and trying to incriminate them. Yes, that's just he was going ham. So these two went with him to go buy the freezer. He needed a strong back. Yeah, he needed a strong back. He needed an alibi, like everything under the sun. Bama Boy said, I'm a huge Alex Cross, James Patterson. I read almost all the books. Alex Cross is psychological police officers, had the criminal profiler. He's awesome. You know what? I heard of them both, and I like James Patterson too. Let's see. Candy said, Zero, they usually just stop after the candy department. Oh, okay. Let's see. Derek said we thought he had a rump roast in the freezer. Yeah, they did. They thought that he had like meat. I thought that he had deer meat, right? Like when I go, like some of my supervisors and stuff like that, and who are commanders, they like to go hunting. That's their thing. That's their sport. They like to go hunting and stuff like that. And when we have hunting season up here in New York, that's a good time to get all these damn deers and all this shit to be like crossing the street and messing up our doggone cars if we hit them. So they do all the cutting and the cleaning and all that stuff for them. So they'll have deep freezers where they'll put the meat in there, you know what I'm saying, and to store it because it has a good store, how you could store it. You could store it for a pretty long time if you freeze it correctly at the right temperature. So that's what I thought. I thought it was like deer meat or something like that. I wasn't thinking it was gonna be body parts. But then again, I should have known better because this is the show, right? I ain't never stopped something, but I've seen there's a few low key. Oh, you talk about y'all having a whole full on conversation in the chat. I'm about to leave y'all alone. It's greasy as hell. Yeah. Oh, wait, no, let's see. Okay, y'all having a full conversation. Let me go back to this thing. I don't want to have y'all conversation pulled up. Let me go on.
They delivered the freezer to a duplex that Arturo and Katrina were renting together. A couple of weeks later, Arturo gets them to help him take the freezer over to the Eschenbaugh house on Divot Avenue.
It was just a lock and some screws. And my toe.
I'm saying, the metal parts that you locked the lock to? Because that thing didn't have the stuff on it.
I guess. It was with the lock. Like.
Oh, it was a kit?
It was just a lock and some screws and shit. Okay. He just put it in my toe.
So he put it in your toe. When you got there, he put it on.
Yeah, okay. Because he couldn't have did it before.
Okay.
Yes, we hunt in New York. I keep on. Okay.
When he showed you the upstairs.
This is what, okay, so Southern says she learned something new today. Yes, we do hunting in New York. You got to understand, everybody here in New York, everybody thinks New York City. New York State is country as hell, okay? You're gonna see cows, okay? You're gonna see a whole lot of land. You're gonna see mountains and waterfalls and rivers and a whole lot of wildlife, right? We hunt. There's a lot of hunting that go on out here, but not in the city, not in New York City. New York City is the country jungle. Outside New York State, that's country life. One day I'll show you. One day I'll show you around an area not too far from where I live, and I literally live by mountains and a lake. That's like my backyard. Okay, I'll show you one day. Let's go on.
This is real important.
Yeah.
We didn't have the tote then, so it had to be that day.
Does Trina know that you're over at Devitt putting his freezer there?
Yeah. She has to. If she's the one.
Bruce.
I went from Devitt to her house where Anthony got the extension cord. Yeah. He's the one that told me she helped him find it.
Touche.
And we go back to Devitt. So I would assume, yes, she does.
She's calling, talking while you guys are doing all this? Or?
No, he talked to her in the house when he got the extension cord.
Well, I mean, you said...
Ever been to West New York?
Always, he got a
country as hell.
She got a bad habit of calling that boy every 10, 15 minutes. And like I said, when he ignores her calls, she blows his phone up. Right?
Oh, yeah.
When when he ignores the calls, I get phone calls.
Hey, if I'm not with him and she can't find him, she calls me. And I'm like, look, I'm at work or I'm doing me. Why are you calling me?
I got you.
She keeps tabs on that.
I know.
They'll even call you if she
They
don't
be like,
do
where
yourself.
those Timberlands at? No,
She keeps tabs on him better than she keeps tabs on her son.
I love my city, though.
Up until this moment, the Gordons didn't know the extent of what they had been involved with. Just a hint from Detective Lambert sets off their understanding that they had done much more than just help out a friend.
Help him move
It
that
don't
thing?
make no sense.
Or did you move it yourself?
Move what myself?
The freezer.
No. I helped him move it.
Okay. Was it heavy?
No.
Not heavy. Okay. Did you look at it?
Nope.
Okay.
There's something more than you're not telling us. And we don't need to know, do we? Do we?
I would want to know. Did you know Shannon?
Who?
Shannon.
No.
His other girlfriend.
No.
Never met
It's
her?
sad, right, Bomber?
Color
It
star?
really is.
Nope.
You can really get set up by people, right?
Hear talk about her.
You do?
That's about it.
What do you hear?
Can't nobody
Hi,
find her.
Flower.
And she
How
does
are
this
you?
all.
Happy Memorial Day, dear. How are you?
Well, you found her.
Are you serious?
Mm-hmm.
Are you serious?
I mean, it ain't
Yes.
really
Not in
a
that freezer.
stereotype, is it, though?
No.
If you can really see that out there. It's not everyone, but it's out there.
How the fuck would he ask me to move some shit like that?
Mike is.
See how he's looking
Not
at
as
it?
brand new.
Did you? Wait, hold on. Did you hear him? He said, "Man, why the fuck would he ask me to move something like that, yo? Like." I can already see it now. Mike, like, Mike is like, these cops better get him because if not, I'm gonna get him. How dare he try to set me and mine's up like that? Like, why would he even do that? Like, you could just see the frustration on his face, and I know it's like the actual video is pretty dark, but I could just tell even by his voice, he's like, oh my God, you are lucky I'm sitting in here with these detectives because if I would have known, I would have handled that. I would have handled that. That's just crazy. He's pissed off. You can just tell he is so pissed off. Oh my God. Let's see. Moa says too much difference between the city and the state. Y'all need to visit us. Yes, they do, right? Y'all need to come and visit. Y'all would love coming to New York, like, and then taking the train to go to New York to Canada, right? Like, what is it called? What is that train called? The Adronax. The Adronax train is Trailwells is beautiful, beautiful. Like, that's one train ride. Like the sightseeing. Going into Canada is amazing. It's like some Harry Potter type of shit. Y'all would love that shit. You would. Y'all should definitely come whenever you get a chance. Don't just go to the city. Don't only just be scared of the city, and the Bronx and all that good stuff. Come and see other parts of the New York. You enjoy it. You really will. That is correct, Zero. I am a vet too. I am. He's definitely a New York. I don't. Why would you say that, Zero? Oh my God! Why would you say that? How you know he's a New Yorker? No, Southern is not the subway. I'm not talking about them trains. I don't even mess with those trains. Okay, I don't go to the subway unless I have to work. But actual like just going out and about, I don't mess with the trains. Hell no. Absolutely not. I haven't been on the subway in like 20 something years. I haven't been on the subway. I've been driving. I said, nope, I'm good. I'm good. I'm so good. I'm not going on the subway. I'm talking about like the Amtrak trains. The Amtrak trains you would enjoy. The ones that has like the sleeper room and stuff like that, and like the whole room is like glass, and you can see on both sides of all the mountains, the forests, the waterfall, the everything, the waters, the lakes, and traveling. It would have been nice. It's nice. It's beautiful. Sorry, guys, we got sidetracked. Let's go on.
Arturo had already been brought in for questioning by the police on the matter, and Detective Lambert let the Gordons know the man's version of the story.
That's why we had to talk to you guys, because crazy as that is. Because Anthony don't know nothing about no freezer. Anthony don't know nothing about no freezer.
Are we talking about the same Anthony?
The only Anthony I know.
We're talking about the same Anthony.
God, I know.
Yeah, you would have to take
So
I forgot that they have the pills for that, but you're right.
The reality of the situation they may have been part of sinks in heavily on the Gordons.
What, Mom, you alright?
I'm thinking that freezer was just...
not very big.
It wasn't at
Yes,
all.
exactly, Joanne.
No, it wasn't
And
very
I always
easy,
have fun when I go up to Canada
It
too.
wasn't.
I'm not that far.
She wasn't a very big girl.
Shannon Graves was a young woman making her way through a tough world surrounded by rough and tumble communities. She was strong, and according to her friends, there were two things in the world she loved more than anything: her father and her dog. As we said before, it wasn't unusual for her to lose touch with her family from time to time. Life and time would get away from her, chasing work and doing what she needed to do just to get by. But from
You see how wicked that is, Derek? He said that he don't know nothing about no freezer. See, didn't I tell you that was the whole reason why he had that family couple go with him to the Walmart to get the freezer? Because now when they check back at the videos at the Walmart, right? He can say, oh, you know, there was the one who bought the freezer. The freezer was in their truck. He was just helping them with the freezer, right? I mean, the only thing that would let them know that, of course, he bought the freezer is if the receipt, right? The receipt, and they can match if he used his credit card to purchase the freezer with the receipt, then that's how they'll know that that was that's his freezer. But the simple fact is that he's saying that he doesn't even know anything about a freezer. But then they're at the scene where he purchased the freezer. They was at the other couple's house where he helped bring the freezer down. He set everything up to make it seem like they're the ones who did this to this woman. Like he had no involvement at all. That is wicked. Pure wicked. Wow.
From March to June of 2017, her family could not reach her. She was not returning calls or texts or anything, and that was a bit out of character for her, especially for such a long period of time. Her father would file the missing persons report on June the 28th, just a little over 4 months since anyone could remember seeing her. So, while the family lost touch with her, that second love in her life was making appearances in Youngstown. Numerous people saw her dog being walked, but it wasn't Shannon taking the dog out. It was Katrina Layton. Someone had also been living in the duplex that Shannon had leased with Arturo. Yeah, it was Katrina Layton. Someone was also using Shannon's debit and public assistance cards to purchase groceries and other necessities in Youngstown. Those cards would be found in the duplex being shared by Arturo, Katrina, and her children. Numerous witnesses would tell investigators that they had seen all of these things during the time that Shannon had been missing. And to a person, they all said that Katrina and Shannon had hated each other. They were rivals at times for the affections of Arturo Novoa. None of them looked to be suspicious or sinister at that time, but now, in hindsight, and with the finding of Shannon's dismembered body, a clearer picture of what had happened was coming together. Investigators began building a timeline of what had happened based on the testimonies they had received as well as the evidence that was being gathered. They believe that Arturo killed Shannon on February 24, 2017, the day after she had returned from working in Akron. She had been bludgeoned numerous times, suffering mortal wounds to her head from what appeared to be a framing hammer. The hammer used in the murder was found hidden among the trash and debris in Arturo's home. Katrina was also thought to have taken part in the killing. Now they had the problem of a body and how to dispose of it. Katrina had access to a garage where they could do the grisly work. Shannon's body was taken there, along with a reciprocating saw, and Arturo called and asked Andrew Herman. Andrew wasn't just a loyal friend, but he was also the kind of person that might relish in such a gruesome and grim task. Arturo, Katrina, and Andrew worked for some time to remove the head and limbs from the body. The head was then shaved and doused with sulfuric acid, along with the torso, in an attempt to either destroy it or make it impossible to identify. Her arms, legs, and other unidentified body parts were then placed into black trash bags. The garage was then cleaned up as best they could. Forensic teams would later find just a few blood spatters on items within the garage. The drops may have been few, but they were telling pieces of evidence. An associate of Arturo and Andrew, a local man named Chris Rose, better known as Clown, provide Detective Lambert with some insight on what kind of a person Andrew was.
I mean, forever though. Out of all my friends.
This is insane. They did this woman so freaking horrible. They did her horrible. And I'm wondering why. I mean, I can understand what that other girl, what she would be down, down to do that because, you're ugly as hell, right? And that woman was attractive. She was beautiful. She had a lot going for herself. It seemed that people actually did care about her, right? Because she was a caring individual. And you got this guy. I don't even know why. I don't know, but I'm not gonna judge. But you got this guy that you're just head over heels and you're just doing, you'll do stupid shit for. Like I just don't understand. And then who is the other guy with the longer hair? Like somebody just calls you and be like, hey, yo, listen, I need you to come help me. And you're just down for it because you got a kink for gore. Like I'm like the simple fact is that you knew that you was going to start ripping a body to part and throwing battery acid and stuff on it. It's like you came to the party to be involved in that. Like, are you a person that used to tie dynamite or a firecracker to cats or dogs tail when you were young? Were you the person who was with the magnifying glass trying to burn every insect that was crawling on God's green earth? Like, I'm starting to wonder this. Like, who jumps at, ooh, me? I want I want to help you sever a body. And even if you didn't know that that's what you was going there to do, as soon as you realized that that's what the setup was, you didn't be like, you know what? I don't know what the fuck y'all on, but I'm not with it. I'm about to be out and I'm calling the cops. I'm just letting you know, okay? I'm calling your cops. Or I wouldn't even tell them that because if I was fearful that they were going to kill me, if I said I was calling the cops, I'd just be like, yo, y'all sick. I can't be here and be out. Make sure I get far distance away and I'm going to be like, 911, this is what's happening. Like, now we have this new person. Like, how many people has it been already? So far, we have like 7 people. This is like individual number 8 that is involved in this person's this woman's death. or somewhat know or understand what was going on, or been put in it, even though they didn't know what was going on. We already see that there was already three individuals who knew what was going on, and four individuals who had no clue that it was being set up. It's crazy. And then everybody has some type of connection, to this Arturo guy who's been sitting up here lying to everybody, saying that he's Anthony. I'm just really flabbergasted right now. But let's hear what he has to say about his quote unquote friend, about this Arturo's character.
Friends, I would say out of all of my friends, the person you would call to, like, if something were to happen like that, would be Andrew.
Why?
So, he's just a dark kid, man. He's always been about dead bodies and like I make his music. It's all dark, weird shit. You know what I mean?
Music. What do you mean?
Like I used to make his music. I used to make Andrew's music for him. Like I would record it, do all that. It was just always like real dark stuff. You know what I mean? Like, cause I've known Andrew since we were working at the Scaregrounds, 14 years old. You know what I mean? It's always just been weird stuff. You know what I mean? Like,
how about Anthony?
Anthony, his music was more like wannabe drug dealer type music, you know what I mean? I don't know. I would say, that's what I would say.
Same old shit as every other guy,
yeah.
writing rap lyrics.
Yeah. Like, but Andrew's stuff, it was strange, you know what I mean? Like, even the rap name he goes by is strange. It's just Dead Necrophiliac Assassin. Which, I mean,
what the fudge? Dead Necrophiliac Assassin? That's his name? Yeah, that's quite telling. That's quite telling that he's into dead bodies. Yeah. Assassin, yeah, he's into probably the killing of individuals, right? Covert killing, right? Because that's what assassins do. Yeah, I mean, that's quite telling. But he's saying out of all my friends, it will possibly be him. Like, what? Like, I'm starting to worry about your friend. Who are your friends? How can you even sit up there and say that dude is still your friend? Like, I'm losing it. If y'all don't notice, I'm losing it. Like, wow. It's driving me insane right now. All right, let's go on. I can't.
Anybody, that's strange, all right? I made him go by DNA because that was weird. I was like, nah, I'm not making no music by no fucking weird ass name like that. You know what I mean? Like, he's always been a weird dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I always just thought it was just a gimmick for the music thing. You know what I mean? I never really would have thought, like.
So with a name like that, he's making what, like Insane Clown Posse type lyrics?
Yeah, stuff like that.
Alright.
That's why I figured it was just like a gimmick, you know what I mean?
Rip off.
Yeah.
Clown would also talk about an incident where Arturo and Andrew had taken some items over to a friend's house to burn them in a bonfire. Whatever had happened there bothered Andrew quite a bit.
I don't know. Andrew got really, really strange. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've known Andrew a long time. Me and Andrew have been friends for years. Over the last 3-4 months, I thought it was his girlfriend that was making him strange. You know, like, guys get with girls and they start acting funny.
Yeah.
But, I don't know. You've been acting real strange. Something's off. You know what I mean? Okay. So it started making me put two and two together.
Right, Candy?
I really feel like there's something there. I really do. Because, I mean, the night that I came home after I was told the
but there was like some suspicious fire going on. His girl was downstairs in the basement crying. And I asked her what it was about, and she didn't tell me nothing. So I was like, oh, well, I'm not going to open that crate of eggs, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, and then when we went out fishing, I was like, so what did they burn that night? You know what I'm saying? And he was like, some bags. He's like, they wouldn't really let me outside to see, you know, everything that they was burning or nothing. He said he poked his head out the window or whatnot. He said, but there was a bag that they handed him that Andrew, or it was either Andrew or Anthony, one of the two handed him a bag and told him, don't look inside this bag. Okay. He didn't look in the bag. I told him he's a fucking idiot for not looking in the fucking bag.
Well, everybody's told him.
Like, seriously, you gotta, like, at least take a peek. I mean, if somebody's putting you in a situation like that, you kind of gotta, like,
yeah,
you know, at least.
Yeah.
That way, if anybody ever asks you what was in that bag, at least you know what was in that bag. Yeah. He said, there's 25 to life in this bag.
Steve,
don't look in this bag. Yes.
Steve told you that Andrew told him that.
Yes.
Do not look in this bag.
Yes.
Detectives had no doubt what the men were trying to burn, and they quickly went to the location and surveyed what was still there. While they found no human remains, they were able to recover a small bracelet, one that could be matched to one seen in a photo of Shannon. Strangely enough, on the night of the bonfire, the fire had gotten a bit out of control and the local fire department had been called by a neighbor. By the time the fire truck arrived, the men had gotten the burn pit back under control and firemen had no chance to get a look at what was involved. This would prove to not be the only near miss Arturo would have with authorities in this case. On April the 27th, police attempted to pull over a car driven by Arturo Novoa. He had been clocked going 45 in a 25-mile-an-hour zone. Instead of pulling over, he tried to make an escape. He ended up crashing the car into a fence and then trying to flee the scene on foot. Officers chased him down and had to taser him, and then he was taken to a hospital for treatment of injuries he had obtained by climbing over a fence. He was booked that night and later released with a court date. In hindsight, the traffic infraction, while serious, didn't warrant him running from the scene, even though he was on parole. Still, even though there were two missed opportunities, the discovery of what happened to Shannon was an inevitability. Arturo had gotten so many people involved, even those on the fringes who had no idea they were a part of something terrible. After the freezer was found, though Katrina and Arturo were, without a doubt, the main suspects in the disappearance and murder of Shannon Graves, both were quickly brought in, arrested, and interrogated. Andrew would also be brought in for questioning, and Andrew's estranged wife, Michelle Illenfield, would also be implicated in the case. In custody, Arturo would plead that he had nothing to
Yeah, this is wicked. He got like 9 people involved in all of this. And that does make some sense, right? Like they're saying, and wait, so the woman lost her life before, I guess they said like the week before the 4th of July. So I'm thinking like maybe like towards the end of June. But they said in around April 27th, he literally dipped, ran out the car, and when he felt that the cops were tracking him, and they had to tase him and all the stuff like that. So he was out there already just doing some stuff that he wasn't supposed to do. So maybe you guys are right, because y'all been calling him a meth head, and y'all said that he pretty much unalived this poor woman with the meth head queen. It could be a possibility, even from the last guy that they interviewed about a character witness for this guy, Arturo. He seems like, he smoked some stuff, right? And I don't think it's just weed. So you might be right about, the other things that he was doing outside of this situation. But it's clear as day that not only is he a manipulator, he sets people up. He he's a horrible human being, right? And to have that much, I guess, disdain or disgust for somebody to, like, and this is somebody that you're supposed to be dating, right? Someone that you're supposed to care about. To do that to her, hit her multiple times in her head with a hammer, and then to take her body and cut it up in pieces and stuff like that, and then put it in a freezer, and to list people to help you that didn't even know, like, you're a serial killer. I can clearly say that he is a serial killer, right? I can clearly, like, all the things is leading towards that. But now he's about to say that he had nothing to do with this woman's disappearance or her murder, even though you was with her. You were the last person that she was with before she went missing. Let's go on.
To do with the crimes.
Okay. The other day I asked you about the rumors about you burning things up.
Yes.
Okay. You told me you didn't.
Correct.
Okay. Is that still true?
Correct.
You did not burn things up.
I did not.
Okay. Did you, at any point, take a freezer to a house in Camel?
I did not.
You did not?
I did not.
Okay, so you didn't go to Kenny Eschenbaugh's house on Devitt with a freezer, with a padlock on it, and put it in his basement?
I did not.
You did?
And leave and go get an extension cord and plug it back in?
You didn't do that?
I did not.
Okay. Okay, so up until now, has anything we talked about not been true?
Everything.
The last time you saw Shannon was when?
I don't even know. Like the end of February.
Okay. You have no idea what became of her? Where she ended up?
I do not. I have said this to everybody.
Okay. Okay. People that know you said this, that you burned things up. Now I have people that know you saying you brought a freezer to her house. When they opened it up, guess what they found?
What did they find, sir?
Why do you think you're here? The charge is abuse of a corpse.
Excuse me?
Abuse of a corpse.
Are you being serious right now?
I'm not fooling with you, man.
You're 100% serious.
I would not
right
make this
now.
up. Yeah, absolutely.
I don't believe it.
Well, I wouldn't be sitting here with you at, 10 o'clock at night, if I wasn't talking about a body in a freezer that you brought to a guy's house.
You're fucking kidding me.
No, I'm making it up, man.
What the fuck?
So, I'm trying to figure out how all these people that are not her friends, they're people that you know, are saying this.
Alrighty then. Wow. Alrighty then. Yeah, something is wrong here.
Really? Not him trying to act like, oh wow, really? This is really going on? I can't believe it. You have people lying on me. I don't know nothing. I didn't do anything. I don't know about no freezer. Like, you really think that this is gonna fly? Nobody else has any relations with this woman except you. No one else. Not the couple that you used their basement to put your freezer in. Not the black couple who you went with to Walmart so they can help you purchase the freezer and put it in other people's house. Not even those meth heads that you hanging around with. Those weren't her people. They were yours. And the last guy who interviewed you, that was your quote unquote friend that he knew you for a certain amount of years. And he's the one who put out and said, if it was anyone that would have done something like this, or I would have think that would do something like this out of all the friends I know, this is the guy. He was a full-on character witness about the things that you are capable of doing or the weird shit that you've been into since the amount of years that he been around. But you literally going to sit there and act like someone is doing you wrong and like you're being set up or something, and it like this is a serial killer. This is a serial killer. Y'all are looking at a serial killer. Oh my God, really? Wow. Something's going on. Something's going wrong here. And he thinks that that is believable. Stop lying to me. You're lying to me. Dude, are you serious? Do you really think that they get paid to sit up there and to lie about someone losing their life? You think they're spending 48 hours not being around their own family and their own wives to just pull your leg about them finding a woman body parts that you used to deal with in a freezer that you purchased at a neighbor house that you was paying them $100 to hold? Like, come on. Let's go on.
Arturo goes on the defensive, saying he's just a working man who didn't have time to be involved, and that all these people who were accusing him were just wrong.
This is fucked up.
It's kind of too many people now. You know what I mean?
This is fucked up.
It's
I
kind
need
of
to make a phone call.
It's kind of too many people.
The thing is, I don't do anything but work and sleep. So when somebody tells me that they're even remotely talking about me or saying anything about me at all, kind of baffles me. Okay. Because all I do is work and sleep, work and sleep, work and sleep.
Okay.
And I talk to my mom. I don't talk to a lot of people.
Okay. Well, you know, when we talked last time, we had this guy that's some kind of acquaintance of yours, lives up the street from you, who says he went with you to burn some things. And they were burned at some people's house where all the people were home. And they were all like, yeah, it's Anthony. Everybody knows Anthony. They know he's Anthony. But everybody knows Anthony. That was a little weird, but now I have a
my apology.
a freezer with a body in it in a guy's house that says, you know, Anthony brought this freezer over here, and we opened it up because we thought it was weird. And
what the fuck kind of shit is that?
Well, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out. Got all these people who know you.
Well, we're gonna have to. I'm definitely gonna have to make a phone
Elizabeth,
call.
how are you? Happy Memorial Day if you celebrate it.
This is some fucked up shit that you're telling me.
Yeah.
And I don't really believe you, but I have no choice but to believe you because I'm sitting here.
No, we don't do this for.
We wouldn't make it up.
We sure as shit wouldn't arrest you for.
Hey Sherry, how
Just
are you?
not having
Happy Memorial Day if you celebrate it.
You know what I mean? Obviously.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So I basically got all these fingers just being pointed at me, and now there's a body involved.
Now there's a. And we're really kind of hoping that it's Shannon.
This is fucking
because if it's not, then this guy says you brought a body to his house and it's somebody else and Shannon's still missing, then what are you, some kind of serial killer?
That's the crazy thing.
Arturo refuses to acknowledge the seriousness of the charges against him, as if that would explain the whole situation away.
This is gonna take so long. I'm gonna lose my job.
You're gonna lose your job? Did you hear what I said? This ain't about your Outback dishwasher job anymore, dude. There's a.
Yes, he's quite telling, right? Because they're telling him that a woman that you used to be in a relationship with is not only have she's been missing, not only she's unalive, but they found her body parts in a refrigerator that you own. And everybody that you have associations with is confirming that you bought the freezer, they were with you, you asked them to put it in their house, confirmed that you called them to help you sever the body parts and stuff like that. You went with another neighbor and went to go burn items, right? Using your guy's furnace that without his permission, right? All these people are literally associated with you and not the woman who lost her life, not the victim. And right now, while he's having this conversation with you, You are stoned. You don't even care that this woman died and she died cruel. And that you are literally being thrown under the bus by your associates. The only thing you care about is, oh, my job, my dishwasher job. Really? So you're already showing that you don't care. Not even like, oh my God, I can't believe that happened. Oh, we weren't dating anymore. I don't know who she got involved with. This is terrible. I don't know why they would say that about me to you guys. Yes, I probably am a dick. I'm an asshole, but I would never do anything like that. Like, he doesn't understand. It's not registering to him because remember what I told you about serial killers, right? A funeral is equivalent as a wedding for a serial killer. Their emotions are mundane. They don't care. It's not a bother to them. This is not a shock to them. And again, this is somebody that you was dealing with romantically at one point. He doesn't care. He's talking about, I need to go into work tomorrow and wash dishes. This is ridiculous.
Body in a freezer. And the guy said you brought it to his house.
Yeah.
Now, whether it's her or not, you understand whether it's her or not, doesn't matter. Your dishwasher job at Outback is fucked. Okay? And that's a weird thing for you to say. Like, my job's fucked up?
Detective Lambert spells out the facts of the case and their findings to Arturo in an attempt to turn up the pressure.
I'm telling you that 4 people who know you said you burned her shit up, and now 2 people who know you said you brought a freezer with a body in it to their house, and you're talking to me about your dishwasher job. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You learned that inside your apartment there was some blood, which don't really look too good right now when this girl's missing. I would like to know.
The only blood that I can possibly think that you might have found.
There's a lot of reasons. There's a lot of reasons why there might be blood in your apartment. But when you add that onto the fact that these people saw you burning some shit, and when we went through the shit, figured out it was hers because her bracelet was in there. And when you add in that these other people who know you have a freezer in their basement that they say you brought over there, it kind of, we're past the point of no return on this thing. Like, you didn't bring no freezer with a body in it, and you don't know what's going on.
Right.
That don't happen. So there's a big part of your life that I'm not a part of, and that would be the part where you got a freezer with a body in it. How was it with you? So,
like, how do I end up in this position?
It would be very interesting to me to find out how you came upon a freezer with a body in it. That would be very interesting to me right now. It would also be very interesting to me if that's Shannon in there. It's a bad thing to say, but I'm hoping it is, because if it ain't, then I gotta wonder what the fuck do I got here. If you got a freezer with a body in it and it ain't hers, what the fuck? See what I'm saying? So I got a lot of questions, and none of them are good.
I live a pretty simple life.
Well, it's actually a little bit complex.
How do you say?
Well, you have a probation officer who thinks you live on the east side. And you got a mother who asked me first if I'm probation or police, because that matters where you live. You have an apartment that was your missing girlfriend's apartment that you're still living in.
It used to be ours, but yes.
Yeah. You also have a new house that you guys are paying rent on that you don't live in. And according to Katrina, the only thing that you guys owned in that place was this freezer. So you got an apartment, it's a duplex up and down. What do you want to call that, an apartment or a house?
Hold up. So he's living in the apartment that he shared with the victim. And the house or the duplex, whatever he has with the other girl that committed a crime with him, y'all don't even stay there. The only thing that was there was the freezer that you purchased. So you're still staying in a missing person's house. Her name is on there, and you're still staying there. So you mean to tell me that you didn't know that she was missing? And I'm glad his mom sold him out. I'm glad his mom sold him out, because if she's getting calls from the probation officer for him to get his checkups and check-ins, and she's like, well, he doesn't stay here, so I don't know why you calling me. That means that he gave his probation officer the wrong address or the wrong location, or he didn't notify them that he changed where he was going to be residing at. And obviously, then he's not answering her phone calls and messages. So yes, the probation officer is going to reach out to the mom, the one that they have on file when you like to call to when you get in trouble with daddy law. Wow, this is crazy. Like, this is really crazy. He is diabolical. This is really scary. If you really think about it, this is scary. This is not even funny. He's really a very scary human being. If I even call him a human being, and I'm saying that very lightly.
It's a duplex.
Okay. You have a half a house.
My lease is up in September, so.
You have a half a house that you're paying for that you don't live in, that you don't keep nothing in there but a freezer that just happens to have your dead ex-girlfriend in it. So it kind of looks bad.
I don't have anything in that house. We literally have no furniture, nothing.
Not anymore.
No, it's been moved.
Yeah, the freezers, well, we have it now, but it was in Camel.
We literally had nothing in that apartment.
There's a freezer with a body in it, in Camel, that a guy that you do music with says you brought there.
It's impossible, because I didn't do no such thing.
Okay.
Can I make a phone call? Because I'm going to need to obviously get a hold of a lawyer.
Oh, would you like to talk to a lawyer?
I would like to call my lawyer, yes.
Okay.
Andrew would also ask for a lawyer who was present at his questioning. Andrew admitted nothing in 2 interviews, but may have inadvertently made the situation worse for himself in the process. Arturo and Andrew both acted as if they knew the investigators would have to prove their involvement. They were going to give up anything. Katrina, on the other hand, was leveraged a bit by life. The mother of 2 young children, she found herself in jail for an indeterminate amount of time, and there was little she could change about that unless she was willing to turn on the other 2. She held strong for a while.
And so would your children. Your son's out there talking about a story he's supposed to tell us.
A story? What do you mean? I don't know. My kid has all kinds of stories.
Okay.
I know. I mean, I don't know what he meant by that. Like, I don't know what you mean. My son said he has a story. No, I mean, I'm misunderstanding what you just said. You said my son's.
What I'm saying is you could go in the freezer too.
I got you.
And apparently, we ain't got no problem putting people in freezers around here, so
I
that's
mean,
the world you're living in.
I do.
Well,
I got a big problem with it.
Well,
so I'm going to jail for something
Let me ask you this.
I can do.
While investigators did not get much information from her at that time, the pressure had obviously gotten to her. A phone call made from the Mahoning County Jail by Katrina to her mother would speak volumes about how she was actually holding up. Those incarcerated are informed before making any phone calls that anything said in those calls can and would be used against them in a court of law.
Katrina.
Yo, you gotta get me out of here. I don't know.
I know, Tina.
You gotta get me out of here. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Where are you? Did they book you?
Yeah, they booked me. Of course they booked me. They got me charged with 2 different things. I don't know what the fuck to do. I didn't even do anything. I don't have a lawyer. I don't have a lawyer.
What did they book you with, murder?
No, abuse of a corpse and obstruction of something or another. I don't even know.
Obstruction of justice?
I guess.
And abuse of a corpse? How is that?
I don't I don't know. I kept telling them I didn't know anything about it. I didn't have anything to do with it. They wouldn't
You
listen.
needed the lawyer up. I'm so fucking glad you called me. I was there at 3 o'clock in the morning again. Did they tell you that?
No, they said something, but you were there, and I don't know. I didn't know if you were there when I left, but all they know is I'm standing here. They booked me. I'm going to lose my job. I'm going to lose my job. I'm never going to
Where's Anthony? They took Anthony in, too, you know.
Huh?
They took Anthony, too. He's there.
I know.
Tina, you're so fucking innocent. Anthony is so motherfucking guilty. It's not funny.
I don't even know.
Listen to me. Listen. They found her fucking body in the freezer in your new apartment.
No, they said it was in Kenny's.
It was in Kenny's, and they moved it to the new apartment, Trina.
No. The detective told me they found it in Kenny's.
How could they get you for abuse of a corpse? What the fuck kind of shit is that?
I don't
know. You know why?
Because
it was in your apartment. That's why.
Because I bought the freezer. They're saying because I bought the freezer.
How did you buy the freezer? You don't have money like that.
I gave Anthony money. Like, this was way at the beginning of July. I bought the freezer to put in the new house because the fridge that you have, I knew the freezer was messed up on it, so I bought it as a backup.
Yeah. I know.
And they're trying to use that against me. Whatever Anthony did, he needs to fix this. I don't know what the fuck happened. I don't know what he did. I don't know what he didn't.
She dumb as hell. First of all of your recordings or calls is going to be recorded, right? Especially if you're being detained, right? But she just gave up so much evidence just having this conversation with this lady on the phone, because she said that the body or the freezer was found in somebody else's apartment. And she said that this is what the detective told her, but then you have this woman saying, no, it was found in this apartment. Then, like, there's a lot of stuff that she was giving that lets you know that she knows more than what she's saying that she knows. She's trying to say that she doesn't have no idea, but you did know. You knew what was going on. You knew exactly what was going on. And he also didn't do it by himself. They know that too. And it's just like, now when the heat is on, now when you are not on that pipe anymore, now all of a sudden you want to think about your shouldas and couldas and wouldas, right? And then you have this person on the phone talking about, Anthony did this, he ain't no good. And what did she do? She got quiet. She was like, she didn't even want to admit that, I know he did this. Right? She just got quiet. But she's like, I don't know what the hell is going on, and you need to hurry up and get me out of here. What? Girl, bye. I just can't. I can't with people. You give up so much. And you can just tell. That now you're concerned about yourself. So you're at this point where you're about to break. You're at this point where you're going to stop being loyal to Anthony or anybody else, and you're going to want to save yourself, right? And that's what this call was. She's breaking. She's like, her putting on this, I don't know, to the detectives. I don't know what's going on. He used my card. I don't know what else was done in reference of the freezer, what the freezer was for. I just thought the freezer was for our new place. But then the freezer with her body was at your new apartment before he got the black folks to help him move that heavy ass freezer that had a lock on it to that other couple's house. But you didn't know. That's what you want people to believe, that you didn't know that was what was in the freezer, locked up in your new place. Okay, sure.
I didn't do anymore. I just know he needs to fix this. Please. I right now I need you to get along with Anthony's mother. I need you guys to get along.
Listen to me. No, you listen to me. You listen to me. You will cut ties right this fucking minute of Anthony and his fucking family. Do you not hear me? They are gonna cut ties with you 100%. They're gonna fucking lawyer up, and I don't know what the fuck Anthony's gonna do. But let me tell you, don't fucking worry about Anthony no more. This is serious, big time shit, Trina. This is serious shit.
I just know that he's not blaming anything on me, so I don't know what the fuck is going on. I don't know what is going on.
No, nobody knows what's going on, but this is where you cut ties, because now you're both suspects. Okay, you're both fucking suspects. Suspects aren't allowed to talk to each other. You don't fucking even.
Shit,
fucking,
but you are not understanding. I have no proof that I didn't. I have no proof of anything. I have no proof. They're like, oh well, you bought the freezer, so it's yours. What does that mean?
Oh shit!
They're saying that Anthony brought the freezer to Kenny's house. Well, then how did I have anything to do with this? What am I supposed to do? I don't know what to do.
You bought this shit for your new apartment. That's what you get a lawyer for. You know what you did. You know what you bought. You bought it for your new house.
No shit.
In another call from the same jail, Arturo contacts his mother. The hard shell that he had shown before crumbles fairly quickly.
Ma.
Hello, what's going on?
I need to get a hold of Trina.
What are you talking about? Trina's in there too.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I called Trina's phone to see what's going on with you, and her mother picked up the phone talking about that Trina's in fucking jail because of you and this and that, that you killed her, that you chopped her up and all this bullshit. I said, what the fuck are you talking about? Don't be crazy my son without knowing.
Fuck? Oh
Yeah.
my God, there's so much shit, ma. There's so much shit.
What the hell? What's going on, Arturi? What's going on?
There's so much shit. It's like so much shit. You don't understand. I won't be able to explain it. It's just so much shit. And now they're trying to accuse me of it because of all the fingers being pointed my way. And fuck, man. I just... Mommy, I'm fucking...
You what?
I'm scared over all this shit.
How dare you? Don't be old mommy now. Don't be old mommy now when it's time for you to face your consequences for being a freaking serial killer. Like, what kind of craziness is that? Now you want to play old mommy, but you was acting all big dog all this whole time? It doesn't make any sense. Why would any one of these people who don't really even know this girl, except the girl that you was smashing, the other girl that you were smashing, why would everybody else want to pin this on you? It doesn't make any sense. You're the only one that had a relationship with this girl. You had a relationship with her. Nobody else had a relationship with her. But that's what I'm saying. Like, this is how I know, like, he's high. He's high on that spectrum. He's very high on that spectrum because he thinks that everybody's doing something against him. Oh, everybody has it out on me. Everybody's messing me over. Everybody's turning against me. Everybody's pinning this on me. All I am is just a good guy who just go to work and wash dishes and I come home. I don't even be outside or anything. But you don't even have a record that even proves that. You don't even have a record that proves that. They remember April 27, right? Cops roll up on you. What you do? You ran your car into a tree and smashed it, and you started running away from the cops as if you had something to run away from. They literally had to tase your ass. Like, but you just this innocent person that everybody has out to get against you. Now even Trina too, right? Now, even the new girl that you're supposed to be moving into this new apartment with the freezer, now she has something against you too. It's like, but how dare you with the mommy? Oh, mommy. No, absolutely not. Be a big man. Deal with your consequences.
Can't take it. Fucking... I mean, now you're telling me they got Trina? What the fuck, man?
Yeah, I called her number to see what's going on, and that's what her mother said. They got her down there.
My God, what's going on? What? Talk to me. What happened? What's going on?
I need a lawyer. I need to sell all my crap. I need a fucking lawyer.
Both Arturo and Katrina were under large bond amounts that neither had a chance of making, from $400,000 to $1 million. Arturo seemed to never understand just how much money that was in comparison to his own personal finances, but Katrina certainly had a better idea of how she had no chance of getting out of jail before the trial to see her children, unless she did something. And so Katrina was the first to flip. She made a deal with a local prosecutor for leniency, particularly in getting out from under the potential first-degree murder charge. She corroborated the story that had developed. She admitted to helping dispose of the body, basically assuming Shannon's life, purchasing the freezer, and hindering the investigation. She said that Arturo had killed Shannon and that Andrew had willingly and knowingly helped dismember the corpse. Katrina's bond was reduced to a point that she and her family could secure financing for it, and she was allowed to return home to be with her children. In short order, though, she would be brought back in, rearrested, and her bond was raised to $400,000 because she had, against court orders, contacted Arturo while he was in jail. In the end, Arturo, Andrew, and Katrina would all plead.
Hold on. Why is this woman so dumb? She is literally dumb. So you ratted them out because you wanted to make reasonable bail so you can go see your children. But because now you know that you betrayed Arturo and he's a psychopath, you wanted to square things away with him or try to plead your case or say that you didn't tell him anything or you didn't take a plea deal or anything like that. You was afraid. So then you contact him and then you got your quote unquote plea deal taken away right from you and brung your bail back up to $400,000. Like, you're an idiot. You're a total idiot. Like, I just don't understand. Like, what is going on here? It's insane. It's insane. Like, why would you even do that? Why? What was the whole point? What was the whole point? 1 minute you want to get out, but then you're mad or you're afraid that you're gonna upset Arturo. Girl, you already just squealed. You already snitched. You might as well go all the way through with it, right? If you put in a situation where you're more focused on your family and you being a mom, that's what you're supposed to do. But now you messed that up for yourself. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. Yeah, go ahead, Flower. No problem there. No problem. Anything grew. Andrew looked like a killer wearing a polo shirt and a tie. Yeah. He does look like he's into that gore stuff. I do give you that. Her supervised visit by DFC. Yeah. Yeah, don't worry about it, Elizabeth. Listen, like, when we make jokes and stuff, we're this is hard and touchy situations, right? A lot of the cases that I review ends up with people losing their life, and we are never glorifying nor are we ever laughing that people lose their lives, but we do try to bring some lightening to it with things like their thought process, the stupid maneuvers that they make. We'll make light of that because this is hard to literally digest, right? And this is not something that a lot of people can stomach. So I appreciate you. Yes. All right, let's go on.
Guilty for their parts in the murder of Shannon Starr Graves.
You understand that if you plead guilty today, you're making a complete admission to all of these charges.
State will recommend a prison sentence of no more than 20 years.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
And the defense will seek a prison sentence of 10 years.
Guilty.
The two main actors in the crime had made their pleas. Andrew Herman would plead guilty to engaging in corrupt acts, that's a Class 1 felony, tampering with evidence, a Class 3 felony, and gross abuse of a corpse. He would also be charged in an unrelated drug trafficking offense. Andrew's wife, Michelle, would also plead guilty to lesser charges, including the intimidation of a witness, obstructing justice, and engaging in a pattern of corrupt activity. Arturo Novoa was sentenced to 48 years to life for the 43 charges he pled guilty to, from first-degree murder to the abuse of a corpse and a host of other crimes. Katrina Layton would be given a sentence of 18 years in prison for her part in the crime. Andrew received 12 years in prison. Michelle Illenfield would be sentenced to 2 years in prison and 6 months in a halfway house, followed by another 5 years of community-controlled supervision. In the end, no sentence could ever bring Shannon Graves back to her family and friends. She had been lost to a man bent on ending her life and attempting to erase her existence, and the small circle of friends that he would either recruit, coerce, or fool into helping him with the effort. As the detectives said, she was not a very big girl, but perhaps her life and death will weigh heavy on those involved. If you found this case compelling, don't forget to like the video, comment down below, and give us your take on it. And please,
I definitely love Beyond Evil. Shout out to Beyond Evil. That's one of my top video essay channels. I love how they do it. I really do. It's really easy to dissect and talk about. But I think they should have gave him more. Like, quite honestly, the way how he unalived that woman, the way how he tore her body apart, the way how he incriminated so many different people, 7 people. Well, I mean, of course, they incriminated themselves, but he did help manipulate the situation. And he needed to get more than 43 years. Like, we have seen people get 100 years, 120 years, and they have not done half of what this guy have done. 43 years is I don't know. Yes, you should have gave him. I think I would have been happy with a cool 100 to life. I would have been happy with that. Cause I don't know. 43 years is like, I mean, I get it, depending on his age, and he ain't going nowhere. They probably ain't gonna give him parole either, right? But still. And then the other ones, you know, they kind of lucked out, but I mean, truly, I do think they should have got more too, because y'all are grown adults. Y'all are not that dumb. Well, I mean, actually, y'all are that dumb, but y'all shouldn't be that dumb as adults, right? The way how this guy was able to manipulate you to do something like that, to do something cruel and horrible like that to another person, another individual, you know, that could have been your mom, that could have been your sister, that could have been your daughter, that could have been your cousin, that could have been, you know, your aunt. Like, how can you literally sleep at night and think that that was okay and find ways to justify why it was okay and why your involvement wasn't that bad, right? Like, it's really sad if you really think about it. It really is sad. It's like, yeah, and she was a pretty girl. Absolutely. She was a pretty girl too. He's a real, yeah, straight up douchebag. Southern says when helping a Dusty goes wrong. I agree. I definitely agree. No, I am not a lawyer, Derek, but I think I should have. I always wanted to be a lawyer when I was a child. I should have had took that that route. I think I should. Hi, if I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing your name correctly, but Yui, I am from the US, and I am from New York. How are you? All right. Oh, thank you, Michael. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, guys. So I have another video for you. So make sure you're just hitting the like button for me. I truly appreciate it. It definitely helps the channel. Please share it out too for anybody who is interested in these type of cases. And I hope that you are liking it. And if you don't like it, unlike it, it just helps. It helps the channel. I appreciate it. Okay. So the next one I have for you is about a woman named Lisa. So Lisa is not understanding that the detectives are not letting go. So it seems that she might have been involved in an incident that could have possibly someone lost their life. Maybe it could be a mate or it could be a friend, who knows? But I thought that we should check this out together since I have never seen this before. So let me go ahead and share my stream, and here we go.
55-year-old Lisa Shannon. Back in April of 2019, the police responded to a report of a woman shooting a man in front of her home. When they arrived on scene, they found Lisa's husband, Ralph Shannon, lying in his driveway with multiple gunshot wounds. Ralph was still conscious, and on the way to the hospital, he was able to tell the police why his wife shot him.
I got pushed too far. After 17 plus years, I just got pushed too far. Today was taxes. He was pushing. We were separated, which I didn't know until January. Basically, he's very bully.
Okay.
He's very pushy. He's very controlling. And if you don't do it, he does. And what he says, he's very punishing.
Okay.
Very vindictive. Very spiteful. I can't stand or deal with stress. I have PTS. I have depression. I have major anxiety attacks. I wake up and go to bed every day scared to death for shit that he's done and said what he's going to do to me. And I don't mean physically. I mean financially. And just a lot of abuse happened. And then today, priming up to the taxes, unbeknownst to me.
My apologies if I said your name wrong.
And I didn't know it. Because I was dealing with illness after illness after illness that kept me homebound. And then he enlightens me, and I am thinking, oh, our anniversary's in December or November. It's our 10th. We'll renew our vows. We'll go to Bahamas like we originally, whatever. And he's over there. He's very antagonizing. And when you look through my phone and you see the texts from today back and forth, you're going to see what he deserved it. But I'm not saying he deserved it.
What did he deserve?
To be stopped. But I don't mean shot. I mean...
Lisa rambles on for an hour about her life with her husband over the past decade. Eventually, the conversation comes back to filing her income taxes, which is what led to the shooting. According to Ralph, he had an argument with Lisa while they were going over their income taxes together. The argument escalated and Lisa grabbed a revolver and shot her husband. Ralph immediately ran outside and onto the driveway while he was pressing on his gunshot wound. Lisa then followed Ralph outside and shot him 2 more times while he lay in the driveway.
This was the main argument today, right? The taxes?
It was constantly every day, and then it came the weekend, and I tried my best. Let's negotiate. I want to stay in the house and fix it up. You want me to sign the taxes? Fine, we'll get divorced. But the deal was, you were going to stay until the house was fixed up and we sell it. And now you changed it without me knowing, and here I didn't bother you.
I'm an old woman,
hives for over 2 years on prednisone. Now I got bone issues because of it, because I was on it so long. And then it was about the taxes. If you'd sign the taxes, I'll help you with the house. I said, Ralph, I got all these letters where you said you apologized and you're going to stay and fix the house. And then he's like, I'm like, I'm not signing it. He goes, well, if you don't sign it, I'm going to change it to single, and then I'm not going to have no money to give you, and you're going to have to spend your money anyway. I'm like, all right, fine. I don't have no problem signing it. This was in the beginning of the talk. No, I don't have no problem signing it. No. When he was been tax times.
When you first started talking about the
in
tax.
January, okay. He knew the taxes changed, And he was already priming.
So my thing is, it seems that she shot her husband because they were arguing about taxes. Am I getting this correct? And then here's the problem. So you didn't shoot him because he assaulted you. You didn't shoot him that he threatened your life. You shot him because you got in an argument. And then on top of that, you proceed to shoot him 2 more times in front of your house. So you wanted your husband for, I don't know, however long you've been married to him, you wanted him gone permanently. I mean, I guess you can still file the taxes without him. I don't know. I'm not really sure, but I just think that that's really sad that it gets to the point where you can be with a significant person and then you start to loathe them to the point where, you know, you will be able to commit or do something like that. And I hope that she doesn't think that it's going to work to paint it as a fit of rage. Like the fit of rage situation, it doesn't really work in court because there were steps that were taken that could have been prevented before it got to the point where a domestic violence or a homicide occurred, right? So this is why it really doesn't hold that well in court. Even though you want to express all the things that have been going on in your marriage and your relationship, and it could be horrible things. You could have been going through that ringer, right? I believe it from men and women that when they say that they're going through the ringer in certain marriages and relationships, I believe you. I truly do. But there are always steps that could have happened that this situation did not occur. Right? And this is how the detectives are also going to look at it. What did you do? Did you add fuel to the fire? Okay, if you did this, then that means that you wanted this particular type of outcome. You can't come back and say, no, I did not. You did. Especially if you just said that you shot him and he tried to run away from you and then you shot him twice down in front of your house. Like, you wanted to show, you wanted to put an end to him. You wanted, you didn't care at this point. So sitting there in the corner, acting like you're so, I guess, what is it? What's the word? Demure, right? You're so frightful, you're kind of scary, kind of antisocial. Doing all that it really doesn't buy it. Not when you went out there acting like you was G.I. Jane. Okay? You was acting like you just came out the Assassin's Creed. Like, okay, let me shoot you 2 more times. Like, I don't know. It's quite sad though. I do hate when we do hear stories like this. I do. Oh, Derek, he said I don't look old. I am old. I'm an old woman. I am. I'm old. I'm not young. It's the truth. I am old though. Seriously. Let's go on, guys.
Coming up on January. And then I was like, fine, I have no problem with it. But then it was like, okay, I won't change it to single if you sign the taxes. And then the dum-dum let me know that he already did it. And I'm like, so your threats, you go make your threats if I don't do something. And even if I do it or don't even get a chance to do it yet, you already have done it. And then I found out he did that. And then he said, okay, if you sign it, then I'll put it back to 2, and then I'll get more money, and then you'll get more money every month. And I'm like, how can you do this to me? I just got over skin cancer surgery. I just got over this, the hives. And then I have hives out of stress. Mm-hmm. Then I have panic attacks that are I can't even drive. And he's just...
Once again, Lisa goes off track and continues rambling about all the things her husband has done to her. It appears that her hatred towards him had reached a boiling point, and when she found out he changed his income tax status to single, it sent Lisa over the edge. The detectives realized that if they let her continue, she will go on for hours, so they do their best to get her back on track.
Obviously, just from our minimal discussion, there's a lot.
Yeah, I'm glad they really do have to work to get these people back on track, because they will start rambling, and that is also a tactic that these potential suspects do, right? They're trying to what's the word? They're trying to make time go by without actually giving any information, right? And they feel that if they keep on continue to talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and build on stories that doesn't even have to go with what they're actually there being interviewed for, that it will stop the detectives for asking them impertinent questions, and them not knowing how to react with it, right? Because I'm telling you, even though these interviews look like they're very simple, they're not. There's a lot of mind games being played in these rooms with the detectives and also potential suspects to crimes, right? Especially if it's homicide and things of that sort. They're all playing mind games and tricks with each other. So the ones who are talking all the time, talking fast and all that, they're putting in filler stories for you to not ask them important questions, right? Or direct questions, because they don't want to answer it. Then you have ones who stay and remain quiet and they don't say anything, and they think that by them not saying anything, that is going to basically be perceived as they're innocent, right? In some way, because they're not saying anything. And it's just like a battle of the wits that's going on between the detective and the suspects in these rooms. And I'm glad that we get to see these type of cases and interrogations, because now we can actually understand every step that we're seeing throughout this process. Why before it actually gets to the trial. And then sometimes, on this channel, I luck out and I find some of these cases that will show us some glimpse about what happened during trial, and I can tell you how the jury is picked. I could tell you the mindset of how the prosecutors is going to handle this particular case and bring down the charges, and then I can also show you what the defense attorneys are thinking or how they're going to approach to help their client during the trial process. So I love the fact that we get to look at these things. We are able to dissect it. And mind you, I don't know everything, but then again, I have a great group of people that come and watch me, and I bounce off of you and you bounce off of me. And I hope we just continue to have the fun that we do have, right? I enjoy you all. Let's go on.
A lot that you've
honey, you don't even know all of it.
And I understand that. And it sounds like personally with him and just in general, you've been through a lot, and I feel for you. There's a lot we could talk about forever, because there's so much stuff that he's probably done to you and so much stuff that you've gone through, it sounds like.
Yes, I am.
I want to try to focus on what happened today, because there's been a lot of build-up. I've gotten a great idea of what's going on, what's happened the last several years between you guys. From health issues to tax issues to money. So let's
he kept you're doing it, you're signing. And I was. But the more he kept doing that, and then I'm like, okay, so when are you gonna come and do this at the house, or do that at the house? And he wasn't. So then I started doing it. So it's on the table, and he's like, we're gonna go over it. And I'm like, okay. And then he didn't. And I said, I'm not gonna do the taxes unless you put in writing legally, not notarized, legally by a lawyer, that you're going to put it back to 2 dependents and you're going to stay until the house is fixed and sold.
And this was a discussion we had last night.
We've had it, but this is the yes. This was this was my put my foot down, and he like always just pat me on the head. Okay, whatever, we're going to do what I want. And then this morning, we kind of got it over the weekend. It wasn't totally cordial. Like we went out and eat, but
you had disagreements.
Yeah, because I wanted to do it. He's like, you're starting.
Hey,
I just ate.
doing?
You're gonna upset me. He tells me he makes the appointment today. He tells me he leaves for work. He goes, I'm gonna be back at 4. I said, well, you can come back at 4, but I'm not signing it unless you didn't give me what I want. I need to get something, and then when I was just sick of it. I'm like, I can't believe anything you said, and you're over here making me like unbelievable stress. I'm already unhealthy. I've already been in and out of the hospital.
No,
and you're
not
worried about
really.
this
No,
money.
no, Elizabeth.
And I've offered you whatever's in my account just to shut you up and fix the house, and you're still not doing it.
80s babies, that's right.
And so today,
You said he showed up around 4.
he said he had an appointment, and then he calls me and he's like, you're doing it, right? And I said, no. Do you have the legal paper? No. And then I'm like, well, you said you were. Well, if you don't, I'm going to change it back from 2 to 1, because he lied and said he changed it back. Well, I used to co-own a $3 million company and know how that works about deductibles and the paperwork.
No,
Where's the
flower, no
screenshot?
for you.
He never changed it. I said, you think I'm stupid that I'm going to sign that and you didn't show me anything? No, I'm not. Fine, then and then if you look at my phone, you'll see all the shit on there. And I'm like, leave me alone. I'm not. No means no. You must be no means no, okay? No. And he thought he could bully me, and he's never dealt with me like this. So he just kept on and on. He goes, well, now my appointment, he goes, I have my appointment at 3. I said, I thought you said it was at 4. No, it's 3. So I'll be there an hour early to get the tax paperwork together. And I said, are you not listening? I'm not doing it. And you can threat all you want, because you know what, you go ahead and do it anyway. You can look at my phone and see when I called the cops.
Okay, we'll figure that out. So you pulled up to the house and you saw his car was there, and he was in the passenger
And
seat.
I went to the garage and I shut it.
Okay.
And then I had already had my paperwork out that I was going to take to the lawyer of his admitted guilt. Crap. I went in the house. He's sitting on the patio on the floor. Open the drapes.
Wordy
I'm like,
guy.
what?
Wordy guy. I like it.
He was like, come out here. I'm like, no, I don't want to come out here. It's hot. Whatever. No, come out here. So I went out. I go, why didn't you tell me you got an $800 credit?
I am definitely not 20.
What are you talking about? From the IRA that I opened.
I'm so not.
You got it. No, I didn't. I didn't even know about it. I said, I just found out when I just
I have
added
a whole
to it.
teenager.
And then you were going to have me do the taxes. And you're going to get another credit. Or whatever. And then you got the one from last year. And you're already taking money from me. And you didn't let me know. You're not letting me know. And I'm finding all this shit. It's like boom, 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 boom. For the last 2 years. And then now this. And I'm like, so the last parting, you want me to sign the tax, and then you're going to get a divorce and bye. I'm in the middle of a knee surgery. I have to have neck surgery.
I'm so sorry, guys. Yeah, so what I was trying to say. Thank you, guys. I apologize. What I was saying on mute is that what this individual just did was just tell on herself. She gave motive as into why she proceeded to kill her husband. So whether or not, if let's say the first shot that she did to his side was because he was, let's say, and this is not true because she didn't say it, but let's say it was he was being aggressive and she feared for her life, right? But when she proceeded outside to shoot him 2 times on the lawn in front of their house, she just gave motive right now. She just said that once he got the money and however he wanted her to do the taxes, he was going to collect the money. It would have been enough money for him to start his new life and divorce her. She was afraid that he was going to divorce her, and she has a neck surgery and a hip surgery and all these surgeries that's supposed to be taken on later on down in the months. So she just gave a motive as into why she figured him not being here anymore was more beneficial than him upping and leaving with the tax money and stuff like that. It's like she should have said that, but I'm gonna rewind it just a little bit so y'all can hear it yourself. What she just said, she just literally told on herself. So all the that's the reason why you did it. I just noticed she don't got no shoes on. Let's go on. So y'all gotta hear this yourself.
Boom, boom, boom. For the last 2 years. And then now this. And I'm like, so the last parting, you want me to sign the tax, and then you're going to get divorced and bye. I'm in the middle of a knee surgery. I have to have neck surgery. And you're doing this to me. And you don't have to. And you're supposed to be here helping, and you're not helped at all. What am I getting out of it? You're going to get money. I'm going to give you $300 a paycheck. Yeah, but I'm paying it on bills. You're not giving me food money. You're making me use my inheritance that I'm supposed to start my life over with. And then the antagonist that came out. Well, you think that's bad? You said you have a lawyer, right? Something to this effect. Did he tell you that I can get half the house? Now, to me, in my ignorance, my name's on it. I got a divorce. He had nothing to do with it. And he kept me there. And I didn't work since we stayed there. So, he's my husband.
For the last time, Lisa goes on rambling for another 30 minutes.
Hey, Sierra,
The
how
detectives
are
just
you?
wanted to talk about the shooting itself, but they're afraid if they cut her off, she may not want to talk anymore. Eventually, the detectives have had enough, and they force her to talk about what happened.
So he was just antagonizing you with more things to make you upset.
Antagonizing on the phone, laughing at me, calling me names, this and that. I'm sure the neighbors heard.
But once he got there, the discussion you guys had once he was at the residence, he was just making you more upset and basically building you up to...
I told him at that point I was not signing it, and he got up and he got in my face, and I'm like, don't get in my face. And he kind of like didn't push me, but he did this, you know, when you guys bump chests, but I don't have a chest, but he like whatever, and I went like that and pushed him on his face, like, don't touch me, go. And they go, oh. He goes, oh, my clothes. Well, of course, being a woman, I threw them out. They were in the garbage. Right. So he goes around. He goes, I'm going to the car. I want my garbage or my stuff, my clothes. He didn't know they were in the garbage. I open the door. I go, I went to get it, and it was coffee and shit. If you want your clothes, you come and get it. He goes in to get it. We have a living room, dining room, kitchen that you can go in a circle. And because he's not there, and I'm scared,
if not,
he
just
even
go
went
to
and
the
broke some of the
top,
lights outside.
and you should be able
And I
to
had to have
get all
my
messages
son's
if you're not
friend
getting all
come
the messages.
and put
Okay.
it back. Oh, hurricane must have happened. Yeah, well, it wasn't like that before, but whatever. He's just, and then when he would come and visit, he was breaking things on purpose. So
Yeah,
that
exactly.
I found
So
out.
then,
Anyway,
what I'm getting
he
to.
goes, he goes around, right? He goes around. I open the door. I tell him I'm not going through the garbage.
Yeah,
He
she
goes,
looks
why in the
about like
garbage?
at least 90 pounds.
And he goes in there and he takes it and
He
he's
is very
just running his mouth and this and that. And I have a gun. We had a gun
How you doing,
downstairs. We have a gun
Not because
upstairs.
she ain't got no shoes.
Because he wasn't there and I was scared. And I had all the lights on and everything. He's just, I don't know. He just kept
Yes, that's
on,
correct.
and
We use it
if I don't
interchangeably
sign it,
sometimes.
not only is he going to get me to spend what inheritance I have and break me that way with the lawyers and stretch it out, then he's going to take half my house.
Okay.
And I guess I snapped. I snapped.
Tell me more about that. How did you snap? What did you do?
I don't know.
So this is why I'm saying that she should have just stayed quiet and got a lawyer, because obviously after everything she just said this few minutes, outside of all the, I guess the other stuff that didn't really matter, she gave her whole motive. You were mad that he was about to divorce you, and you knew that he was going to come after your house and everything else, or you would have to split the money or anything that you had with each other. And you was thinking about your neck surgery, your knee surgery, these things that you were planning out months down the road. And here you are, you're not going to be able to have him help pay for it, right? Then on top of that, you're not going to have him help you at the house, and you're not going to be able to afford someone to pay someone to help you while you're resting or recovering from your surgeries. And that was your motive. And I think another reason could be is the life insurance. I'm not even going to hold you, because if they have stuff like this type of property, or some form of estate, then I'm going to believe that these individuals had life insurance. All right? That's just normally how people are. If you're the type of person who invests in things of that sort, these people tend to get, the first thing that they get is life insurance. They understand life insurance is not only just used for when someone loses their life or whatever. Not, you can actually borrow against your life insurance to help purchase homes. Some people use it as investment. There's many different things you could do with life insurance. So I'm getting that that he probably had life insurance, and that was a better bet than him divorcing her and taking half her stuff. She was like, why not just get rid of you and collect on the life insurance? Then I won't even have to worry about paying for the neck surgery, the knee surgery. It's not going to affect my insurance. I'm going to have a little extra cash on the side, do whatever I want to do with it. It's sad. It's really sad. It's really sad. She gave her whole motive up. Really sad. Derek says she's so sick. Yeah. Yeah. Flower said, oh, yours is freezing up. Oh, I'm sorry. That's happening, Flower. Hopefully if you refresh, it'll get better. It'll get better. Let's see. Derek says, I'm a girl's perfect guy. Listen to everything. I don't think that's a good idea. Either this phone or YouTube. I don't know. I hope it's not your phone. I hope it's just YouTube just playing around. I'm convinced you are, Derek. I'm sorry, Kim. I hope I'm not muted now anymore. Let's see. She gave details about them taxes and her health, but you don't know what you did. Right, exactly. She just gave too much information. She gave the motive. She gave the motive as into why, that was an option for her. Why she literally gunned him down in front of her house. He was just too much for her. Let's see. So in the U.S., is it not covered by health insurance? Some insurances do, and it depends on what type of surgery you're getting. Some surgeries are considered cosmetic, and others are actually, procedures that you actually have to get medically approved, like due to your health. So depending on what insurance you have, they will cover certain things and don't cover other things. It's like that in the U.S. Unfortunately. Let's see. I don't know what you're saying. Get into Lambo. Not the Lambo. She got amnesia fast, but she's too skinny for brain health. Bruce, go in the corner. Go on a quarter, Bruce. You know how I feel about that. Go on a quarter. Let's see. No, it's not. I gotta use the computer now. Oh, okay. No problem. No problem. What? Not a thought flower. What is a thought flower? Let me stop paying attention to this chat. Let's go on.
I know we were screaming. I know I was cussing, and he was in my face, and like enough that some spit came.
Spit gun.
And I got the gun.
Okay.
And I said, back up. And he's like, oh yeah, like you're gonna do that and this and that. Well, I had called earlier in January.
Hey Shannon,
Cops on
nice
him.
to see you. Happy Memorial Day if you're celebrating. Yeah, this
I had eye surgery, and my eyes were swollen,
so you missed
huge.
a lot. I hope you
And
had
he's
a
over
good,
there. He keeps lying and saying that I'm abusive and I throw things and I hate him and this and that. And I'm like, well, if I did that, why didn't you call the cops like I did on you? So don't lie.
So now when you grab the gun,
I just opened it and I was like, get out, whatever. And he's like, oh yeah, like you're gonna use that or whatever. And he goes, be happy in the house while you can, or something like that.
Awesome.
And enjoy the hot air or something like that. And I just...
The gun was already loaded in one of the drawers, like you had to open a drawer?
It's always loaded.
It's always loaded. Was it like laying on top, or was it in a drawer?
Derek,
You opened the drawer and
Derek,
pulled it out?
You're
Or
back.
was it
You
just
didn't miss
laying on top
anything,
of
Derek.
the table?
No, it was in the drawer.
In a drawer. So you opened the drawer, you basically told him like, okay, I've had enough. It sounds like you were obviously at your boiling point for
I got the gun out of the drawer.
Yeah.
And I said, look, leave. I said, this has been going on. I'm sick of your lies and the shit you tell people.
Right.
And then I got it. Right. But I didn't put it to his head, obviously.
Right.
This time, today. And I was like, look, here's the gun.
So you're holding it with your right hand, the left hand?
Right. Well, I'm right-handed.
So you're holding it with your right hand?
It happened so quick, I'm not sure. But I'm right-handed.
Right. So you tell him you're holding
I said,
up.
look, I have the gun. Get out of my house. And he was dropping shit and picking it up. And he went around. Here's the kitchen. Here's where you come to the front door. And he went around. And then picking clothes up and crap.
This is after you pulled out the gun. He's grabbing stuff.
He sees me with the gun.
When you pulled the gun out today, and he saw the gun and you told him get out, was he?
He laughed at me.
He laughed.
And he just went around the other side of the. It was nothing, because I've done it to myself, and he's already said I've done it to him, and I haven't.
Right.
And it's just a game. If you look at my texts, it's like I'm tired of this game, and it's not whatever. It just anyway. And he came around the corner, and then he said something about the house, and to make sure that something about I'm not going to fix the air now. Make sure I'm not saying this is exactly what he said, but it was something to the fact of make sure you get the air and the mold fixed before we sell the house and I get my part, so I can get my part or my half or more half or something like that. And I just snapped. I fucking snapped.
And when you snapped, what did you do?
I shot him.
How many times?
I have no idea. More than once.
More than once. Did you shoot him inside or outside the house?
Inside.
Inside. And when you shot him, what did you say?
I hit him on the knee. I think I hit him on the leg the first time.
And then what happened? Take me through that. So
I don't know.
Okay.
I just know that he was screaming at me and cussing at me and this and that and calling the same shit, whatever. And I snapped. I snapped.
Now that they have her admitting to shooting her husband, it's time to see what type of charges she will get. Was it self-defense or was it attempted murder? The detectives need to get more information out of Lisa before
It was attempted murder. It was not self-defense. She just admitted that she put the gun, I guess, towards him, and he was like, yeah, right. Get out of here. Let me just pick up my stuff. You always doing stuff like this, blah, blah, blah. You also admitted that you said you put the gun to your head before and said, listen, if you don't leave me alone, I'm going to shoot myself in the head. And he was like, oh, no, I don't believe you. You know, like, you had every intentions to shoot this guy, right? And not once did you even think, like, you know what? If I'm tired of all this, all the back and forth, you trying to get my money, you trying to make me sign papers that I don't want to sign over and things of that. So why don't you just call the cops, right? Call the cops, tell them, hey, listen, domestic violent, there's a possible domestic violence that's going on. Can you come here? We need someone to separate us. We can't be in the same house. It's not safe for either one of us. You could have did that. You didn't do that. You literally went to get the weapon first and use it to scare your husband out of the house. But even when you're talking about it, you're not even talking about it as he was really like, coming at your face in an aggressive way that you had to really be fearful. You just wanted him out of your house. And you was just like, get out the house, get out the house. I'm going to go get the gun. Get out my house. And then you said that you shot him. Then you said that you shot him in the knee. They already know where he was shot at, ma'am. They know. You didn't shoot him in no damn knee. And then on top of that, you shot him outside too. Like, I just don't understand. I understand, but then I don't understand. Meaning, I understand when it comes down to the emotional aspect. I don't understand when I want to put on my logical hat, right? Because what she did doesn't make sense when it comes down to logic, being logical. But emotionally, I can understand why she emotionally spazzed out and crashed out the way that she did, right? It would make perfect sense when she's just only within her emotions. It was about what she want. Like, you don't really have no right to kick him out the house. That's his house too. I don't know where they live, but legally you really can't kick him out the house. Now, if it's a domestic disturbance and the police are involved, or even neighbors, if they have to call and say, hey, something's going on over here, maybe you want to go do a wellness check to see what's going on. If they come and they investigate the area and they think that this is a hostile environment and they don't want no one to get hurt, they're going to eventually move one of you out of the household. That's the only time that's happening. But technically, you have no right to just tell him to get out the house. You really don't. And then it's just like, the way how she's saying it, she just felt that she was in her right to shoot this man because she didn't like what he wanted to do. She didn't like the fact that he wanted to divorce her, and she like she explained earlier, she gave her whole life to this guy, right? She was a stay-at-home mom. She did this, she did that, So she was upset. She was upset that he didn't want to be in a relationship with her anymore. He didn't want to be married to her anymore. You know what I'm saying? And I understand that's a very upset situation. I totally get it, right? That's how men be feeling too, right? When women have to up and leave and when it's not a good fit for them, they feel the same way, right? So I understand. But you don't take out no gun and just start going pow, pow because you don't like that things are not playing out the way that you want to. That should never be the answer. It should never be the answer. And too many meds for messing with, she is under, and that's another thing too, right? Because she could probably use that as or try to use that as something to help her in this situation for what she did, saying that her being heavily medicated and prepping herself for surgeries, she could have, mixed that with alcohol and, got carried away. She could use it. I mean, I don't think it's going to necessarily work, but, we'll see, right? We'll definitely see. Let's go on.
Or they can officially charge her.
You mentioned that you shot him more than once. Was it a rapid fire, or did you shoot him, he fell down or anything, and then you shot him again? Can you try to recollect any of that?
Oh. It wasn't a bang, bang, bang.
Right. So you shot him once.
Right.
And then you shot him at least more than once.
It wasn't a bang,
no,
bang,
she'll
bang.
probably
It wasn't
get it
like
in
bang.
prison. They do
and
that
then,
now.
You know,
happened.
yes, as he moved.
So as he moved, you were trying to locate him and shoot him again.
Yep.
Or just shoot. Actually, honestly, when I had it and I first did it, and I went whatever, I did not mean to hit him. I meant to shoot and whatever, and it ended up hitting him in the leg. And then he went ballistic and shit, and cussing me out and whatever. And when he came around the corner, which you'll see where the blood is, I don't know if I thought he was coming at me. I don't know if I was pissed still. I don't know if I don't know. I just went blank. Next thing I know, he went out the door and shut it, and it was kind of cracked. And then I just freaked. I just dropped the gun and freaked and called the cops. I didn't even go outside.
You called the cops?
I called the cops. I said, I called 911. I saw
Hi, Martin. How are you?
When he went outside, did you follow him outside?
No.
Happy Memorial Day. If you celebrate.
No. You're saying he went outside and he partially closed the door. Right? That's what you said. And then what did you do?
I think he did shut the door. I don't remember shutting the door, but we have dogs, so I don't know. Because they're runner.
You never went outside?
You mean no.
Okay.
Like in the driveway, no.
Did you see where he ended up at?
By the blood.
Okay, gotcha. You saw that when you came outside when we were already there?
Honestly, I don't know. Okay. Because I was on the phone with the cops and I was all upset and...
What kind of gun is it?
38.
38? Is it a revolver or is it automatic? You know, the one with the cylinders?
Yes.
Okay, so
it's
with a cylinder. Okay.
Based on witness testimony given by Lisa's neighbors, Lisa shot Ralph several more times outside of the home. Neighbors claim that they saw Lisa follow Ralph out onto the driveway and shoot him several times while he was trying to run away.
I don't know, and maybe you can't remember, but when you shot him, he fell down. Or no?
No.
He did not?
No.
So you shot him again?
He did. Okay.
I'll stand up if you want to show me. So, where were you?
I shot down.
So let's say I'm happy.
Okay. I don't know his injuries, but I know I hit him. I know I hit a leg. I think that's what I went for.
Okay, so let's say I'm happy.
Bitch. And he went to go around, and then he came at me, and I know I didn't shoot him like that, because he'd be dead, right? I don't know.
Okay.
Honestly, I don't.
Okay.
I just know around the
So when he was trying to move away from you,
Do she really think that that's better? You're really trying to paint the picture that you swear up and down that you did not shoot him, straight point blank center. You shot him at the knee or you shot him at the ground. You really think that that makes it better? You had no right to shoot this man unless your life was in danger. In fact, you have already proven to the detectives that your life was not in danger because guess what? This whole altercation happened in the house. If he's outside of the house and he didn't drag your ass by your hair outside of the house, guess what? You could have stayed inside the house. He was already outside of the house. Like, I don't understand why that is not clicking. You are not in danger if you're following him with a weapon to shoot him on the front lawn. I mean, what would happen? Seriously, if somebody's pointing a gun at you, what are the two things that people usually are going to do? They're either going to fight to try to grab the gun if they think they have a better chance of doing that, or they're going to run, right? Flight. You were not in danger. And the way that she keeps on trying to paint herself as she was the victim in this situation, you were not the victim in this situation, ma'am. I'm sorry, you're not the victim. This is not to say that you weren't a victim, right? Because I don't know her husband. Her husband could have been a dirtbag. He could have been an ain't shit dude. Could have did horrible things to her throughout the years. Probably, who knows? Probably one of the reasons why she's that small is because she's been full of stress and being on medications and having to deal, high levels of anxiety and stuff like that. We all know anxiety, high level anxiety and stress can kill people, right? Or make you very sick. But that's not this situation. That's not this particular incident. You have to answer to you for your behaviors in this incident. The time for him to answer for whatever he did for you prior was for you to be going to the police, making paper trails, removing yourself from the house, getting everything else in order, getting your health in order so you wouldn't have to depend on him when you realized your husband was no longer the person that you could depend on. That was the time for him to deal with those circumstances. But in this incident, you have to deal with the fact that you did not have the right to shoot him. Doesn't matter how angry you were. Doesn't matter how mad you were that he was divorcing you. Doesn't matter how mad you were that he was divorcing you and he planned on taking your money. Like, I don't know why she thought that made her sound even better. Like you just now had to admit, because you try to pretend that you only shot him one time, but now you had to admit, yeah, you shot him again, or you shot at him again. Okay, that's still attempted murder, girl. Let's go on.
And it wasn't like, oh, I shot him and then he went that way and I went around this. No, it wasn't like that. It was not rapid, boom, 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 but it was. It happened like that.
Okay. But as he was going away, like you shot him initially. Obviously, so listen, we understand. There's a lot of emotions involved. You're hyped up. He's hyped up. There's a gun. It's crazy. After you shot him the first time, obviously there's more than one shot from what you're saying. So we're just trying to figure out. We know you're not just going bam, bam, bam. But after you shot him the first time and he's moving around,
I don't know that I hit him.
Okay.
The first time. Like I said, okay. I went to do the floor.
Got you. So you weren't sure if you hit him the first time, so you took another shot just because
he said,
you were so upset.
Whatever, he said, you fucking bitch or whatever,
right.
And he went to go around, but I don't know if he was going around and calling me a fucking bitch to go away. So you took another shot because he just keeps setting you off with his comments, so you take another shot at him. No, it wasn't like a sit and thought out thing like, oh, I'm gonna get him or I'm gonna hit him here or I'm gonna kill him or whatever. That wasn't it. It wasn't. I've never pointed a gun at anybody but myself.
Right.
And that.
Well, we're just trying to figure out after the after the first shot and he's moving around. Was it?
And that's another thing. He works for security with security cameras. Mm-hmm. We don't have none.
Wow.
We don't have no alarm. Wonder why? The kitchen.
And when you were shooting, what made you stop? What eventually caused you to stop shooting at him?
I mean, he went out the door, but I had stopped.
Do you know why you stopped or what caused you to stop?
I think I snapped out of it.
Okay.
I think I realized what I did.
Okay. And when you stopped shooting at him, where did you put the gun at?
Okay.
And after that, once obviously, thankfully you didn't use it in any other manner.
No, I wish I would have. Now I regret it big time.
Where did you?
Big time. I'll never get over this. And I didn't mean to do that. I'm not that kind of person, but he just, unless you experience, you don't know.
Sure.
It's mental, it's emotional, it's physical.
And then you add financial shit, and as good as I was to him, and I didn't see it.
I understand.
You don't, though. You don't. He's the most antagonistic. You don't know.
Lisa, after the incident, before we got there, where did you end up putting the gun at? Inside the house? Or outside, wherever you put it?
I was sitting against my glass sliding doors, calling the cops to tell them what I did with a gun to my head, and I stayed there until that cop talked me out.
Okay. So the gun's inside by the sliding glass?
I put it on the table. I told him I put it on the table, and I left.
Okay. And that table would be inside your patio or inside your residence?
It always comes.
Inside the residence? Okay.
That's a good one.
All of fucking money. It was just antagonizing. And his, over the years, the proof that what he said he could do, he did. At the pristine way you could do it. What?
So, when he gives you a chest bump, more or less, right? You kind of like just shove him away?
He did what I showed you. And when he did, without thinking, I went,
right.
I'm not going to hit you, but I went
you
like
can show
that.
Me. You can show me. So I'm him.
Like that.
So
Don't touch me. And then he's like, "Ugh," and he gets up in there and he's spitting at me and he's just going at me or whatever. And then I was like, and then it went out. I got away from him.
Right.
And then you don't understand what bomb he dropped on me, and it's just every time. Right. And then I'd call at work and try to get answers like, "Oh, can I make the appointment for my knee? Can I have $45 for the copay?"
Wow.
No, we don't have it this pay. And then he just got paid Friday, over $3,000 for his regular pay, and then he was supposed to get his commission check, which would have gave us around $5. And I'm like, okay, we need 5 front doors, 5 doors also, because it rotted out, and this and that, whatever. That should go to that. Well, last weekend or 2 weekends ago, he said that he was getting it this Friday. Well, when I said that I wasn't gonna sign, all of a sudden he didn't get that. And I'm like, okay, well, whatever. You got over 3. I need 45 for Monday, 45 for Tuesday, and then 45 next week for co-pays for my doctors. I don't have that. I'm nickel and diming my inheritance, and he's doing it on purpose. And then today, when he mentioned about the house and getting half of it, and then he called it a dump, and he didn't fix it, he didn't stay, and he laughed, and he just...
Lisa, can I ask?
Ask. That's what I'm here for. What? It started in the patio, arguing.
Let me ask you this: when he was you saying he was rushing out to leave, right? To like get out of the house after?
No, he was getting his. I had quite like 6 or something things in the garbage with garbage.
No, after being shot, he's trying to leave.
Now, Elizabeth, listen, I'm not saying that I don't necessarily believe her. I do believe that this guy was probably playing a lot of mental games and stuff with her emotionally, physically, all that. I do. But logically, she decided to shoot him. And she's the one who went outside after shooting him the first time and him trying to flee. She shot him twice, again, in front of their lawn. She was not a victim at that time. She could have stayed in the house if her life was being threatened. It was no self-defense in this situation whatsoever. Even her reasoning of pulling out the weapon wasn't because he was threatening her. It was because she didn't want to sign the divorce papers or she didn't want to file the taxes together. And he pretty much blindsided her. She was angry about that. And that's when she went and got the weapon. But I'm not going to say that she wasn't going through some stuff. She probably was. Absolutely. I truly do believe that. I do believe that she was going through some real serious stuff, but that still doesn't give you the right. Still doesn't give you the right to pull out a weapon and start shooting people because of it. Because if everybody did that, I think that would be a serious problem, right? You know, me being from New York and having people who did things like that, it wasn't cool. I remember back in 1990s, we had it was called, y'all can look it up. It's on Google if you ever want to look it up. In New York City, in Queens, there was the McDonald massacre in the 1990s, early 2000s, where this co-worker was upset because I guess he wasn't, his pay was short, and I guess the manager was like, hustling him, or he felt like the manager was hustling him, making him work too many hours, or he wasn't going to be able to get overtime or something. Pretty much, he was just had a very toxic work environment. And one day, this gentleman came in and he unalived his manager and all his coworkers on Jamaica Avenue in Queens at the McDonald's. And it was on the news for a long time about disgruntled workers and stuff like that. So just imagine if we had more disgruntled workers doing things like that, like the post office, the post office workers shootings and stuff like that. Like, I get it. People be having some fucked up shit happen to them. Excuse my language, but people be having really grimy things happen to them. But if everybody took out their frustration and all that stuff the same way as these folks, I don't know. I don't think that would be a really good idea. Let's go on, guys. This is almost over.
From what you remember. Before
he was trying to get away like anybody would.
Right. Did you continue shooting at him while he was trying to leave?
Well, I guess I hit him more than once, so I guess so.
Okay.
Lisa's husband Ralph would recover from the gunshot wounds. As of the making of this video, Lisa was charged with attempted first-degree murder and is currently awaiting trial. Based on her testimony, it would appear that after years of abuse by her husband, it all came to a head and she suddenly snapped. I would love to hear your thoughts on this case. Were Lisa's actions a direct result of her husband's abuse, or is there more to the story? Please share your thoughts in the comments below.
So the thing is, I feel bad for this lady, but you committed a crime, right? And you have to do the time and the consequences. And it's unfortunately, I think he's still alive. Thank God he's still alive. But she did shoot him 3 times. Right? So here, look, guys, we got a case where another individual lived to tell the tale, right? But yeah, you can't just be going around killing people and or unaliving people. I should say that would be better, right? Politically correct. You can't be going around unaliving people just because things are not, don't go your way. And knowing that this is a cruel, cold world, and you will have more people who will want to see your demise than actually see you be successful. I hate to say that it's a part of the journey, and the best thing that you could possibly do is just not turn out to be one of those people that falls for what the routine the routine is. It's sad. I just don't want people to think that that's a okay thing to do, because now look what she's gonna have to do. She's gonna have to go to she's gonna have to go to jail, and she's already a battered woman. She's already a woman who's been through a lot of pain, frustration, disappointment, stress, all that. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's already a woman that's already down and out, and then she added more on her plate. And that's the only reason why I would say, I wouldn't want people to continue to do things like that. We see this all the time. We see more cases of people lashing out with things in their things that's going on in their life, and then now all of a sudden they're making everybody in their mama's business and problem about what's going on in their life. I don't want that to be the norm. I want better coping coping skills and better support systems. That's what I would love to see. That's what I definitely love to see. All right, good folks. I have one more case for you. This is the bonus case, and then I will let you good folks go to enjoy the rest of your holidays. And the reason why I'm doing this bonus case, because shout out to us. We have hit 50,000 subscribers on this channel. Thank you guys so much for all your support, all your sharing, and also being immersive in the chat. I truly appreciate you. Actually, we're at 52,000, but we hit this new milestone this weekend, and I wanted to celebrate with you guys. We did it. We did it. We did it. I could never fathom in I'll say a million years, I would never have thought that I would even get to 2,000 subscribers, let alone 50,000 subscribers in under a year and a half. And I want to say thank you guys so, so much. I truly, truly appreciate you more than y'all would actually believe, especially since most people think that I buy my subscribers and I buy my viewers and stuff like that. You know, I have to deal with that type of criticism on a regular basis. But you know what? I've always said, you know, I could show you better than I could tell you. And we did it. We did it. And let's keep on going. The new milestone is 100K. And I know with the right people around me, the right people on my team, we will get there. So shout out to all of you. I truly appreciate all of you. Thank y'all so much. I love y'all so much. Let's go on. Let's go on. So here's the last case for you guys. Is an old one, but a good one. So there's a suspect here who thinks that he's smarter than a detective. And we all know that most of these people are not smarter than the average bear. But they're very good at manipulation, and they like to correlate manipulation as being intelligent. Just because you're cunning, just because you can manipulate does not mean that you're an intellectual. Why? Because babies are manipulative. And they haven't had any professional or formal training to do that. But let's go on. Let's go on. Let's go on. Let's go on. Here we go.
A gas station was robbed in Waukesha County. In January of 2015, a gas station was robbed in Waukesha County, Wisconsin. Two men wearing masks demanded money from the cashier, and before he could hand it over, one of the men took the cashier's life. The police began their investigation into the robbery, and the evidence they found would lead them to one of the men. Kenneth Thomas, who was 19 at the time, was thought to be the triggerman. The police found and arrested Kenneth and brought him in for interrogation.
Okay, why don't you have a seat right here? This way. Right. Now, before I let the detective in charge know that you're hearing what's going on, do you need something? Bathroom, something to drink, something to eat?
I could use a cigarette if that's alright.
A cigarette?
Yeah.
Okay. We're a little different in Milwaukee.
Yeah.
We don't allow smoking here.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So, I got to check with the powers that be if we can maybe bend the rules.
Yeah,
but if we can't, we can't. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, I mean, everybody does things a little different.
I understand.
Okay.
That's alright.
So, but you're good? No bathroom, no water, no food, nothing for now? All right. Kenneth? Appreciate it. Sit tight. We'll be with you in a bit. Okay?
After watching so many suspects confess to crimes, either during or after smoking a cigarette, you would think that a pack of cigarettes would be standard issue. After making Kenneth wait for 30 minutes, he decides to get more comfortable.
Right here by the door.
Oh, go sit down by the table, please.
That chair's getting hard.
Okay, that's fine.
I can switch?
Yeah, go ahead, switch.
Alright.
Don't worry about it, Brucey.
This is Chuck, Detective Benitez.
Nice to meet you.
Kenneth Thomas. Kenneth knows me already. You forgot my.
Okay. So I want y'all to understand why that young gentleman, he was 19 at the time. I want y'all to understand why he started moving the chairs. He didn't move the chairs because he wanted to make the place comfortable for him. That's not the reason why he moved it. You remember what I told you about the mental games that happens in these interrogation rooms? He moved the chair because he wanted to exert his dominance and as how he is going to control the conversation or control the interview. That was a show of dominance, not for comfortability, right? And then here is the detective now moving the chair back to his original position to show you don't have any dominance here. We control the setup. We control the situation. I just wanted to point that out, guys. Y'all know how I do. I have to give y'all little nuggets here and there. Let's go on.
My name on my first name, okay?
Did I take your chair?
Don't worry about it. We're good? Don't worry about it. I'll let you know if I want to switch. Take turns. As I explained to you on the way here, there's an investigation. Yeah. Your name came up when you talked to you about it, okay? He's like in charge of both everything.
Marlon Brando.
Okay.
Brucey.
Do I have to call him the boss? No. Alright, cool. Alright, the title. Basically, he knows most of the information that needs to be talked about, okay? He briefed me, I was able to review some things, and since we were able to talk a little bit, you know me, I talk to a stranger, right?
Yeah, you cool people.
Alright, so I figured we might as well sit here and talk together and try to square things away, okay? I was filling him in on a little bit about you, okay? You know, you living in West Dallas, you're working for your mom, selling, you're also going to school, business, okay? Fill him in on all that type of stuff. A lot of things have been going on. A lot of people have been saying lots of different things, okay? Now, you're from Milwaukee, right?
Mm-hmm.
And other than your visits in Mississippi, like you told me about before, you're always in Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Okay. Every place does business differently. Okay. Milwaukee does their things their way. Yeah. Waukesha does their thing our way. Okay. It's all a little different. Okay. But in the end, what our job is to find out a few things. Okay. Number one is the truth about what's going on. Mm-hmm. Okay. And number two, and I think personally, most important is why things happen. Okay.
We see this strategy used a lot, where a detective will tell a suspect that it's not if they committed the crime, but rather why they committed the crime. This is meant to make the suspect believe that they already have enough evidence for a conviction, so the reason they are being interviewed is because the police want to know why.
And there's a lot of misconception out there amongst a lot of people.
What's that mean?
Misunderstanding. People don't understand how things work sometimes, and whether it's something on TV or on the news, sometimes they don't really tell it like it is, okay? But basically, what we do out here in Waukesha is when we investigate stuff, we actually don't take sides.
You know,
okay?
Sometimes
we talk with everybody.
Just by accident.
And we listen to what everybody has to say, okay? We don't make any decisions beforehand, all right? It's important that we don't take sides because we don't want people on one side to say one thing and distort it or make it look bigger or worse than it really is. Okay. And we don't want the other side to try and see if they can get away with something. Okay. Our job is to find out the truth about what happened. It's important to hear everybody's side. Because if we don't hear everybody's side, then what are we left doing?
What you got to do?
We're left taking the information that we have been told and going with that. And it wouldn't be fair to people if we didn't get the whole story, and a decision would be based on just partial information, right? When people go about and do their business, whether it's legitimate business or illegitimate business, okay, they do things a certain way. They start out with a thing like when you go door to door selling your goods for your mother's business, okay? You want to build a business, you want to get your name out there, you want to be people familiar with your company's name and say, hey, I bought some good products from this company, they made my house look nice, I'm going to tell my neighbor, and they want to do that, okay? You don't want people saying bad things about that, right? If they do, when you go knock on that person's door and says, I heard about you, I don't want to deal with you, okay? We want to make sure that we get the full understanding of what's going on from your perspective and not everybody else's perspective, okay? We need to understand is if someone had an idea.
So I want to just go a little bit deeper in the tactic that the detective's using. Yes, he is using he's using the tactic where he explains to the suspect what he think actually played out, right? So he's putting up there that, listen, we know that this is what happened. We have all this extra evidence. He's banking on this young man to have an ego, which he probably does, right? He's banking on him to be like, you're a dumb as fuck, and pretty much say something that will actually criminate him, criminate himself. And it will probably give him more information that these detectives don't even have, right? And this is why they're using that approach. Like I said, they study people and they know what approach to do with certain individuals, right? Remember, before you even get into that that interrogation room, they done browse through your whole social media. They've been in contact with everybody that's in your damn phone. They done looked at all your messages, and mind you, they can get a subpoena to go back to 10 years on your phone of messages and shit like that, right? It's very easy for them to get that. Very easy. All they have to do is just get a subpoena from the courts, give it to the provider if you even try to wash out your phone, and they can pull that shit back up, especially if all your stuff is connected to what's that thing called? Like that space thing. I forgot what it's called. See, this is what happens when you get old and it's late at night. It's past it ain't past my bedtime, but it's past old folks' time. What is that? What is it called? The hub, like one of those hubs, like how the map books and all have your stuff stored all on it, right? They can do that. So it's just like sometimes I truly believe that. Thank you. See, look, there go my smart people in the chat. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I just had mommy brain for a second. That means I'm talking too much. Let's go on.
Idea about how something was going to go, and it didn't turn out that way. Why didn't it turn out that way? Did something happen that was unexpected? Did something happen that surprised that individual and ended up being like, oh no, how do I deal with this? And something went wrong. And it wasn't an intentional thing, it was just something that, damn, why did it have to happen that way? Okay? But we need to understand that. And we need to understand it from everybody's perspective. You understand what I'm saying? Because if we don't understand it from everybody's perspective, what ends up happening?
Kenneth yawns multiple times, which usually indicates that he is either tired or bored. What you may not know is that yawning is also related to anxiety and stress. You will notice that during a lot of these interrogations, the suspect will sometimes sleep when left alone in the room. This is because the stress from either wondering if they will get caught or the interrogation itself will leave suspects exhausted.
Now, with the video essay, it said that is true. Yes, that is correct. A lot of the yawning and the sleeping and the dozing off is exhaustion, is high levels of stress and anxiety, and it's also a tactic as well, right? It's also a tactic too. They can pretend that they're being bored with this, like, because you don't have anything. That's part of that machismo type of approaching the situation. So that's also what that can be as well. It's not only just because how long these interrogation goes on and someone is literally talking you to death at this point, he's being taught to death because no questions have actually really been given to this man. But yeah, it's also a tactic to start yawning and acting very uninterested. Or I don't have nothing for you. I don't got nothing for you, so I don't know why I'm here. I don't even know why you're talking to me. I don't even know what today is. I don't even know I don't even know what my day. I don't even know my name. What the hell? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's all tactic. But let's go on.
Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do.
People are gonna make decisions based on limited information, and then those decisions may be, in the end, not appropriate. Okay? When a decision has to be made, it should be made on all the information available out there, right? Okay. You don't think that's water? Or would you rather be livestock?
I'm just, very cautious about my life.
Okay, no, that's fine. I understand.
I was taught like that, raised like that.
Okay. Well, that was sealed. You saw that was sealed.
Yeah, I know it could be sealed and still, things happen to it. I know, trust me. I watch a lot of CSI and RS 48 and all that good stuff. So I know.
What do you like about those shows?
I don't like the shows at all.
Why do you watch them then?
To see how you guys work.
Okay. But you know that's TV.
Yeah.
Like CSI.
That's real. That's
real. Everybody watch
CSI. You know how fast they solve a crime in CSI?
Oh,
in 60 minutes. That's how long the show is.
Yeah, that's real.
You will actually do better if you
We
watch.
don't solve a show in 60 minutes.
I know, but some of you guys solve things like this.
That is a good show.
In some cases, yeah. Okay. In other cases, it's important to be thorough. Don't you think that's right?
Yeah,
Okay. Don't you think it's important for us to get all the information that's available out there and to get the truth as to how things happen?
Of course, that's your job.
Exactly. But what's most important about it is...
Besides, I have to take my coat. It's cold as hell.
You want it?
Yeah, I really like my coat.
That's no problem. Okay, not a problem. Okay? And there's information, obviously, that you have that can help us understand the circumstances of what's going on. Why just you?
Yeah, why don't nobody else have this information that could help you guys?
Well, there are other people that have the information, and we have people out there going to talk to them if they're not talking to them right now. Okay?
So who all was brung here? Just me?
Kenneth wants to know if anyone else is being questioned about the crime. The detective's answer to this question will show Kenneth how much information they really have, or how much information they want him to think they have.
For now, just you, yes.
Okay.
Okay?
I'm getting old, God. Let me drink my water. I'm doing this whole breakdown piece by piece, and the whole thing is muted. I don't know what's going on with me. Let me drink my water. Okay. So what I was saying on mute is that he wanted to know who he spoke to so he can get more information on what the detectives actually know. But it's also killing two birds in one stone, right? We have friends or associates that we know. A few of this associate I can't tell shit to because they sing like a canary, right? And then I can tell this associate or this friend something because I know that they're trustworthy, they're loyal, and stuff like that. So he also wants to know who exactly did you bring down here. So if for example, if he has a snitch or a potential snitch that he knows, he can be like, all right, well, I might have to protect myself, or throw more information out there because I know this person is going to sell me up to the highest bidder. But if he has someone that he knows who is loyal and he's not going to crack on pressure, then that would make him more easier to still remain framed while he's having the interrogation. That's what I wanted to say. I'm sorry, guys. I was muted. I apologize. Let's go on.
Okay. So there's some things that we'd like to talk about. Yeah. Find out a little bit more about you and Waukesha. Okay? You do that?
Yeah, I'm all right.
All right. Excellent. All right. Now you said you're on paper, right?
Yep.
So you've been around the block.
Yeah.
You know how things work.
What you mean around the block?
Dealt with the cops before.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I told the truth though. That's why I'm on papers.
Right.
Like if I would never said nothing, I could be at home, off of probation, just chilling. But no, I helped the police get the guys who it was, and not all everything on me.
I cannot
so what happened to those guys?
For my facial
They did time.
Okay.
Got out, tried to retaliate.
Okay, but they did time?
Yeah.
You didn't get time?
Yeah. I did like 45 days and 3 years on paper. That was the plea.
45 days in the house?
Yeah, house correction.
Oh, that's nothing. What those guys have to do?
Yeah, it was.
Was that bad?
I'm not used to being away from home from my mom.
I understand that. What did the other guys end up doing?
I really don't. I don't remember. I know they had some kind of like a couple years though.
Okay.
See, the case was more about it was a burglary, stolen property,
okay,
and driving without owner's consent. See, I didn't have nothing to do with the burglary or none of that. I just, I had got the car. And my fingerprints was in it, so I told him how I got the car.
Okay.
I wasn't involved in that. So he got there and put the driver without owner's consent.
Okay. Because you were in the car and your fingerprints were there. I mean, you can't undo that. It happened.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. So it is what it is. So they made you sit a little time in the house and then put you on paper. Mm-hmm. Paper sucks because, as you said on the way here, you can't smoke weed.
Yeah.
Okay.
I sing and I do music too. That's my little side thing I do.
Okay. All right. So you put songs or videos out?
Yeah, I'm all over there.
Nice. On the internet?
I'm everywhere.
You YouTube it, or how do you do it?
YouTube.
Okay.
YouTube, Facebook, Twitter.
Okay, so all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. I'm all over the web.
What's the biggest number of hits you got on a video?
Probably like 10,000.
Really?
It's more than that. I couldn't tell you, man. That's the first time, though. When I first put my first video on there, it was like 10,000.
Okay.
9,000.
So that's why you want to set up that warehouse for talented people, because you're one of them talented people.
Yeah, most definitely. I dance, and I'm a good artist. I could try you. Sitting right there. Yeah.
All right. Well, good. Excellent. All right. Well, there's some things that we need to talk about. Things that we'd like to clear up. So let's get to it, okay? I know I got your name, address, all that fun stuff on the way here. A couple things I forgot to ask you about. How far did you get to school?
I dropped out of 12th grade.
12th grade? Okay.
Yeah.
Did you try to get GED or HSED or anything like that?
Yeah.
How'd that work?
I'm feeling, just because all the things happening in my family, there's been a lot of deaths.
Okay.
A lot of people going to jail.
Okay.
The family just breaking apart.
So a lot of stress out there in your life?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Okay. So you got that, you're helping your mother out with her business, you're going to school, you're working on your own business ideas, so you got a lot of things going on.
Hell yeah.
Okay, understand that. Okay.
There's something in this
All right.
air, Flower.
What we do here at the Waukesha Police Department, before we talk to anybody about any investigation, we read them their rights. So obviously you've had your rights read to you before?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's nothing new to you.
Kenneth agrees with most of the rights being read to him. It's the very last part that he has issues with.
And the last one is understanding the above rights. Are you willing to speak with me? Okay.
About what?
Well,
I need to know
a few things.
Okay, before I know what this is.
What's that?
Yeah. I need to know. I've been locked down for a day and a half.
Okay.
I still don't know what is everything about.
Okay.
They just came and got me, and there was a bunch of things on this sheet. saying that I was involved in, but I don't,
What were the things that you saw on the sheet that you were involved in?
They said drugs and guns.
Okay, that was a search warrant that you asked about at your apartment. Okay, and I explained on the way here that that was something that Milwaukee was dealing with.
Okay, and now that's what I asked about. I asked because they told me. They said Walker saw. Well, actually, it was me when I was in the cell. They was talking to this guy, and they said, "No, you gotta wait for Waukesha County because they come to get you."
Right.
But turns out it wasn't him they was coming to get. It was me they come to get. So as I asked, I was like, "What they come to get me for? Like, what is this about?"
Okay. What we found out.
I was told.
What we found out from Milwaukee when they did the search warrant, they collected evidence. Okay, and some of the evidence that they collected was tied to an incident in Waukesha. Okay.
So what was the evidence they collected?
Clothing, and they did find a gun in the apartment.
Yeah.
Okay, and other things. Okay.
After the police realized that Kenneth was a possible suspect, a search warrant was issued to search his home. The police found evidence inside his home that tied him to the robbery at the gas station. They found masks, clothing, scratch tickets, and even the murder weapon.
That stuff was used in a robbery in Waukesha. Okay, so we need to understand, all right, hey, where did that custom stuff come from? How to get in the apartment? Stuff like that. Okay? Your apartment, right?
Yeah, it's my apartment.
Okay, so wouldn't it make sense that we ask the people who live there about it?
Yeah, sure.
So that's why we want to talk. All right? Fair enough?
Fair enough.
You want to talk then?
Yeah.
Excellent. So what I'm going to ask you to do, your answer is yeah. So I just need you to put your initials next to that answer and then sign your name right there for me. So Milwaukee does a search warrant at your apartment, and you're there. And you were telling me that your brothers and sisters were also there.
Yeah.
Okay. Help me out here. Who was all there besides you?
When? That yesterday night?
Had the search warrant. Yeah, when the Milwaukee police came.
Kenneth begins talking about his two neighbors who had left Chicago after they committed crimes all over the city. Kenneth has already told detectives that he has no problem telling on other people, so it's obvious what direction he's going by mentioning his neighbors.
Okay.
But the funny thing about it is, like, even mentioning your neighbors, and you knew that your neighbors were criminals that had to leave your neighborhood because they did too much, right? And at this point, if they was going to get caught, they was going to be put under the jail cell, or they probably would be taken out. My thing is like, the weapon and everything was found at your house. It wasn't found at their house. And then on top of that, what was they doing at your house if they're not even supposed to be there anymore? So I don't really understand how that, going with that narrative is going to really help you, because it's like you're trying to send the detectives on a wild goose hunt for these two individuals who have done a string of crimes in that neighborhood, and they're supposedly not there. Obviously, that means that they have the nature to flee, right? And I'm sure they're probably on the watch list. I'm sure people have them posted up somewhere to say, hey, if you know this person or you see these people, whatever not. But that still does not explain why the actual weapon was at your house when they went there to search. The weapons, you had scratch off tickets that they can pin whether or not the serial on the scratch off tickets, what store that batch of scratch offs was at. It was at the store where the crime took place, right? So you were there around that time. They can find if they find a receipt, they can find out if you was there that day, right? Because normally receipts have dates on it. So it's like there's certain information that they do have that doesn't necessarily mean that you're the person that they're looking for. But when you start to leave where once they throw bait at you, right? You let them know that you're willing to snitch on anybody. You don't care. You don't care about that snitches get stitches thing, cold on the streets, whatever not. Okay, that helps them a lot. But then when you start saying that is these particular individuals, and they probably have an idea that these people are, they fled already, or nobody can find them, or they left, they don't, they left a long time ago. It just seems it doesn't. What I'm trying to say, it doesn't really necessarily help you, right? Because you're trying to divert them to go look this way, and all the evidence, especially when they got the murder weapon, they're going to check and see whether or not your DNA is on it. You're sitting here drinking water. You don't think after you finish drinking that water bottle that you think they're going to actually just throw it out and throw it in the garbage? No, they're going to take your water bottle and they're gonna cross-examine to see whether or not if the fingerprints matches the one on the murder weapon. That's what they're gonna do. That's why they give you water. That's why they ask, hey, you want some water? You want some coffee? Are you hungry? You want some McDonald's? They want your fingerprints. They want your fingerprints to confirm any little evidence that they do have, or even a half fingerprint or half DNA. They want to match it. You got your DNA and your fingerprints all over this. And everything was at your house. But let's go on. Let's go on.
So the night before the search warrant they said they brought some stuff over and you rolled some up, smoked some?
Yeah, some weed.
Okay.
They had a lot of money.
They did? How much money did they have with them?
I couldn't tell you. I know it's just a lot of money.
Okay. All right. What time did they roll by?
It was late night.
Oh, what time?
I couldn't tell you that, sir.
Okay.
Honest.
Okay. Dark out?
It was dark out.
How much weed did they bring with them?
Like a halfie. But they were there already, and we were just sitting there bored, you know. We was all sitting there bored. They were there, and they came over, you know, they just sitting, we all looking at each other, laughing and kicking it, and they like, we'll be right back. I think they came back like 30 minutes or to an hour.
Okay. So did they show up with the money and the weed before that or after that?
That's after that.
That's after that?
After when they came back, then they had everything.
Okay. Okay, so you guys are just sitting around?
Yeah.
You and your brothers and sisters and cousin?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Then they left? But you don't know?
No, I never seen them leave. They were still there when I went in the room and like laid down, you know.
Oh, so you don't know if they left the apartment or not?
No.
Okay, but when you came back out of your room, then they had money and weed?
No, listen.
How'd that work?
Listen.
That's why, yeah.
Listen, first, we was all kicking it that night.
Yeah.
They leave, come back.
Okay.
Then they had everything. Then that's when we started to kick it.
Okay.
But after we got done kicking it, I went to my room.
Oh, okay. I see.
And laid down.
Uh-huh.
Then I dozed off. It was still, they had the music playing. They were still doing their thing.
All right.
But after that, I fell asleep. I don't remember. I thought they were still there. That's why I asked if the police had got them too.
Oh, okay. All right. Now it makes sense. Well, I appreciate you.
We all have choices.
Explain that to me. All right.
Yeah, but these guys, they hot heads.
How are they hot heads?
They is. They tell you. They hot heads.
Okay. So when they came back with this money and this weed, did they say where they went?
No.
Okay.
They said, like, I told you I was going to get you, fool. I told you I was going to come turn up with you. It's like, dang, he wasn't lying.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, we kicked it and all this other good shit.
Okay. So you guys roll some blunts?
Yeah.
Who rolls the best?
He do.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
I really haven't been smoking weed. I just started back smoking weed when they came, you know.
Yeah.
Fit in and shit.
Sure, I hear
I
you.
know I wasn't supposed to be smoking weed, man. I'm on probation and all this other shit.
Well, we ain't gonna worry about that. It's no big deal. Not to us. It happened in Milwaukee or whatever it was, Dallas anyway, so I don't really care about that.
Alright.
So, alright. So what were these guys wearing that night? When they left and came back, remember?
Where's your hot vest?
They had on the same thing they left out with. Pajamas. They both have pajamas on.
They had pajamas
like
on?
a little bit.
What kind of pajamas?
I don't like checkers.
Kenneth is creating a narrative where the two men leave his apartment, then come back with money that they didn't have before. In his narrative, Kenneth replaces himself as one of the two men with an unknown male. His story would explain the evidence in his house, and it would appear that he was just set up.
They come back, they got the weed, you guys smoke up. All right. They were talking about anything.
That's what I'm saying. Like, his narrative doesn't work, because if it was two people who you think one of them was potentially the one who did this shooting at the store, then why are the items, everything from that store, still in your house and those people are not there? Why would they leave that there? They wouldn't leave that there. They would have took it with them. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense at all. So yes, you're creating this whole story and you're leaving yourself out of it and making it seem like you was just in the house the whole entire time sleeping. Like, they can't pull cameras from the store. Now, I don't know, because I think this is Wisconsin, right? I think this is Wisconsin. I don't know if Wisconsin have cameras out on their regular streets. But in New York, every street is recorded, okay? You don't even see the cameras. The cameras are in the light posts, okay? Like, they record everything. They even have channels here on YouTube who literally show you all our streets in New York City, what it's doing at every hour of the day. You'll see the traffic go through. We have cameras that show you what's going on all our bridges and everything. So I don't know if they have that in Wisconsin, but definitely at the convenience store, they're going to have a camera there. They're going to have a camera there that will probably show that you were there. Now, like I said, you going to that store doesn't make you the suspect, but if you were there when that situation happened, I don't know, that will go against your story about these people who are infamous criminals who've been running around and hiding and ducking from town. They went to the convenience store, came back with all the stuff that they didn't have before, and they just so happened wanted to leave the murder weapon and everything else with you and just dip. But let's go on.
Unusual? Anything that surprised you?
They was hyper as hell. Like,
They were hyper?
They was happy as hell.
They were hyper and happy?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. What do you think?
I think he came in my room and said, "I'm gone, folks." That's what he said. He said, "I'm gone, folks." But I was too asleep. I was high as hell. So I really couldn't, picture who it was. It wasn't none of my people, because they was obviously, if they didn't get the dudes, they left.
Okay.
So I think he came back that night and said, "I'm gone, folks." But I was asleep. I don't remember what the fuck was happening.
Okay. All right.
We sleep with our door open, so.
Do you?
I'm like.
All right. So what about this gun that they found in the apartment? Where did it come from?
Couldn't tell you. I really couldn't tell. I don't even know where they found the gun at.
Okay. Found it in a diaper box.
A diaper box?
Yeah.
Was it put, when was it put there?
When was it put there?
Who? You talking about my nephew's diaper box?
Yeah.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was put there, Jim.
Yeah, I don't think, normally, especially with the baby in the room, you keep a gun in a diaper box.
No. See, it's funny though, how everything is, they gone.
So, do these guys have a gun?
Yeah, they got lots of guns.
They got lots of guns? What kind of guns these guys got?
Got a few handguns.
Okay, when did you see these
What kind
guys?
of gun was
Handguns.
this?
It was a handgun.
Well, I know it was a handgun.
It was a black one.
A black, like what type of handgun?
It was a 9.
A 9?
Yeah.
Yeah, they got shit like that.
Do they?
When the last time I seen them?
Yeah.
The guys?
Yeah.
I just told you the night that everything happened,
Oh.
Right before they came and got us.
Oh, they had the gun that night?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Which one had it?
It's a short one.
Short one?
Yeah.
Okay. What kind of gun did he have?
Sounded like the one you was all black. It was all black. The one sounded like the one you said just.
Okay. So he had a black handgun?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Before you said something about a high point.
Yeah, that's what he said it was. He said he is high points right here, Bo.
Okay.
The detective never told Kenneth what model the handgun was, So when Kenneth says that he believes it was a high point, this shows them that Kenneth knew about the gun all along. If Kenneth was smart, he would have said he had never seen any handgun whatsoever. And if he was even smarter, he would have asked for a lawyer and stopped talking.
Yes, he would have asked for a lawyer and stopped talking. But then again, it goes back to why the detectives chose the approach for Kenneth the way that they did. They knew that if they would start talking as if they had everything all figured out, his ego was going to kick in. He was going to start asking him questions and stuff of what he studied off of the University of CSI. And he was going to say something that was going to incriminate himself. You told what type of gun it was. The only two people know what type of gun it is. The one who's actually holding the gun, and you knew that this person had this gun a long time ago because they probably showed you this is the gun that they had. All of that is incriminating. Especially Mr. I wasn't there, and it was two other people that came that went to the store, came back with a whole bunch of stuff before they came and got him. Like, boy, you should have went and got a lawyer. And like I said, at this time, I mean, I know he's 19, I know he's considered adult, but you should have got a lawyer. And yeah, it just should have just stayed quiet. Because you're giving up so much stuff that is incriminating you. Like, again, how do these people that came and got you, how do they even have access to your nephew's diaper bag? Right? Wouldn't that be in like a bathroom or maybe in the child's room, somewhere that would be close to the child if you need to do a change, like a quick change? How do they know? Oh, I'm going you. So you telling me that they was able to run up in your house and go into your rooms and be like, you know what? This is a good place to put a gun at. Let me put the gun in the baby's diaper box. That just gave me a headache. Let's go on.
Probably was his income.
Probably was his?
Yeah.
You see where you get it from?
Did I see where you get it from?
Yeah.
They go down to the city and get all the guns and come back here.
Okay. What other guns? You said they had lots of guns.
One had it was a revolver.
Okay. Who was the short one or the tall one? What did you see with that?
The night they was there, they had all them guns. They had like 3 guns on.
Okay. Who had the tall one had a revolver?
2 revolvers.
Okay. What color were they?
Silver. It was like this.
Okay.
Well, not necessarily, Bruce, because what he asked him is what type of gun, what type of gun it was. He was the one who gave the type of gun initially without the detective asking. So when he double backed and asked him again what type of gun it was, and he was like, oh, he said, what type did you find? He was like, it was a black one. Yeah. That seemed like it. That seemed what type it was. He was like, what kind of gun was it? It was a handgun. Oh, yeah. That seemed exactly the type that I think that those guys had. So in a way, it wasn't necessarily leading him. He literally put him I would say, Kenneth, he took the bait. He wasn't supposed to know anything. Remember, he's supposed to be asleep. He's supposed to have they were supposed to have woken him up when they came back to the house and they had all this stuff. So he shouldn't have known that they even had a weapon. He shouldn't have known that they even had extra money, scratch offs, and all the stuff like that. He shouldn't have known none of that because they woke him up. Remember, they woke him up when they came back to the house. His whole story was that whatever these 2 guys did, he was asleep in the house. They had already left. That's what he's telling them. Like, he don't know what's going on. He know that these two guys came through and they came to get us, but he didn't know what they did prior to that because he was in the house sleeping. This is his story. He should have just been quiet the whole entire time. Let's go on.
You know what rounds? 38s, 357s, 22s.
I couldn't tell you.
You don't know?
I
They
really
didn't
couldn't
say?
tell you, no.
Okay, you're not a big gun guy?
Listen, I am gonna tell you. I mean, I'm gonna tell you this stuff.
Okay.
They asked for some bullets. My mama gun is registered.
Oh, your mom has a gun?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
registered. She has a 9mm.
Okay, all right.
I had got some bullets out of my mom's bag, and I had gave to those guys.
Okay.
Kenneth realizes that his fingerprints might be on the bullet casings found at the crime scene. To explain this, he says he handed the two men bullets from a stash his mother had for her registered handgun.
What kind of bullets, you know?
Don't worry about that,
Nice.
Lucy.
Okay.
Don't
What color were
worry.
they?
That was a good question, actually.
Yeah, you remember?
Because it could have
Sometimes they come in
led,
different colors, like brass casing or
led
silver
into
casing.
leading the witness. But he was the one who offered up that information first. That's the only reason
They
why.
were silver. Not silver. They're like brownish.
Brownish? Okay.
Yeah.
How many bullets did you give them?
Like 9. No, actually, I gave them 4 because the other ones I put up on my cabinet.
Where was your cabinet?
Oh,
When
thank you,
bullets came
Mama.
in,
I
they saw
appreciate you.
they
Thank
saw
you so
bullets.
much.
The cabinet in the living room or the bedroom?
In my room.
In your room, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you put those bullets there?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
I was going to give them back to my mom.
Okay,
He already asked, so he said, I just need 5.
okay. Which one asked for the bullets?
The short one.
Okay,
The tall one guns was fully loaded.
okay. So how many bullets did you give them?
Just 4.
4, you gave.
And see, this is what's so damaging, right? Because you're the one who said that it was handguns, right? You said it was black. Then you the one who offered up the information to let them know that your mom has a registered 9mm. Then you said that you gave them a couple of bullets. Again, when did you give them these couple of bullets? Did you give them these couple of bullets earlier on when they left the house and you were supposed to be sleeping? Or did you give them these magical bullets when they came back to the house and you didn't even know that they quote unquote had a gun, or there was a gun in your house in your nephew's diaper box? So even in that means that you knew that they were about to go do something, that you gave them bullets. It's like, I really wish he would stop talking, but he, like, right now he's so arrogant, right? He's arrogant where he thinks that everything that he says makes sense, that, you know, that is believable. And, you know, for someone who don't know how to read between the lines, yes, it is very believable. We know that kids do stupid things, right? We see it every day, right? This is the US. We know kids do stupid things, right? But everything he's telling the detective, you seem more involved than you just sleeping and not knowing what's going on. It's just very annoying sometimes. Let's go on.
Give him 4 bullets?
Yeah, he had 5.
Okay. Okay.
4 or 5. I really don't remember. 4 or 5, I think. It's one of them.
Okay, so then when you gave him the bullets, where was that?
That was that same night.
Where were you in the apartment when you did that?
I gave him the
Oh,
bullets.
you too cute,
In my room.
Lucy. Thank
Okay,
you.
was it just you and him, or was anybody else in there?
It was me, him, and the other guy.
And the other guy, the tall guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
See, nobody else didn't really know what was going on.
Appreciate you, Bama.
But I kind of figured what they asked for the bullets for. They you know, they stick up guys.
They stick up guys. That's what they do.
That's what they do.
Have they talked about that?
Yeah, that's what I was telling you. They burned up the city. They burned up Chicago.
Because they just stick us down there.
Yeah, so they had to come here.
They come here and what? Start burning up Milwaukee.
Burning up Milwaukee.
Okay.
It goes along with it.
Okay.
Yeah, they changed it out there.
So there's stick-up guys. You let known stick-up guys in your house. You're cool with them. You also give known stick-up guys bullets for their weapons, right? And you really want the detective to believe that you're not a part of the stick-up crew. That's what they do. Now, that's not what you do. This is what you want the detectives to believe. But mind you, you gave them bullets. They came to you with empty guns with no bullets, but you gave them bullets. Here you go, guys. Here, take these couple of bullets. You going to that corner store? You about to hit old boy? I got you. I really don't understand if people actually like listen to themselves when they talk. And you know what? We have a bad habit of doing that, and sometimes I even have a bad habit of doing that. But you can't. I'll just say this: you can't be a dumb criminal, man. Like you really can't be a dumb criminal. It's bad enough if you want to be a criminal, right? And I don't think that anybody should want to be a criminal. And I do understand in certain situations, criminality can be subjective. But when you're doing actual stupid crimes or crimes like this, you can't be dumb. You really just can't be dumb. I'm telling you, CSI, even though it's a great show, I love it. It was one of my favorites. That is not where you should go study about any of this, okay? If you want real, actual, good information, go to 60 Minutes, right? 60 Minutes been on for like 60 plus years, okay? And they're very trustworthy with what they report. Because we have a whole bunch of different type of social media networks and also news channels, and even in this highly political profile type of society that we're living in, you got to be mindful, or you got to be mindful what you take in, or take in certain information, and the things that doesn't seem right or look right, or after you do your research, throw it to the wayside, right? But I would say go to 60 Minutes if you want some actual good old school facts about certain things. You can't go wrong with 60 Minutes. That's a tip I'm giving for you guys. I'm telling you, a lot of federal governments still use 60 Minutes. That's another tip. Let's go on.
Identification, though.
What do you mean they change identification?
They dye their hair a lot.
They dye their hair a lot?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Well, one can't dye his hair. One bald was bald.
Right. I mean, he is the way he is.
The short one through the.
And the bald head is a never fold guy.
Yeah, the never fold.
Okay.
Never fold.
Okay. All right. So then they how long were they at the apartment before they left?
That's a good too, Bam.
With the bullets and stuff.
I never seen them left.
Okay.
That's the night everybody turned up.
Okay.
I got so high, I went in the room and laid down.
Okay.
I don't know. After that, I don't really remember what was going on. I was asleep, shit. Okay. I know they was having fun, though, you know what I mean? Everybody was all around the house.
Sure. Okay. Did you ever leave the apartment at all that night? No? All right. Anybody else ever leave the apartment that you're aware of?
King Hazy, really? Wow.
No, not that I know of.
Okay. Was that Amanda girl? Was she over kicking it with you guys smoking? No? Was any other girl over? Other than the group, your sisters, your cousin?
Just them two.
Just them two? Okay. They got a car? How do they get around?
They have people, they call up people.
They call up people like who?
Yeah, like friends and shit, people that they already know here.
Okay. You get rides from those people too?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Hell no. I like I told you, I don't leave unless it's with my mama.
Okay.
I don't go nowhere unless it's with my mama.
Okay.
With her, I'm in the apartment.
All right. Do you know who they called to go when they left?
No, sir. I couldn't tell you who they called.
Okay.
The car, I think, was color, was it? I don't even remember.
You saw the car pull up though?
Not that night. I like the cars. You like the other cars that do come and get them.
Okay.
Is a black one.
Okay.
Big van.
A black one and what else?
A big van.
A big van? Okay.
Yeah. Them like the only cars I saw before.
The detective is about to reveal another piece of evidence they have. In the gas station surveillance video, the two men wore green masks. Those same masks were also found in his apartment.
Part of the evidence that they found was that gun, those bullets, some clothes, okay? They also found other items in there, like a mask, a green mask.
Yeah.
Okay. Where'd that green mask come from?
I couldn't tell you. I swear I couldn't tell you where the fuck no green mask came from. Like I said, man, them guys, man, they came back there that night, man. They was rowdy up, man.
Mm-hmm.
They was really, you know what I mean? Like you can tell, like, when somebody done did something or something. You know, I knew they did something. I just don't know what they did, though.
Okay.
They came back. I got high, man. I got high and fell asleep, man.
Well, now that we've been talking, what do you think they did out here in Waukesha?
Man, they did a mask, a gun, they robbed somebody, man. They robbed somebody, probably came back and threw the evidence off on us, man.
Okay. That's what you think happened?
Yeah, because if they not caught, if they didn't get, caught, where they gone.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? They gone.
Right.
So they out in the box still having fun while somebody else going down for the shit they did.
Okay.
That's exactly what happened.
Okay. So you understand why it's important that we talk and figure stuff out?
Yeah, now I understand. You know, I was lost, man. I didn't know what the hell was going on, man. I understand, man. And it's fucked up, you know what I mean?
Okay.
The detective finally.
Dude, you still lost. You are all the way lost in the sauce. You are only incriminating yourself. You are not snitching on anyone but yourself. You are so lost in the sauce. You don't even understand that this detective is doing multiple laps around you mentally right now. Like, come on, man. Like, I hate seeing this, right? But then again, if you have this ego about you and you think that, like I said, you think that being able to manipulate means that you're intelligent or you're intellectual. No, your manipulation does not mean or is not equal to smart. No, it's not. Right? It's just it's so annoying, guys. I'm sorry. Let's go on.
Has Kenneth's attention. He sits up and he begins playing with the water bottle cap as he realizes this isn't going away. Up until this point, Kenneth has appeared uninterested and tired, which was probably done on purpose. Kenneth wanted to appear relaxed to try and fool the detectives into believing he had nothing to do with it. In Kenneth's mind, a guilty person would look nervous and would ask a lot of questions.
So then part of what you understand is not only do we talk to people, though we get evidence and we look at evidence, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And even though you watch CSI and that first 48 stuff, that's Hollywood and that's, sort of like how it happens.
Yeah.
Okay. But in real life it happens a little different. Okay. In real life it's a little more scientific and a little more specific. They don't put all that dramatic stuff in there.
Right.
They gotta put the dramatic stuff in there for TV, right?
Yeah.
You'd be interested in watching it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. And obviously we don't solve things in 60 minutes.
Right.
Okay, it takes us some time, but there's a reason why it takes us some time. Because we want to get things right. Exactly. The things that we do, things like they do, is we do the fingerprint stuff and the DNA stuff and all that stuff.
Yeah, but
right?
now when I shoot some questions.
Sure, of course.
How is this? You still haven't told me how is this leading back to me?
Well, the evidence from the robbery is at your house.
Yeah.
Okay.
Still, what would make, you know what I mean? Somebody would have to call in and be like, okay, these guys, they just did this and this their location.
The evidence from the robbery was found in your home.
Yeah, I know. You
right.
Oh, I wish I could just tell Henry, shut up, okay? Dude, you admitted that you had known stick-up men in your home. You admitted that you're cool with them. You admitted that you gave them bullets. You admitted that they was able to come back to your house and supposedly have access to your nephew's diaper box to put the gun there and left all the scratch offs and money and everything. And then come to find out that when you did this whole stick up thing at the convenience store, you had green masks or scully masses, and all of that is found at your house. How do you not think that you're not a part of this, right? Like you didn't do anything. Even if you weren't the one who actually did the stick up, the actual stick up, you was literally protecting criminals, right? You was an accomplice. You was abiding them. You was holding things down for them. You gave them the bullets to shoot someone. Like, I don't understand. How do you think that you are not involved in it and you didn't do anything? You did everything. You've been incriminating yourself this whole entire time. Literally. And he just keeps on going on and on and on and on. And he doesn't understand that the more that you're trying to tell this detective to make it look like you didn't do anything and that, that's not me, you need to go look for these people and stuff like that. But then you're also telling so much how you were involved, and that even if you didn't know that something went down because they came back to your house, with all the stuff that they didn't have before, you saw the weapon before they left your house, you gave them bullets before you left your house, but none of that, you didn't say, you know what, I don't know what y'all got going on today, but y'all need to get up out my house and don't come back. Or, you know what, maybe I need to call the police and be like, yo, listen, I don't know what's going on, but I had these two dudes here. I don't really know them like that. They just came here to smoke weed, whatever not, or whatever, right? Because he did say that he had some little like business where he was like, I don't know, selling something, right? Outside of this. So maybe they just came to just get whatever products or something that you were selling, but all that extra shit you don't have nothing to do with. But you didn't do any of that. I don't know. It just get really annoying. He just keeps on going and going and going and going and going, and it's just like, I don't know. Like every single time I hear him speak, I just hear a extra like 2 years just going ching ching, like a cash register, just going ching ching in my head. Like, oh, there goes another 2 years. There goes another 2 years. It just keeps on building up. It's insane.
Right, so when Milwaukee Police Department calls us and say, hey, remember that robbery you guys had? I go, yeah. He says, the clothing, the gun, the mask, and other items of evidence that was taken in the robbery is found at this house.
Right.
I says, okay. So we talk with everybody in the house. Okay? We've talked to everybody in the house.
All right.
Okay.
So what everybody been saying?
We talk to your brothers, to your sisters.
Yeah.
Okay. We can't talk to everybody at once, right?
Right.
Okay. At some point in time, it's your turn to talk.
Right.
So that's what we're doing here now. Okay. But in the same time, we're processing other evidence. Okay. We're processing surveillance videos. We're processing the gun. Okay. We're processing the ammunition. We're processing everything that was found. Okay, and we're trying to see, okay, how does this all match up? Where does this evidence take us? Okay, we look at the surveillance video, and we see how things all match up. Okay, it's like a big jigsaw puzzle. Okay, and when you start putting the puzzle together, you don't know exactly, but as you get more pieces, you get a very clear picture and it fits in. Okay?
Right.
And what's fitting
How
in
much, Derek?
is the evidence at our
He's just
crib.
incriminating
is the
himself.
evidence at your crib.
What's interesting is that Kenneth claims to have been educated by crime shows like CSI and First 48, yet he wasn't smart enough to remove the evidence from his home that would link him to the robbery. It's possible that Kenneth, with all of his knowledge, left the evidence there on purpose, thinking that if the police ever found him, he could claim he was set up. It's also possible that he thought he would never get caught, and he was careless with the evidence. I'd love to hear your opinions on why he left the evidence in his home.
But more so is the evidence that you were in on that robbery in Waukesha.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
So that's what the evidence shows.
Run it back. What you say? You said the evidence that what?
The evidence and the information that we learned from everybody we talked to shows that you were in on that robbery in Waukesha.
Yeah, how was I in on it?
How was you in on it?
Yeah, you got my prints. You got my prints, my face on camera.
Yes, we do.
Yeah. I like to see all that.
Huh? Well, I don't have it with me right now, obviously. Okay.
Right. Why you don't have it with you, though? Let's check this out.
Okay.
If that was me,
mm-hmm.
why wouldn't you have all the evidence pointing out in front of us?
You want to see all the surveillance video right now? Obviously, we don't have one in the room.
Surveillance with my face direct on it.
Yes, we do. We have that.
No, yeah?
Yeah.
So why you didn't show me pictures? Why you didn't show me pictures like this is you on this?
Pictures?
Yeah.
This is the gun at your house.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This is the gun in the diaper box. The shoes that you were wearing. This is the mask that you were wearing. Okay. Okay.
Okay, where's it still? You're not telling me. Those
Kenneth.
Listen.
Kenneth, listen to me.
Yeah, I'm listening.
The problem is that you don't know where all the cameras are.
Yeah.
And you're wearing these same clothes on different cameras. Problem is, you didn't have your mask on at that time.
Right. So where are those fellas?
Where are these fellas? No.
No, I'm saying
this guy's sitting right in front of us.
I'm saying, where's the photos you said that I'm on camera wearing these clothes?
That's on a video.
On the
That's
video?
on a video DVD.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And Darren's in the background.
So where's the other guy on the camera? You said it was two people.
It was. He's in the background. That's Darren.
Darren?
Yeah. The big tall ball guy.
Yeah, that's his name, Darren?
Mm-hmm.
The detective is obviously bluffing about having caught Kenneth on camera without his mask near the crime scene, but when he mentions the name Darren, Kenneth knows that isn't a bluff. According to police, Darren was the second man who robbed the gas station.
We know all about him too.
Yeah.
Okay. This is the thing, okay, Kenneth?
Yeah.
We've been talking for a while, haven't we?
Yeah, wow.
Okay. And you've been telling me all kinds of information.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Not leading back to me.
Well, let me explain something, okay? All right. I've never met you before, have I? I don't know nothing about Kenneth, do I?
Nothing.
Okay. So part of my job is to learn about you, isn't it?
Of course.
Of course. Okay. I need to know what type of person you are. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
All the questions I asked, I already knew the answer
I
to.
reading books, I already do.
Okay. And the reason I know the answer to is I'm trying to measure the type of person you are.
So y'all got Darren?
So you're a very nice, young, polite man, and I appreciate that. Okay? The problem is, you're trying to get your way out of a situation
that you think I love.
No, I know. That's the thing. I know. So I gotta understand something here, Kenneth. Okay, I gotta understand something. All right. Are you gonna end up looking like a guy trying to get out of something, or just like that stolen car thing? All right, I messed up. I drove a car. I made a mistake. I'll take responsibility for that, but I ain't going to take responsibility for the other serious stuff that happened, the burglary and other thing those guys did. Okay? You were responsible for that part, so you didn't have to deal with that part, correct?
Yeah.
Same situation here. Okay? We need...
Listen, I've been listening to you the whole time. You
Fair enough.
Now.
Fair enough.
Listen. If you got Darren, how you don't got his brother? I said, if you got...
You got Daryl?
Yeah.
Clarence?
The The dude you just
Yeah,
the boy.
Betty is tattooed on his forehead. Not better, Betty. Yeah, we got him too.
Yeah. So then, how you not know? Then why is everything not
Oh my
matching up?
goodness! I hope
If
you
you got
feel
the guys.
better. I'm so
No,
sorry.
the
That
guys.
you're feeling-
You and
I hope you feel better. Speedy recovery for
Darren
you.
are the guys.
How you know that?
How do I know that?
Yeah, where my fingerprints at? On anything of this part they put that in my house. They stored that stuff in my house. How you don't know that?
How come your fingerprints and DNA are going to end up on that when we're done processing that?
End up on what?
On the gun, on the mask, on the clothes.
Okay, and I want to see that. What it do?
Okay.
Listen, when my DA shows up on the mask,
Right.
the clothes,
Kenneth.
and the gun,
Kenneth,
whenever
you're on surveillance video wearing those clothes just before, just after that robbery.
No. Yeah, you are. No. I promise you I ain't.
Okay.
I'm for sure. Listen, I'm 100% sure that's not me on that camera.
Okay. And how are you 100% sure that it's not you on that
Because
camera?
I never left out the house that night.
Okay. Everybody else in that house said you did.
Yeah?
Yes.
So where are they statements?
Kenneth continues to call out the detective's bluffs. Like a game of poker, the detective must maneuver around his requests to keep him under pressure. By this point, Kenneth should have realized that the detectives don't have as much evidence as they claim they do, but his ego won't let him shut his mouth and ask for a lawyer.
He's got some, I've got some, other people got some.
See, what did I tell you? See, I just want y'all to see that MJ don't be lying to you. I have been seeing this video before. I'm watching it with you guys for the first time. And everything that the video essayist said, and even the detective, is exactly what I said, how everything was playing down. I wouldn't lie to you guys. And I'm honest about things that I don't know. But things that I do know, I'm quite certain. Let's go on.
Let's see. You should have
Listen, this is the thing. It ain't about.
Listen, you got. That's
Kenneth,
that's
understand something. Understand something. Okay. This is about not what happened, because we already know what happened.
What happened?
We already know who's involved. Okay.
Yes and no. You
The important thing
decide,
is
Bruce.
we need to know why this happened.
I have faith in your judgment, sir.
You need to know why, and you come to Kenneth to get the
Yes, we need to know why Kenneth went out and robbed a store and walk shop.
How do you know that was Kenneth though?
Because we have all the evidence to show that it is.
No, you don't actually.
We do.
No, you just have the things that happen in. You don't have the person that did it. Anyone could be behind that. But listen to me though. I've been listening to you. I've been giving you information. Listen, anybody could be behind that mask. But you want it to be Kenneth. Why?
I don't want it to be.
No, I know why it is.
Okay.
I know why it is. Hold on. I know why it is.
Why is that?
Because you found the things in my house.
Well, why can't I say it was Levante or Devante? Or why can't I say it wasn't Clarence?
I don't know. You wanted to be Kenneth.
But why would that be Kenneth?
Because the things, half of the merch was in my room.
In that suitcase, hidden.
It actually wasn't hidden. If you just saw it was over out.
Okay, it was hidden in the suitcase. That's where they found it.
Okay.
Okay.
Good.
Okay. In your bedroom.
In my bedroom.
Okay. The big thing here is the most important is what happened during the robbery.
What happened during the robbery?
Well, you know you were there.
If I know, I would have told you.
Okay.
Don't you think? I don't have a problem. Listen, I don't have a problem. Listen, let me tell you this first of all. My life is fucked being fucked up.
Okay.
Since I was born. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Hold on. You keep interrupting me. I don't like that. You want to get information. You want to get the truth. Let me talk.
Okay.
Hear what I'm saying. You just doing this.
Okay.
I can't talk like that.
Okay.
Listen. I like being fucked up from the start, man. I've been trying to make a way and do this, be good. Listen. I ain't never had shit. I ain't never gonna be shit. Listen, y'all the good guys. Y'all the ones that come to this job and play good cop, bad cop. You know what I mean? You understand what I'm saying? See me, you know what I play every day? Survival. Any day coming out my door, I could be a dead man. They could have came in and killed us. Was a gun found? Don't know who gun it was. But listen, it was a gun found. The items were found in my room. Daryl and the other guy you're talking about, they could have been their items.
Okay.
I understand that he probably lived a hard life. And this is what he's trying to address to the detective. But I'm going to tell you that the world that we live in now and the society that we live in ain't nothing for guarantee, right? You can literally walk out your house and something comes falling right in your roof, right? You can literally get in your car and, God forbid, a garbage truck hits the back of your car, right? Like, we live in a world that I don't even know if the numbers have changed, but the last time I saw back in, like, I think 2015, they said it was 8 million ways that you can die, right? 8 million ways you could lose your life. And that is just the reality, right? We build societies, we build cultures, we build policies, procedures, and all the stuff like that, infrastructure. We build this because we give ourselves a false security. That's what all this is, right? False security. You can die for anything. You can just die from being sick. You know, like, you can, like, there's so many things that we could die for. But I do understand. I definitely understand what he means. He had a hard life. But here's the thing, right? You're talking about that these guys could have came in and unalive you. Yeah, that's true. But that's not the case. You let these guys in. You also gave these guys bullets. So that whole these guys could have took your life, scratch that. Second thing, the weapon was found in your nephew's diaper box. So if your nephew is still wearing diapers, that means that's a baby, probably around 3, 4, sometimes 5 if you don't know how to potty train them correctly. That is a baby. What if the baby found that gun? Have you ever thought about that? Putting it in a diaper box? Having it around where the baby is? You didn't care about your nephew life. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get it, but the thing about it is that you have choices and you have decisions to make. You decide to make the wrong decisions, and you have to deal with the consequences. We all have to deal with our consequences. And yes, and a lot of it is not going to be fair. I'm going to just keep it 100, but you're already explaining to the detective that you know that it's not fair. Certain things ain't fair. So you have an understanding of grasping that. But that still doesn't deter you for, doing the right thing. And then nor does it still give you an excuse to do the wrong thing and not be held accountable for it. That's just how it goes. So, and he doesn't even know, by him expressing himself in this way too, he thinks that this is a vulnerable moment, but it's a vulnerable, incriminating moment for you. Because you're incriminating yourself more, and you're also making them understand your how you see things, your perspective of how you view the world and how you move and navigate in the world. You're saying to them that since I'm already perceived to be the bad guy, I might as well go ahead and be the bad guy, right? And get something out of it. Okay. If you believe that, then you also have to deal with the consequences that comes with it, and not make up about imaginary people who's supposed to be out of the neighborhood because they did a whole bunch of crimes and people is looking for their asses, came to your house where you gave them bullets, went and did a stick up, come back to your house, and they had all this access to your house that they can drop a weapon in your nephew's diaper box. You have to sometimes you're just gonna have to look yourself in the mirror and reflect on the things that you are signing up for. And it's hard. It's hard, man. It's hard. It's hard to deal with that. But that's what you got to go. That's what you have to do. Shannon says, too many social media platforms dumbing down the country, not to mention the uneducated. Yeah. And you know what's bad is because nowadays everybody can be a guru. And I mean, I want people to be the master of their universe, right? I always preach that. You should be the master of your universe, but not everything is meant for everyone. And not everyone has the answers. Like I said, I even tell y'all, even though I tell you things that's truth, I always tell y'all to go and research and find out what if I'm saying is wrong, right? And then you can come back and tell me, hey, I learned something else, a part of that. Or if you know something that I don't know, inform me, because I like to learn. I don't like to sit up here and act like I know everything, because I don't. I make far more mistakes and take L's and everything just like everybody else, right? But you gotta look in the mirror. You have to be able to look in the mirror. Hey Don, what's going on? You was never here. You was never here. Good to see you. Let's see. Are you still? No, I'm still on, Joanne. Welcome back. Candy get it. Never thought she was. Maybe you had the reference just in case. Calm down. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's 4 shows today. 4 shows today. Yes, Donna, I do have sister locks. Yes, I do, ma'am. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you. Okay, let's go on. But yeah, I felt sorry. I felt I felt a little bit emotions of him expressing himself, because this is him being vulnerable. But it's a lot of, not taking accountability for the things that you do have control over.
They could have stashed that in there before they left.
Okay.
But y'all got them in custody?
Yeah.
Y'all got them in custody? I wonder how y'all get them in custody.
How did we?
Yeah, how did you get them in custody?
We found them.
They weren't in my house, though. So where did you get them in custody?
Where they were at.
Where was it?
Across the hall.
Across the hall. So y'all went in theirs first and then mine?
No, we got them in custody after the search warrant, after you're already in custody.
Oh, okay. Okay. So you got your guys.
We got a lot of guys.
Yeah, you got your 2 main guys who did it, though.
Well, we got a lot of guys because there's been more than just the robbery and walk.
Thank you, ma'am.
Damn. So what else been going on?
Robberies in Milwaukee, robberies in West Dallas, robberies in Brookfield.
So you got all the guys, huh?
No, not quite all of them. We already have enough evidence.
It's not enough evidence.
Okay.
Those evidence was put there by
There's also evidence from other robberies that was found in your apartment.
Yeah, like what?
Lottery tickets.
Right. Lottery tickets. How you know that one? Like, back to what I was saying. How do you know those guys didn't put that there and find their way out, shoot back to Chicago where they belong, where they come from?
Did they hide the lottery tickets?
I'm saying, I don't know where they...
Lavante's bedroom?
Huh? You said, did they?
Yeah.
I don't know what they did.
Okay.
I was too high to even know what they did.
Mm-hmm.
I fell asleep that night, like I told you.
These robberies have been happening for a long time.
Yeah. They've been there for a while.
Mm-hmm. How long is a while?
You've been there for a while, probably a month or 2.
Okay. And every time they come to their apartment, they hide stuff?
Nah, they probably did that night.
They hid everything from all those robberies that night?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. So these individuals been there for a while, and they've been doing all this robbing and sticking up people and stuff like that. So then now it makes perfect sense why he said that he could walk out his house and he would get unalive. Because you're doing the stick-ups with him. You're doing the stick-ups with them. That's why. And if people are seeing y'all heading back to where your mom and your sister resides at, yeah, that makes your area dangerous now, right? especially if they're looking to get their get back or to get their stuff back, that would definitely make sense. But it's like, it doesn't make any sense that why would they leave all that stuff at your house if you're telling the detective that they picked up and they went back to quote unquote Chicago? Why would they leave all that stuff at your house? And in fact, why would you allow them to? And then also, who let them in the house? If you were asleep and you woke up and they were in the house, was it you that let them in the house? Half sleep? Was it your sister that let them in the house? I know it wasn't your mother that let them in the house, right? Who let them in the house for them to be able to be like, you know what, I want to stash the gun. I want to leave the scratch off tickets and the lottery tickets and the money all in the baby's room. He just continues to incriminate himself, and it is getting stressful because that means you had these guys up in your house for 2 months and you was running out in the street causing havoc with these gentlemen, sticking up people and causing enemies. Wusa.
Including all the articles of clothing that was worn?
Yeah, actually, you only showed me one.
Yeah, I said there's hundreds of pictures. I only brought a few.
Oh, you only brought a few?
Right.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Those are not my items, so.
Okay.
You could try. Listen, you could try your hardest to put those on me, but deep down inside, listen. When you go in court, you know what I'm gonna say. You know when we go in court, what I'm gonna say.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say that's those guys' items.
I understand that, and I'm not saying that you were involved in every robbery.
I wasn't involved in no robbery.
Okay, but
look at my background. Hold on, look at my background. Look what the position I'm in. Do you think I'll be involved in some robberies?
I don't know.
Come on,
all kinds of people do different things when they get desperate.
Be real.
When they need to survive.
Be real.
Right?
Let's see. Bruce says someone sure did. Mm-hmm. King said they could be informants planting evidence, just a thought. Yes, that could be a possibility, but he's the one who had told the detectives that these guys have been doing a string of I guess stick-ups and armed robbery in this town. They weren't even supposed to be here. They were supposed to be traveling back to Chicago, right? And I understand about informants planning stuff, but then even if they were able to, let's say, commit a crime or put something in this guy's house, right? So the cops can come and get him, that still doesn't excuse the fact that there was a murder. And I don't think informants have the right or they're above the law where they can kill somebody just to plant evidence. This young man is not no big time drug dealer or anything of that sort. He's not even like the muscle, right? He's at the lowest level of any form of criminal organization, okay? At the lowest level. So I don't see informants doing something like that to take him out, to take him out or put him in this position. I don't think so. But I do understand what you meant about that. Who can't spell if on or on? Wait. Did anybody see if he had a winning ticket? No, I didn't see no winning ticket. I don't know. Maybe. Hi, Sophia. How are you? Happy Memorial Day. I hope everything's well with you, darling. Okay, reading books said I agree. Yeah, I mean, they're like, it's sad because these young dudes be at the lowest of the totem pole, right? They're getting chump change, and they're destroying their life from chump change. It'd be really sad, man. You're on paper for burglary, right? Can't believe he's telling the cop to be real. Yeah. The ego is strong in that one. Let's see. That guy even said even where they were from. Right. That's what I'm saying. He's a little boy. Mentally, yeah. But according to, you know, our laws here, he's 19. He's an adult, right? Good to see you too. Good to see you. He's Rocky before he was Rocky, a leg breaker. Ooh. A fixer. Yeah. Oh, go ahead. Go get your glasses reading books. Go ahead. I don't know what that is. Let's go on.
I'm surprised. Listen, I get a check. I don't need to do anything.
Okay.
I get a check.
How do you get a check?
SSI.
Okay. How much you get a month?
$700-800.
Okay.
I'm good.
Okay.
That pays my bills, put food in my house.
Okay.
You know, do a little extra. My rent is only $5 something.
Okay.
Me and my brother split that.
Okay.
He get a check too. We could. So do your research. You know what I mean? Got your guys. Now listen. Wish I could tell you more, but you got your guys, man. Wish I could tell you more, but you, like I said, you got your guys. You got your Daryl and the other guy. You got them. You got them. You most definitely do.
Okay.
But me, I don't care where it, what you say, Kenneth, that's you, the items were in your room. They put that there. And that's what I'm going to stick to.
Like I said, I know what happened. I want to find out why. It's important to know why.
An investigation. You're trying to find out what happened.
I know what happened already.
Who did what?
I do that. I know
you
that.
want to be investigating still.
What do you mean?
You still in your investigation? You still want me to tell you who was behind that mask?
I need to know whether you shot that man on purpose or if the gun went off on accident. That's important because that's the difference between manslaughter or homicide. You know what I'm saying?
Manslaughter and homicide.
Yeah.
So now it's a homicide.
Yes, it is.
You know. So listen, you make them guys squeal, and you do what you gotta do to them guys, cause those are the guys, man. I don't know why you said you listen. You just told me you had a video of me with everything gone.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, it's on your Facebook.
That's sad, man.
I didn't make it.
That's sad, cause it's not therapy.
It is.
You're lying. You're sitting here lying to me, just like the other officer lied to me.
I'm not lying. Why would I lie about that?
I don't know. Why would the other
officer
lie? And you tried to switch it up in the car. Why would you lie? See, I could play the same role you playing.
What did the other officer lie to you about?
Saying I'm going down to the county.
I explained that to you. You're not at the county. You're at the city.
Listen, no. He said his exact words were, sign these papers. You're going down to the county. Put the little $100 from a bill and
that's a PR bond.
Yeah, listen, that wasn't.
So some jailer doesn't know the difference between the city and
that was something to get me here.
You're here because we needed you here.
Kenneth is very confident because he believes that without fingerprint evidence or his face on camera, there is no way they will be able to convict him. His confidence will ultimately be his downfall because the more he talks, the more information he's giving the prosecution.
Because all the evidence shows me.
You even lied to me and said you have my face on camera.
I do.
You got a mask.
No, not that camera. I got you on a different camera.
Oh, yeah?
Without the mask on.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
So why you haven't showed me these?
Why? Because it's on a video disc. I don't have a video player to show you. I haven't done that yet.
Shot. Listen, I'm not new to this.
Thank you.
I know you're not new. That's why I ain't messing with you.
You are, though.
How am I messing with you? I'm being straight up and telling you.
You're trying to get me to tell the truth about something I didn't do.
But you did do it. That's the problem.
I didn't do it.
I'm just trying to understand what happened. Was this an accident?
Listen, you got your...
Or was this something that... This is a mission you had?
Now that you told me, we talking about murder.
Exactly.
My life is gone.
Depends on what level of it. Did the guy go off on accident?
My life is gone. You're trying to get me for some shit I didn't do. I'm done already. Y'all found the evidence in there.
Do you know the different levels that are involved in that?
Tell me.
Okay. If someone accidentally shoots somebody, that's manslaughter. All right? 20-year felony. That's a big difference, isn't it?
No, 20 years.
20 years is a long time, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is.
It's life.
Depends on what you make of that life.
Life is done, man, after that.
Okay? That's, and understand something. 20 years is maximum penalty. Okay? Could they sentence you to a combination? Sure.
What's that?
Combination means some prison time, some parole time, some probation time. Okay? Just like you had to serve, 45 days and then 3 years probation for being in a car that wasn't yours?
Listen, I'm not going to go in there do 10 years. I'm not going to do no 5 years. I'm not going to do none of that shit. You know why? That ain't my shit. They put that in my house.
Okay. The problem is all the other evidence puts you there.
It don't.
Shooting that man.
You ain't got.
We need to understand.
Listen, you ain't got my fingerprints, man. You don't got my face.
Okay.
You don't got my face. Because if you did, it wasn't nothing to be to talk about, right?
There is something very important to talk about, Kenneth.
What, the story, how it happened? That's what you want, a story.
I want to find out whether what you did was intentional or an accident.
How does that mean?
I know it's you. The evidence knows it's you.
How does it mean?
The witnesses know it's you.
What witness?
Okay, so now we have to determine in that gas station, when the gun went off, was that something you wanted to do? Or that was something accidental?
I don't know what you're talking about, man.
That's what we need to determine.
I really don't know what you're talking about. If that was me, how did I get out there? How did I get back? I need to see all this. I need to see everything.
You'll eventually.
I mean, they definitely want a confession, and I'm a, even though young blood here is he's incriminating himself, I'll give it to him. He's still holding out, and he's still playing the mind tricks with the detective. But once he realized that the detective might not have as much information that they led to him to believe that they had, he should have stopped talking. Unless they were actually going to just go ahead and charge him, have him detained, locked up for a couple of days while they continue to search everything, air out all the witnesses and all the stuff like that, and have a strong case for the prosecutor. And then at that time, he could have just, start working on getting a lawyer at that point. But the more that he keeps on talking and trying to do the Jedi mind trick with the detective, it's not working in his favor. And it's bad because he doesn't even see that it's not working in his favor. It's just too much evidence so far, just the mask, the gun, where they found the gun, the lottery tickets, the whatever, the money. The money can be pinpoint back to the convenience store. The lottery tickets, I'm sure it's going to have his DNA on it, right? So that means that you were there, but you told the detective that you would sleep the whole time, that you never left your house. That's what you told him. You never left your house that day, that these guys came to your house. You gave them bullets for their gun. You went to sleep because you was high. Then all of a sudden they came back in the house, planted all this stuff, and they dipped and left to Chicago. You gave them too much evidence, and even if, let's say, they couldn't even get you on the murder charge, they could definitely get you for as an accomplice, that you helped them do it, that you was a part of this whole setup scheme that happened at the convenience store, which will still give you time. This is why you should have just been quiet. Let's go on.
Listen, you gotta have everything add up to me.
We do.
The detective tells Kenneth that if he wasn't there, he still provided the bullets that were used to take a life. Kenneth didn't expect this, and he didn't have an answer ready. Instead, he decides to pretend he is insane.
So then what you're telling me is that you provided bullets to two guys.
Damn, I'm so good. Let me pat myself on the back for a moment. Clack, 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 clack. Let's go on.
Who did a robbery, killed a man.
Actually, I didn't provide the bullets. They were like, how should I put this? I didn't need them. Why would I have bullets?
You said you got them out of your mother's bank and gave it to him when he asked for them.
I know. What happened was, see, I'm on medication, right?
What medication are you on, Ken?
I'm on Ritalin and all these other medications, right? So my shit is all f***ed up here. Okay. So right now, guess what?
What's that?
I don't even know what's going on.
You don't?
You know what I mean? I think you trying to get me to say stuff that I ain't do. You know what I mean? I ain't did none of that. What you could get me on some bullets?
Providing the ammunition that killed the man? Yeah, that's party to the crime of homicide. No. You might as well have pulled the trigger.
Oh, no.
Dang, not him trying to pull the I'm on medication, so I'm under the influence, so I don't even understand the nature of the conversation that we're having, and that all of my testimony should be thrown out because I'm under psychiatric medication. Homie, yo. Oh, yo. Wow. I can't believe that means that he's desperate. That means that he's desperate. He's feeling the heat now. Something that he wasn't feeling before. He was more confident before, and now the ego is being broken, and he's desperate. He's definitely desperate right now. And that's why now he has to use the I'm under medication. I feel like I'm being pressured to say things. Yeah. That's that. I wasn't expecting him to take that route, especially how bold he came. He came to the interrogation initially, and for a couple of hours he was able to sustain that. I wasn't expecting him to come out with the look. I'm crazy. I'm crazy. I don't even know what I'm talking about right now. I don't even know what today is. What's your name again? I wasn't expecting that. I really wasn't expecting that. That just threw me through a loop right now. It's insane. Wow. Bruce said, I told y'all at the beginning MJ would figure it out before it was time. Thank you, Bruce. I appreciate you. Put him in a rubber room. Yeah. Man, listen. I mean, I do believe that he do have problems. He do have problems, but I don't think that it's not problems that he did not create for himself. The way that he's coming off, he has seemed like he's have always gotten away with certain things, and he have gotten comfortable with his with him being able to manipulate and get himself out of certain situations. Now we're seeing that he can't handle the pressure when all his avenues or I would say all the doors are closing in front of him. Now he's starting to panic. See you later, reading books. I hope you feel better. Okay. That's that Ritalin. How are you spelling? No, I think you're close. You're definitely close. MJ, I'm under them. Yes, I'm serious. Like he just went straight. Like wait a minute. I don't even know what today is. I'm under that medication. And it's not like they can't go and check, right? They can go to his mom and go look up his medical history, or his mom can say, hey, yeah, my son is on Ritalin, or he's under this, or, he has to take medication for ADHD or whatever, right? That's easy to pull up. That's easy information to pull up, whether or not if that's true. Oh, there it goes. That's the proper spelling. Ritalin is amphetamine, not a psychotropic, right? My daughter has ADHD and was on Ritalin, terrible stuff, but this guy is gasping for the best. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, he is. His doctor can easily deny that one is untrue. Right, right. And people who are hyperactive is a power too. Yeah, I agree. His doctor can't speak to them without a subpoena. That's true. That is true. No, secondary use. Secondary uses for Ritalin. Thank God I ain't never had to take that stuff. I heard about that stuff. I heard some people have good effects on it, and I heard other people had damaging effects, and they had to go change from a different brand. But let's go on. We're almost at the end, guys. Thank y'all so much for rocking out with me. But this one is this one was a woozy, wasn't it?
See, what happened was
Harboring the man who killed the man?
Listen, what
That's
happened?
also part of the crime of homicide.
Listen, no all you can give me for it is lying. Those bullets, I don't know where they come from. Listen, check this out. Listen, you listen. Man to man, you've been around, right? Listen, listen. I'm on medication to function. I can't function right.
I understand.
I think you pressuring me.
How am I pressuring?
You pressuring me to say I did something I didn't do.
I already know you did it. I'm just trying to understand why you did it.
You're not gonna know I did it because I didn't do it. So what happened? So why are we still here?
Because I want to know why you did it.
Thank you, Shannon. That's the other brand. Thank you.
Listen, I watched this on First 48.
Okay.
Listen, you gonna keep seeing that you got yeah, you're right, you do got evidence leading back to the robbery in my place.
Right.
I'm denying.
Okay.
Those were mine. Those were other guys, and I know they planned to them. No, you didn't say one more. Listen, you said, come on, you're tricky, man. You're a tricky guy. Yeah.
I thought you were on medication. You might can't remember stuff.
Yeah, I remember certain stuff.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to play games with you.
I don't want to play games with you.
Okay. So what happens? Do you
All
know?
y'all been doing
That's what I don't want to
playing
happen.
games with
Kenneth.
each other.
My life is.
Talking about.
Sure. So listen. Yes. Whether I tell you or not, I'm done. You're not getting that, right?
No.
Listen, you got evidence in my house.
Right.
You got the gun.
Yes.
I'm done. What is there you want to know? You want me to admit to it? So I'm not going to admit to it.
In the end, Kenneth would admit to being the gunman in the gas station robbery. Kenneth claimed that Darren Malone was the second man, and a woman named Jerika Cotton was the getaway driver. While Kenneth was demanding money from the cashier, he claims his gun accidentally went off. In exchange for his confession, he received 45 years in prison, followed by 20 years of probation after his release. Darren received 25 years for his part in the crime, and Jerika received 8.
Most people can't feel y'all pain, but I truly could, and I understand it. I go beyond it, actually, but I want to say I apologize, and I can't bring them back, but I could help change some lives with my testimony.
In February, Thomas pled guilty to felony murder from that incident. He also pled guilty to armed robbery repeater for an incident 3 days before the shooting. That crime happened at a 7-Eleven in the town of Brookfield. Thomas told police he fired his gun during that robbery as well, though no one was hurt.
Senseless, brutal violence engaged in by yourself and Mr. Malone for nothing more than money.
The judge sentenced Thomas to 45 years behind bars for his role in both the Waukesha shooting death and the town of Brookfield armed robbery.
Thank you for watching this video. Don't forget to subscribe.
Why was Youngblood in a wheelchair? What happened to him? That's what I would want to know. It's unfortunate that he did this stupid crime and now he has 45 years and he was already crying and saying that he wasn't going to do 5, 10, or even 20. But again, I told you that the detectives cannot, they can't promise you anything, right? So they said manslaughter, but they knew that that's probably wasn't what the prosecutor was going to go for. I am wondering about his defense, his defense attorney though, because the part of the plea for him to confess to it, they were supposed to do better numbers than that. Not no 45 years. Like that's insane, right? Like that was, I don't even understand how that was a deal when he said that he didn't even do it on purpose. So I don't know how they worked that out for him. Hey, it's sad. And then I mean, they did find the other individuals. They did get less time for their involvement in it, but it's sad. It's really sad because at this time he was 19 and him getting 45 and then 20 years of probation after that. Pretty much he's going to be a well mature man. What? 50, definitely in his 50s, definitely mid 50s by the time he get out. It's sad. It's definitely sad. I don't even know how what else to even say about that. But I did enjoy reviewing all the mental gymnastics that was happening between him and the detective. And this is why I like I said before, I love reviewing these type of cases, because when we actually look at these interrogations, we just think that it's just asking very basic questions and that there is no manipulation going on between both the detective and the potential suspect. And it's are. Some people are not, right? But then the ones who do, this is an example. That was just a whole bunch of mind tricks, a whole bunch of I got you, right? Think about it like this. You don't got nothing. I'm trying to figure out what you have. I'm trying to figure out what you have. I want to figure out what you know. I'm trying to figure out what you know. I'm trying to get the confession from you. I'm trying to convince you that they already got their people and they need to go elsewhere. It was just a really good a good stimulation for the mind. And I hope that you guys enjoyed it the way how I enjoy reviewing these type of cases. But again, guys, thank you so much. I truly, truly, truly appreciate every last one of you that was able to rock out with me and to definitely rock out with me on this great Memorial Day holiday. For the ones who celebrate it, again, happy Memorial Day and salute to all our fallen, right? And shout out to everyone who was participating in the chat. I truly appreciate it. You made it worthwhile to me. And again, congratulations to us, right? For us building this channel to 50,000 subscribers. Right now, I think I'm at 52,000. So we're still climbing. The next goal is 100,000. I know that we can do it. I have one of the best teams, I believe, on YouTube. So I truly, truly appreciate all of you. And remember what I said. My schedule has changed, guys. So I won't be coming live as often until I actually get back into the groove where I can find a time for you guys, like a new time set for you guys for when I could do these videos for you. So I just want you guys to please be patient with me. I will try to come on when I am off. So as of right now, when I have days off, you will definitely see me, and I will definitely send out the notification. But to get back into the schedule of me when having actual set days, I have to figure this new schedule out because it's completely different. I don't have to work overnights anymore. I'm happy because your girl's old and your girl got gray hair and stuff like that, and I can't just be out in the street beating, at all times of nights anymore. I need to get some of my beauty rest, right? Beauty rest. Yes. That's what they say for the old ladies in the club. Beauty rest. So I appreciate you. I will let you guys know about the new the next live stream. I'll put up the notification. Again, I love y'all. Y'all been great. Take care, and I'll see you on the next one.